In the 54th year of Konoha, in a mountain forest on the border of the Land of Fire, a team of Konoha ninjas was checking the surrounding situation. "Hinata Mifei, go ahead and take a look," a ninja with a scar on his hand said. "Yes, Master Ashigamoto." Mifei reluctantly groped forward. Mifei is a time traveler who traveled to the Naruto world 20 years ago. Although his last name is Hyuga, he is not a member of the Japanese tribe. Because of his beauty, Mifei was favored by Hyuga Koyuki and married into the Hyuga family. 3 years ago, the Nine-Tails Rebellion occurred in Konoha. The death of the fourth Hokage and the departure of the three ninjas caused Konoha's strength to decline significantly, and it was coveted by other countries. The team that Mifei belongs to is to deal with the Sand Village ninjas who invaded the border of Konoha. Mifei does not have a white eye, and it is easy to be attacked if he explores the way. But he is a Chunin, and Ashigamoto is a Jonin. The subordinates must obey the orders of their superiors. Even if he was unwilling, he had to explore the way ahead. "Master Zugen, isn't it too dangerous for you to let him explore the way alone?" said a Chunin next to him. He is just a son-in-law of the Hyuga family. His wife is gone, and he is a complete useless person. If he dies, he dies. There is nothing to regret. Zhu looked down on ninjas like Mifei who married into the family. Ninjas should rely on their own power, not on women. Hinata Xiaoxue is from the Hyuga branch family, and her status is already very low. Mifei, a son-in-law, has an even lower status, and even some civilians look down on him. Mifei walked forward carefully, using his 5 senses to the maximum, feeling the movements around him. At the same time, he also tried his best to restrain his breath to prevent being discovered. It was because of his cautiousness that he could live so long. He saw several teammates being blown into pieces by detonating talismans or being stabbed into hedgehogs by kunai. It would be great if he had white eyes so that he could see traps instantly. Thinking of this, he remembered his wife's eyes, which were so white and clear. After walking for a distance, Mifei suddenly felt that his foot had hooked something. The next moment, several kunai flew towards him. Mifei quickly took out the kunai to block it and stepped aside. However, the other party seemed to have predicted his action. Something exploded beside him, and a large amount of green smoke floated out. Mifei realized that this was probably the poisonous fog of the sand-hidden ninja, and immediately held his breath. However, he still accidentally inhaled some, and his body became a little sluggish. 2 detonating talismans suddenly floated in front of his eyes. Mifei knew that he was going to die. The detonating talismans exploded, and pain spread all over his body. Mifei fell to the ground, and his consciousness gradually blurred. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in front of him in a trance. One was his son, and the other was his wife. The last bit of light disappeared, and Mifei fell into the endless darkness. The end of the play. Mifei opened his eyes and found that it was pitch black all around. A shining road appeared under his feet. He walked along this road and saw a back figure that he missed day and night. Even after not seeing each other for many years, Mifei still recognized that this was the back figure of his wife, Hinata Xiaoxue. In the Naruto world, people will enter the Pure Land after death, where everyone can meet the people they want to see. Xiaoxue turned around and Mifei saw the familiar face. "Xiaoxue." Mifei ran over happily. "Xiaoxue, I finally see you again." Xiaoxue looked at Mifei with affection and gently touched Mifei's face. "How long have we not seen each other?" The familiar voice made Mifei's heart tremble slightly. "It's been 3 years." Mifei sighed. Xiaoxue's hand passed over Mifei's face and suddenly grabbed his ear. "You came here in just 3 years. What about our son?" Xiaoxue questioned. It hurts, my wife, I was wrong. Xiaoxue put down her hand and looked at Mifei with hatred. "I don't want to be killed because I'm too weak." Mifei was helpless. "What about my son? He's still so young." Xiaoxue's eyes were full of tears. "Oh, don't cry." Seeing Xiaoxue crying, Mifei panicked. After so many years, he still couldn't bear to see Xiaoxue cry. "I don't care, go back. Xiaoxue pushed Mifei in the direction he came from. "I want to go back too, but there's nothing I can do." Suddenly, a powerful force sucked Mifei away. Mifei, Xiaoxue. The distance between the two was getting farther and farther. Ding! Feel the death of the host. The Death God Eternal Life System is activated, and the artifact Death God Blade is obtained. Resurrect the host and gain the ability at the same time, Infinite Chakra Mode. Mifei suddenly opened his eyes and gasped. He sat up suddenly and found that he was lying where he was blown to death. He looked at his body. His clothes were tattered, but there was no injury on his body. He clearly remembered that he was blown to death. And he also went to the Pure Land to see Xiaoxue. So how come he came back again? What on earth is going on? Ding! Congratulations to the host on your resurrection. A voice came out of me, Fei's mind. Who are you? This system is the Death God Eternal Life system, which will help the host gain eternal life. Cheat. This word popped up in me, Fei's mind. After waiting for 20 years, the cheat is finally here. Can't you come earlier? Mi Fei recalled the frustrating days in the past. If the system had come earlier, he would at least be a cage-level strongman now. Xiaoxue might not have died. This system is the Death God Eternal Life system, which can only be activated after the host dies. The host will be resurrected every time he dies, and at the same time, gain a special ability. Hearing the system's words, Mi Fei's eyes lit up. If he died a few more times, wouldn't he be able to dominate the ninja world? Ding! Please note that after each resurrection, the next resurrection time will be longer. This resurrection time is 1 second, and the next resurrection time is 10 seconds. 1 second? But he clearly felt that it was a long time. What ability did I get this time? Mi Fei asked. The ability the host has obtained is the infinite chakra mode. From now on, the host chakra is unlimited. Infinite chakra. Mi Fei was very surprised. Chakra is a very important factor affecting strength. Kakashi became a chakra unit because he had too little chakra and his strength has never been able to break through. But Mi Fei felt the chakra in his body and found that it did not change. System, why doesn't my chakra change? The host has obtained infinite chakra, and the amount of chakra is still related to the host itself. The host can query relevant data on the information page. An information page appeared in front of Mi Fei. Character, Mi Fei age, 25 chakra, Chunin Taijutsu, Chunin Ninjutsu, Genin. Jinjutsu, ordinary person overall strength. Low-level Chunin ability, chakra unlimited mode. Low-level Chunin. Are Chunins still divided into levels? So cruel. Mi Fei, what's going on? Several figures jumped over quickly. After hearing the explosion here, Ziyuan and the others rushed over immediately. Master Ziyuan, there's a trap here. I almost died, Mi Fei said in panic. Ziyuan looked at the traces of the explosion of the detonating tag and secretly thought that Mi Fei was really lucky. Everyone be careful. The traps set by the Sand Shadow Ninja are definitely more than this. The Sand Shadow Ninja likes to set traps very much, and they are very good at using poison, so it is quite dangerous. Many ninjas were killed by traps in the battle with the Sand Shadow Ninja. Their mission is to kill the nearby Sand Shadow Ninja, so even if the trap is triggered, they have to keep moving forward. Suddenly, several kunai flew towards them. Be careful. Everyone jumped away and dodged. Then, 7 or 8 sand ninjas appeared around and surrounded them. When the trap was triggered, the sand ninjas got the information in some way. Zhu Yuan looked at the ninjas around him and compared the strength of both sides. After finding that they couldn't beat them, they had to find a way to break out. Everyone break out to the back. Zhu Yuan threw 2 smoke bombs. After the smoke bombs exploded, everyone's figures were covered. Then Mi Fei and his men began to break out to the back. Wind-style big breakthrough. The strong wind style blew away the black smoke directly. The figures of Mi Fei and his men were exposed. Seeing a ninja rushing towards him, Mi Fei quickly took out his kunai to resist. He and the enemy used physical skills to fight. As a son-in-law of the Hyuga family, Mi Fei's physical skills are still quite good. However, another ninja suddenly appeared and stabbed Mi Fei in the back with a kunai. Let's die together. Mi Fei took out 2 detonating tags from his ninja bag, then rushed over and hugged the sand ninja in front of him. The sand ninja was very frightened. They didn't expect Mi Fei to use this method of self-destruction. The detonating tag exploded instantly, and the violent explosion covered the bodies of the 2. Mi Fei died again. Ding! The host died and entered the resurrection time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the change of all basic attributes of chakra nature. The next resurrection time is 100 seconds. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Zhu Yuan quickly formed a seal, summoned a water dragon, tore a hole, and broke out instantly. The sand ninjas immediately chased after him. Mi Fei opened his eyes and found that he had come to the Pure Land again. He walked forward and saw Xiaoxue sitting by the river. Mi Fei walked over and sat next to Xiaoxue. Where did you go just now? Xiaoxue asked. You may not believe it, but I just resurrected. Miffy said with a smile. Don't joke. Xiaoxua looked unconvinced, but she suddenly remembered that Miffy never lied to her. Then why did you come back again? Because I died again. Xiaoxua rolled her eyes at Miffy. Whether you believe it or not, what I said is true. I have gained the ability to resurrect. But there's an interval. I was killed again after resurrecting just now. I believe it. No matter what you say, I believe it. Xiaoxua looked at Miffy's face and said, Then tell me about you and Xiaoyu over the years. Okay. Miffy told Xiaoxua about every bit of the past few years. Not long after, Miffy felt a suction force again. I'm going to be resurrected, and it should be a long time before I come again. Okay, I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes. Promise me to take good care of my son and yourself. 10 seconds after death, Miffy resurrected again. Chapter 2. The Fox Mask and the Hokage Mask lying on the ground. Miffy slowly opened his eyes. Upon hearing a rustle beside him, he promptly shut them again. Just 10 seconds had passed, and the ninja who had previously stabbed him had yet to depart. This audacious fellow dared to use an explosive tag, fortunately. I had escaped swiftly. The Sunigakure ninja began to rummage through the belongings of the deceased, collecting their ninja tools. Soon, his hands brushed against Miffy's body. With narrowed eyes, Miffy summoned a short blade into his grasp. Rising swiftly, he swung the blade, its edge slicing cleanly through the throat of the Sunigakure ninja. You. The Sunigakure ninja stared at Miffy in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he was still alive. Miffy stood tall, driving the short blade forcefully into the ninja's skull. Let this be a lesson for your sneak attack. Let this be a lesson for your sneak attack. Miffy plunged the blade repeatedly, unleashing the pent-up resentment within him. Gazing at the short blade, he noted it bore not a single drop of blood. The blade of the Grim Reaper, an artifact capable of cleaving through the very belly of death itself. In its liberated state, it could sever an opponent's soul directly. Miffy retrieved the belongings from the Sunigakure ninja, ensuring the vicinity was clear before hastily retreating in another direction. Finding refuge in a cave, he settled on the ground once he felt secure. In less than 10 minutes, he had faced death twice. The shinobi world is indeed perilous. His current strength was still too feeble. He must grow stronger to survive. System, what ability did I just acquire? Miffy inquired. The host has attained full attribute chakra transformation. Furthermore, the host's next resurrection time is set to 100 seconds. A smile graced Miffy's lips upon hearing the system's reward. Mastery of chakra attribute transformation is no small feat. Typically, only high-ranking jonin and a select few chunin can wield it. Once he obtained this transformation, he would be able to utilize various ninjutsu. The Hyuga clan is relatively weak in ninjutsu, hence he had never trained in it. Miffy took a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch, tasting it as he consumed it. The flavor of the soldier pill was far from delightful, but it effectively replenished his stamina. After temporarily satiating his hunger, he pondered his next course of action. The task they had undertaken had ended in failure. Fortunately, there were no significant repercussions. He wondered if anyone else from the team had managed to escape. After resting adequately, Miffy exited the cave. After orienting himself, he set off towards Konoha. Now, all he longed for was to reunite with his son. Everything else was of no concern. After a day's arduous journey, Miffy finally arrived at the gates of Konoha. After registering at the entrance, he stepped into the village. During the Ninetales incident, Konoha had suffered extensive devastation. It had since been rebuilt, though not much had changed from his childhood. Miffy, the fish at my place is exceptionally fresh today. Would you like to buy some? An elderly man called out. No. Thank you, Uncle Salty Fish. I'm not in the mood for fish today. Along the way, many greeted Miffy, having frequented the market since childhood. The vendors all recognized him. Miffy made his way to a pastry shop. Hello, Miffy, it's been a while since you last visited, said the shopkeeper. Indeed, Uncle Yamamoto. I've been rather busy lately. My little you adores your red rice balls, so today I shall purchase some more to bring home. It will surely delight him. Strolling through the bustling streets, Miffy arrived at a grand estate. This was the residence of the Hyuga family, the place where Miffy had lived for the past 8 years. Entering through the gate, he made his way towards the back of the house. Miffy, you're back from your mission. A woman with white pupils greeted him cheerfully. Yes. Sister Qingshui, have you prepared dinner yet? Not yet. Qingshui Hyuga belonged to the branch family, and she shared a reasonably amicable relationship with Xiaoxua, which allowed Miffy to feel somewhat familiar with her. In order to preserve their bloodline, the girls of the Hyuga family were not permitted to marry outside. As one of the 3 prominent clans of Konoha, Even the prospect of marrying into the family attracted numerous common men. Thus, Mifei as a son-in-law was a commonplace figure within the Hyuga estate. Upon reaching the backyard, a space where the family often congregated, Mifei felt an eager anticipation to see little Yu, as he was the only relative Mifei cherished in this world. Having faced death once, he held his family ties in even greater esteem. In the courtyard, Mifei noticed two children embroiled in a quarrel. The shorter one was little Yu. His visage always evoked memories of Xiaoxua in Mifei's heart. The other child was Hyuga from the main family. They were engaged in a game familiar to many children, the fourth Hokage battling the Ninetales. Die, Ninetales, cried Hyuga as he struck little Yu's chest, knocking him to the ground. Bo then mounted Yu, mercilessly pummeling him. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of anger within Mifei. He rushed forward, lifting Hyuga effortlessly. Instead of recoiling in fear, Bo glared defiantly, "Let me go, or I will have my father kill you." In the Hyuga family, the status of a son-in-law was exceedingly low, akin to that of a slave. Mifei, fueled by rage, hurled Hyuga aside. Bo tumbled heavily to the ground, clutching his rear in pain as he shouted, "Mifei, do you truly believe you belong to the Hyuga clan? Just wait, I will make sure my father ends you." Bo stormed off, making a ruckus. Mifei clenched his fists, yearning to exact revenge on the insolent boy. Yet he was a member of the main family, while Mifei belonged to the branch family, merely his son-in-law. The disparity in status between the two families was immense. Should Mifei retaliate against Hyuga, it would be seen as an affront to his superiors, resulting in severe repercussions. Though Mifei himself could bear the consequences, perhaps he would simply leave the Hyuga estate. Little Yu was not so fortunate. He was akin to a caged bird, with his fate resting in the hands of the main family. Despite the fury boiling within him, Mifei knew he must endure for the time being. He knelt down. Concern etched on his face as he looked at little Yu. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Upon examining Yu closely, Mifei noticed the bruises adorning his arms, some of which were old wounds. It seems that during Mifei's absence, Xiaoyu has endured quite a bit of bullying. However, he is resilient. "They cannot truly harm me." Xiaoyu gazed at Mifei, sensing a subtle change in his father. "Father, I am fine. You should not have struck him." Xiaoyu lost his mother at the tender age of 2. As he grew older, Mifei often had to embark on missions, frequently leaving home. Consequently, he learned to cultivate strength and endurance from a young age. He has also memorized the rules and etiquette of the Hinata family. Even when facing Mifei, there is little warmth between them. "You need not concern yourself with Hinata matters. I will handle it. In the future, do inform me of any similar incidents." The Mifei of the past bore his grievances in silence, but that is no longer necessary. At the very least, he no longer needs to remain as humble as before. "This is the red rice dumpling I bought for you. Do you like it?" Mifei opened the bag. "Thank you, father." Xiaoyu smiled at the dumpling. It is only in the presence of the red rice dumpling that he shows a smile. Mifei, an orphan with neither talent nor background, struggled to graduate from the ninja academy. Fortuitously, his striking appearance led him to marry his classmate, Hinata Yuki, becoming a son-in-law of the Hinata family. With the protection of his wife and father-in-law, Mifei enjoyed a few years of stability and welcomed a son, Xiaoyu. However, after the deaths of his father-in-law and wife, this tranquility was shattered. The branch family held a low status in the Hinata clan, and as a mere son-in-law, their lives became fraught with challenges and bullying. To care for his son, Mifei was compelled to return to being a ninja. Yet, when Mifei is away, Xiaoyu must confront the family matters alone, often falling prey to the bullying of other children from both the main and branch families. Mifei, possessing only the strength of a nin, had little influence within the clan, forcing him to endure in silence. But things have changed. He now possesses a system and newfound abilities. He silently vowed that one day he would exact revenge on all who had tormented them. With the system, many previously imagined feats are now attainable, whether it be establishing his standing within the family, avenging Xiaoxua, or even resurrecting her. Before undertaking these ambitions, he must first enhance his power. When Mifei saw the bluish mark etched onto Xiaoyu's forehead, a pang of pain pierced his heart. The caged bird seal is a mark that every member of the Hinata branch family must bear, and neither Xiaoxua nor Xiaoyu could escape its fate. Upon witnessing the imprint on Xiaoyu, Mifei felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate all those responsible. Alas, his own weakness rendered him powerless. To prevent others from coveting the Byakugan, the ancestors of the Hinata clan devised the caged bird seal, originally intended to protect the weaker disciples. It gradually morphed into a tool for the main family to control the branches. In the past, Mi-Fei felt helpless against the caged bird seal. But now it is different. Once he grows stronger, he will find a way to erase the caged bird mark and restore Xiaoyu's freedom. Let us return and eat, Mi-Fei said, leading Xiaoyu back to their room. Fortunately, Xiaoxua's father left behind a considerable fortune for the Hinata family. Otherwise, they would have struggled to meet even their daily needs. However, in the preceding years, a significant portion of that wealth had been spent. Moreover, with Xiaoyu on the verge of becoming a ninja, the expenses are bound to escalate. Thus, Mi-Fei found himself compelled to undertake missions to supplement the household income. As he gazed at Xiaoyu, who sat dutifully before him, savoring her meal, a wave of compassion washed over him. The regulations of the Hinata family were indeed exceedingly stringent, leaving this child with little opportunity for a joyous childhood. Chapter 3, The Night's Action, First Kill of a Jonin. Although Mi-Fei arrived in this world as an orphan, his early childhood was filled with joy. Xiaoyu, why don't you try lying down or crawling while eating? Mi-Fei suddenly suggested. Xiaoyu looked at Mi-Fei in confusion, unsure of what he meant. Like this, Mi-Fei said as he picked up a dumpling and lay down on the ground to eat. Father, what are you doing? Eating like me or even crawling is fine. Just don't sit while doing it. Is something wrong? Xiaoyu asked with concern. Nothing's wrong. I just want you to embrace your childhood more. But I'm a child, aren't I? She replied. Certainly not, Mi-Fei hastily countered. Look at other children. They run, jump, play, and cause mischief. Yet you behave like an adult, devoid of the innocence typical of your age. But didn't you instruct me to act like an adult to avoid being bullied and to survive in the clan? Mi-Fei sighed, realizing the fault lay with him. In the past, he had endured bullying to ensure survival, unable to make mistakes. If Xiao Shui were to discover that her son had been raised this way, Mi-Fei felt his soul would be shattered. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. From now on, you need not adhere to my previous teachings. Do whatever you wish. If you want to play outside, then go ahead. Really? Anything at all? Xiaoyu looked up at Mi-Fei. Of course. Then can I pretend to be the fourth Hokage instead of the Nine-Tails? Mi-Fei nodded. Absolutely. He would even support Xiaoyu in her aspiration to become Hokage herself. Though Mi-Fei lacked such abilities for now, he knew they would come in due time. Can you pretend to be the Nine-Tails, father? Xiaoyu inquired tentatively. Of course. Xiaoyu beamed with excitement and dashed into the room to retrieve 2 masks. Father, this is the mask of the Nine-Tails for you. Mi-Fei took the mask and examined it, discovering that it rendered the Nine-Tails quite unattractive. If the Nine-Tails were to see it, they would surely be furious. Mi-Fei donned the fox mask. From this moment on, he embodied the Nine-Tails. Xiaoyu, meanwhile, wore the mask of the fourth Hokage. The portrayal of Minato was quite dashing, explaining why children are so fond of impersonating him. Father, can we start now? Yes. Mi-Fei squatted down and exclaimed, today, I shall destroy Konoha. Xiaoyu, startled by Mi-Fei's demeanor, quickly drew a wooden kunai and shouted, Nine-Tails, halt. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Konoha. Cautiously, Xiaoyu thrust the kunai forward. Mi-Fei lunged at her, pinning her to the ground. Ah, I shall devour you. Mi-Fei playfully tickled Xiaoyu's armpits, causing her to burst into laughter. Ah, help, help. I concede, I concede. Mi-Fei was filled with joy. It had been a long time since he had seen little Chi smile so brightly. After playing tirelessly, the duo, one large and one small, lay on the ground to rest. Father, will you still play with me like this in the future? Of course, he replied. I have said that you may do whatever you wish now, without concern for upsetting anyone. I will always be here for you. That's enough, father. I am simply delighted to have you spend time with me like this. Mi-Fei was not in a hurry. He would gradually help little Yu reclaim what she had lost. However, after Mi-Fei had confronted Hinata Bo, the clan would not easily let him off the hook. Troubles were sure to follow. The sun had yet to set when Hinata Sui arrived at Mi-Fei's doorstep, accompanied by Hinata Bo, Hinata Mi-Fei. Come out. Sui's ruckus drew the attention of other Hinata clan members. Mi-Fei led little Yu outside, where they encountered the furious Hinata Sui and Hinata Bo, who was hiding behind his father. Lord Sui, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Mi-Fei maintained a respectful facade. Hinata Mi-Fei. How dare you bully my son? Are you tired of living? Sui thundered. I did indeed strike young Master Bo, but that was only after he attacked my son first. Mi-Fei replied sternly. So what if you did? Your son is merely a servant of the branch family, and you are nothing but a parasite of the Hinata clan. Do not speak of hitting. Even if it came to your demise, you would have to comply. At Sui's words, a fire ignited within Mi-Fei's heart. For he knew the truth of the Hinata family's circumstances. The main family held a position of great power, capable of condemning the branch family to death. The other branch family members nearby felt angered by Sui's words, though they felt powerless to act. Simultaneously, they worried for Miffy. Provoking the branch family was certainly not a wise choice. I, Miffy, care not for the distinctions between the branch and main families. Anyone who dares to bully little you shall not escape unscathed. Little you gazed at Miffy, witnessing her father confront a member of the main family for the first time. Hinata Miffy, are you inciting rebellion? Sui scolded. I would never. I merely seek justice. Very well. If you seek justice, I shall grant it. You struck my son, so I shall strike you. With that, Sui unleashed a powerful palm strike. This was the unique, gentle fist of the Hinata clan. Miffy gently pushed little you aside and braced himself for Sui's attack. The tremendous force knocked him to the ground. Sui was nearly on par with AJ Nin. And with the gentle fist style, Miffy was no match for his strength. Yet, in a real battle outdoors, Miffy was confident he could defeat him. Stop. A middle-aged man approached. He was Hinata Nichi, the head of the branch family. Nichi, do not interfere, Sui warned. Although Nichi was also of the branch family, he was the head of it and the brother of the head of the main family. Sui dared not treat him as he did the other branch family members. You have struck one of our branch family, and as the head of the branch, it is my duty to intervene. You have also struck him. Let the matter rest here. Although Hinata Tsukasa was unwilling to conclude the situation so easily, he could not disregard Hinata Nichi's dignity. Tsukasa cast a glance at Mifei, then fixed his gaze upon Xiaoyu. With a mere thought, Xiaoyu collapsed in agony upon the ground. Xiaoyu. Mifei hurriedly embraced him, observing the torment as Xiaoyu clutched his head, understanding that it was Tsukasa who had unleashed the caged bird. The members of the main family possessed the ability to control the caged bird with their thoughts, should they desire. They could extinguish the lives of those from the branch family without hesitation. Hinata Tsukasa. Enough. Hinata Nichi bellowed. Tsukasa turned, departing with Hinata Bo. He addressed Bo, saying, Observe carefully. This is the fate that befalls those who provoke our main family. Mifei glared furiously at Tsukasa's retreating figure, wishing to rend him to pieces. Sighing, Nichij recognized his limitations as the head of the branch family, feeling helpless. Mifei, you shouldn't tea. Lord Nichij. Mifei interrupted. Thank you, let us discuss this later. He lifted the unconscious Xiaoyu and returned to their quarters. Gently laying Xiaoyu upon the bed, he caressed his forehead to offer some comfort. As he traced the mark of the caged bird on Xiaoyu's brow, he vowed to one day rid him of this curse. Until that mark was lifted, Mifei must tread carefully around the main family. However, Tsukasa must die. As night descended, the villagers of Konoha extinguished their lights and gradually drifted into slumber. Tsukasa, intending to return to his room for some exercise, was suddenly struck by a shuriken. He activated his Byakugan but discerned no one in sight. Approaching, he noticed a strip of cloth tied to the shuriken. Upon untying it, he read the message, Hinata Bo is in my possession. If you wish to save your son, come alone to the underground meeting room. If you alert anyone else, prepare to see your son's corpse. Enraged, Tsukasa tore the cloth into shreds, immediately deducing the culprit's identity. Hinata Mifei, I curse you and your son to death. Tsukasa stormed towards the meeting room, wary of Mifei harming his son, yet he did not alert anyone. He dared to go alone, confident that Mifei was no match for him. Within the meeting room, Mifei awaited the arrival of Hinata Tsukasa, glancing at Hinata Bo, who lay incapacitated nearby. Although Mifei was reluctant to resort to such threats, Tsukasa had left him no choice. Soon, he heard the sound of footsteps, and moments later, Tsukasa strode in. Hinata Mifei, return my son. Tsukasa roared. You audacious scoundrel, how dare you abduct my child? Should any harm befall Bo, both you and your son will be torn to shreds. Since I have taken such measures, what I have to fear? If I eliminate you today, none will know I am responsible. Do you really think you can kill me? What a joke. I could easily end your life right now and then proceed to eliminate your son. If Mifei were a member of the branch family rather than a son-in-law, Hinata Sui could have directly activated the caged bird. However, it matters not. He is well aware of Mifei's prowess and believes he can effortlessly dispatch him. Hinata Sui activated his Byakugan and charged toward Mifei. Mifei stood motionless, producing a pill and tossing it in Sui's direction. The pill exploded, enveloping Sui's body in a cloud of green smoke. Sui burst forth, striking Mifei with a palm. Mifei transformed into a pill once more, releasing another plume of smoke. A substitution technique? Hinata Sui immediately activated his Byakugan, spotting Mifei behind him. He swiftly turned, delivering a blow to Mifei, while simultaneously, Mifei's blade pierced his body. Given his status as a Jonin, Sui should have easily evaded the attack. Yet, the recently detonated pill, obtained from a sand village ninja, contained a toxin that induced a slight paralysis, sufficient enough. Mifei slashed viciously with the blade, severing part of Sui's upper body. The Death God's blade is exceedingly sharp. Sui collapsed, blood gushing from his wounds. Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Mifei would dare to kill him. Such an event had not transpired within the Hyuga clan for decades. The privileged environment of the main family had dulled Sui's instincts as a ninja. Otherwise, Mifei would not have been able to vanquish him so easily. Observing Sui's lifeless body, Mifei smiled. Xiaoyu, father has avenged you. Mifei knelt down, preparing to extract Sui's Byakugan. Members of the main family do not bear the caged bird seal, allowing their Byakugan to be removed. Just as he was about to touch Sui's eyes, Mifei suddenly halted. A crucial thought struck him. Upon the death of branch family members, their Byakugan are destroyed. Yet those of the main family do not face the same fate. Where do the Byakugan of the main family members go upon their demise? Mifei resolved against extracting Sui's Byakugan. He wished to observe where it would be taken. Although the Byakugan is precious, it holds little value for Mifei. By relinquishing this pair of Byakugan, he might acquire a multitude of them. When fused in sufficient quantities, they could transform into the Rinnegan. While the Byakugan cannot dispel Xiaoyu's caged bird, perhaps the Rinnegan could. Mifei is eager to explore any method that might resolve the caged bird issue. He approached and lifted Hinata bow, not intending to kill him. Such an act would serve no purpose, as Hinata bow poses no threat to him, regardless of his strength. Mifei aims to keep him filled with hatred, turning him into a sharpening stone for Xiaoyu. Of course, this is also because Hinata bow has yet to master the ability to activate the caged bird. Otherwise, Mifei would have hesitated no longer in ending his life. Mifei exited the conference room, depositing Hinata bow back onto his bed, undetected along the way. Chapter 4. Confrontation at the meeting. The murder is discovered the following morning. The news of Hinata Sui's demise in the conference room spread like wildfire throughout the Hinata clan. The murder of a member within their own ranks was an immense disgrace and provocation for the Hinata family, especially considering that Sui was of the main family line. Within the Hinata clan, there exists but one member of the main family per branch and generation, amounting to no more than 20 individuals across the entire lineage. The loss of even one main family member was a significant blow to the Hinata clan. Mifei, being the last person to have had a confrontation with Hinata Sui before his untimely death, was summoned to the usual meeting place without delay. Upon entering the room, Mifei observed that, apart from Sui's widow and Hinata bow, 6 others were seated at a distance. At the center sat the clan head, Hinata Hayoshi, while Hinata Hige occupied one end, and the remaining 4 were members of the main family. Greetings, head of the clan, Mifei said, bowing respectfully. Be seated. Hinata Hayoshi replied. Mifei knelt and inquired, Might I ask why you have summoned me, head Hayoshi? Before Hayoshi could respond, an elder spoke up. It was you who killed my son. Mifei turned to the elder, recognizing him as Hinata's second elder, Hinata Nishida. Elder, you are mistaken. How could I possibly have harmed Lord Sui? Furthermore, do you truly believe my capabilities could match those of Lord Sui? Mifei's demeanor remained composed. Sui punished you, and out of resentment, you devised his murder. My poor son, in the prime of his life, was slain by a wretched beast like you. Nishida exclaimed, his face a mask of sorrow and anger. It was him. He is the one who killed my father. Hinata bow suddenly shouted. Enough, rang Hinata Hayoshi's voice, silencing the room. He cast an admonishing glance at Nishida, who had spoken out of turn before the clan head had even addressed the matter. Mifei, I must ask you directly, did you kill Hinata Sui? Hayoshi fixed his gaze upon Mifei. I did not, Mifei replied calmly. It has come to my attention that prior to his death, you had a conflict with him. Indeed, I inadvertently offended Lord Sui, and he imposed a punishment upon me. However, I did not see him again afterward. Hayoshi scrutinized Mifei but sensed no deception in his words. Such nonsense. It must have been you who killed my son. Who else could it have been? Nishida shouted vehemently. Do you possess any evidence, Elder Nishida? Mifei countered, turning to him. Nishida was momentarily at a loss. Had he possessed evidence, he would have already struck Mifei down. Hinata Sui succumbed to a blade wound. Thus, a search for a weapon among Hinata Mifei should yield clarity, interjected the elder, Hinata Bing. I have already dispatched individuals to conduct that search, Hayoshi stated. A smile crept onto Nishida's face, for he had anticipated this moment. As long as the weapon remained within the Hinata family, it would surely be discovered. He was eager to exact vengeance upon Mifei, not merely by delivering a swift death, but by inflicting exquisite pain, slicing away at Mifei's flesh, allowing him to experience torment in its fullest measure. Before long, the search party returned. Esteemed head of the family, we have found no weapon related to the incident. Have you thoroughly searched? Hyuga frowned. Indeed, I have scoured the entire clan with my Byakugan and found nothing. You may leave, Hyuga instructed. Understood. How could it be possible to find nothing? Nishida glared angrily at Mifei. A smirk curled on Mifei's lips within. The blade of death was concealed within him. And no search across the entire ninja realm would uncover it. Now, the initiative belonged to Mifei. Esteemed head of the family, are there any further leads? Mifei inquired. The third elder, Hyuga replied, aside from the knife wounds, there is a type of toxic powder. Has it been identified? It has been sent to Konoha Hospital for analysis. Results will be forthcoming shortly, Hyuga stated. Then we shall await the results, Mifei replied calmly. Settling into the conference room. An hour later, the test results emerged. Hyuga held the report aloft, stating, "It is a paralyzing toxin commonly used by the sand-hidden ninja." The others raised their eyebrows. Matters seemed to simplify. Mifei quickly interjected. Could it be that a sand-hidden ninja infiltrated the clan, and upon being discovered by Lord Sai, engaged in combat, only to inadvertently inhale the toxic smoke, leading to paralysis and subsequent death? The group pondered this. It was indeed plausible. While Hyuga Nishida was convinced Mifei had slain his son, no evidence existed to substantiate this claim. Mifei, you may return, Hyuga commanded. Yes, esteemed head of the family. Mifei exited the conference hall, exhaling a sigh of relief. If only his strength were sufficient, he could have simply admitted to the act, for none could challenge him then. Nevertheless, he was grateful that this matter had reached a temporary resolution. Upon returning to his quarters, Mifei found little Yu waiting for him beneath the eaves. Father, are you well? Fear not. What could possibly be amiss? Mifei gently ruffled her hair. Did you kill Hyuga? Mifei sat beside her and softly replied, yes. Although he could have attributed the act to the sand-hidden ninja, he chose not to deceive little Yu. He had no desire to lie to family. Little Yu, upon hearing Mifei's response, was not taken aback. Please do not do such things again. It is too perilous. Mifei smiled at her. Do not worry about me. Those who dare to bully you shall face their reckoning. Having already lost his wife, he could not bear to lose his son. After a while, Mifei noticed Nichi approaching. Lord Nichi, do you require something? Let us speak inside, Nichi replied. A sense of foreboding crept into Mifei's heart. Little Yu, go play at Aunt Qingshui's for a while. All right. After Xiao Yu performed a bow, she hurried away. Lord Nichiji, please come in, Mifei invited as he ushered Nichiji into the room, where they sat opposite each other at the table. Lord Nichiji, please enjoy some tea, Mifei said, pouring a cup of tea for Nichiji. The tea was still warm, brewed by Xiao Yu. As Mifei poured the tea, Nichiji placed an object on the table. Mifei feigned nonchalance and poured himself another cup. What is this? He inquired, glancing at the cloth strip on the table. This was found in front of the house of my son, who has been captured, prompting my return to the meeting room. Nichiji explained before taking a sip of his tea. Oh, is it made by the sand-hidden ninja? Mifei picked up the cloth strip, noticing some characters that were entirely different from his usual handwriting. Nichiji set his teacup down and remarked, your design is indeed impressive, and your performance commendable. However, you have made a critical error. Although this cloth strip does not indicate much, the second elder would not require such evidence to eliminate you. Perhaps tonight, you and your son will perish in your dreams. Mifei's heart quivered. Although he had contemplated this possibility, hearing it voiced by Nichiji was profoundly unsettling. Is there any way? Lord Nichiji? I am indifferent to my own fate, but I worry for Xiao Yu. I do have a solution regarding Xiao Yu. My son Niji is set to guard Lady Hinata. We can have Xiao Yu accompany him. Mifei's eyes brightened. Every member of the main family has numerous branch family members for protection. If Xiao Yu were to guard Hinata, her safety would be assured. Thank you, Lord Nichiji. But why do you choose to assist me? Because you are a remarkable individual, unbound by the constraints of the main family. The structure of the Hyuga clan cannot be altered, yet I am curious to see how far you can progress. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. You shall reap great rewards from your decision today, Mifei stated earnestly. Let us hope so. Now, I must take my leave. Bring Xiaoyu to the head of the clan's residence this evening. Yes, I shall escort you. Mifei accompanied Nichiji as he departed, casting a glance at Nichiji's retreating figure. Lamenting silently, if only Nichiji were not a member of the branch family, he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. It is a pity he met his demise in his prime. Chapter 5. The plan begins. Tracking Byakugan Mifei suddenly recalled the tragic demise of Hinata Hisashi. A memory that seemed to date back to when Niji was merely 4 or 5 years old, a fleeting moment in time. Since Hisashi had aided both him and his father, Mifei resolved to save his life in turn. Upon returning to his chamber, he retrieved a notebook from a concealed compartment, inscribed with numerous significant events, such as the ascension of the 4th Hokage and the chaos of the Nine Tails. Regrettably, Mifei's former weakness had rendered him powerless to intervene. However, the present circumstances had shifted. He could now partake in many unfolding events. Mifei meticulously noted the death of Hinata Hisashi, reflecting on the particulars of the incident. Unfortunately, many details eluded him, save for the fact that Hisashi had perished while protecting Hinata Hayashi. Also involved in that fateful occurrence were the shinobi of the Lightning Village. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant regarding matters concerning the Lightning Ninjas in the future. After securely stowing the notebook away, Mifei summoned Xiaoyu back. Father, what did Lord Hisashi say to you? She inquired. I have conferred with Hisashi and arranged for you to guard Lady Hinata. Very well, when shall we depart? Xiaoyu asked. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's immediate agreement, Mifei felt no surge of joy. He had hoped she might exhibit some reluctance, perhaps even a childlike tantrum. Alas, the rigid customs of the Hyuga clan shackled her choices. In addition to you, Lord Hisashi's son, Hinata Niji, will also accompany you. You must cooperate harmoniously. Hinata Niji. Is he the prodigy everyone speaks of? Mifei nodded. Niji was indeed a rare talent within the Hyuga clan, having unlocked the Byakugan at the tender age of 4. Tragically, he was a member of the branch family. Had he not been, he would undoubtedly be the next head of the clan. Xiaoyu's new role as Hinata's protector altered her status. As the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata had many guardians. Xiaoyu's proximity to Hinata would deter Hyuga Sui from acting against her. Nevertheless, this did not guarantee absolute safety, and Mifei resolved to remain vigilant. That evening, Mifei and Xiaoyu arrived at the residence of Hinata Hayashi. Head of the family, Mifei and Xiaoyu both bowed in reverence. Come in, he beckoned, and the pair stepped into the room. Besides Mifei and Xiaoyu, 4 others occupied the space. Standing almost identically were Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hisashi, each accompanied by a child. The girl beside Hayashi was none other than Hinata, while the boy flanking Hisashi was Niji. Niji, Xiaoyu, come forth, Hayashi summoned them. From this day forth, you shall bear the responsibility of safeguarding Lady Hinata. Her safety must be your utmost priority, and you are to protect her with your lives. Yes. The 2 youthful yet resolute voices replied in unison. Xiaoyu lifted her gaze to Hinata, who was a year or 2 her junior. This was the person she was destined to protect. Leaving Niji and Xiaoyu behind, Mifei and Hisashi exited the room. Thank you, Lord Hisashi, Mifei expressed. No need for thanks. As the head of the branch family, it is my duty to care for them. However, you must remain cautious. The second elder will not easily relent. Mifei nodded in understanding. I comprehend. After a brief pause, Mifei inquired, Lord Richa, have you ever contemplated altering the family structure? The division between branches and the main family is profoundly inequitable. Hearing Mifei's words, Richa surveyed his surroundings. Such remarks should not be uttered a second time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, Richa asserted sternly before striding forward. If I were to undertake this endeavor, how would Lord Richa proceed? Richa halted, his gaze fixed ahead as he declared, I shall not offer assistance. With that, he departed. Mifei exhaled in relief, although Richa would not assist him. He also would not impede his efforts, which was advantageous for Mifei. Richa's current reluctance to aid him stemmed from the bleak prospects of altering the family dynamics. Nevertheless, Mifei harbored faith that with tangible accomplishments, he could instill hope in Richa, prompting him to offer support. Changing the family structure would require more than Mifei's solitary strength. He would need to harness every available resource. Transforming the family dynamics was not a task to be completed swiftly, but rather a gradual process. Before taking action, Mifei needed to amass sufficient strength. First and foremost, he had to enhance his chakra reserves. While possessing an abundance of chakra, many powerful jutsu demanded substantial amounts. Secondly, he needed to augment his offensive capabilities. The Hinata clan's taijutsu, combined with the Blade of Death, would suffice for close combat. Mifei also needed to supplement his arsenal with ranged attacks. With his mastery of all elemental chakra transformations, he could learn various elemental jutsu. Mifei made his way to the Hinata clan's library, intending to seek out techniques for study. Given the rarity of users within the Hinata clan, whether he would find anything was uncertain. As a prominent family within Konoha, the Hinata clan possessed an extensive collection of books and scrolls. The library Mifei was in contained only the most rudimentary texts, accessible to any member of the Hinata clan. After searching for quite some time, he discovered nothing beyond basic taijutsu and the most fundamental body replacement technique, with no higher-level jutsu available. However, to access scrolls from other libraries, he would require permission from the clan head or the elders. The fourth elder, Hinata Putian, was responsible for the scrolls, so Mifei had no choice but to seek him out. The fourth elder was considered relatively gentle within the clan, yet members of the main family were often difficult to engage with. It was unreasonable to expect access to the jutsu scrolls without the consent of the clan head and the elders. Upon hearing Mifei's request, Hinata Putian flatly refused. Fourth elder, are you not an elder? I am in dire need of jutsu. Would you grant me even a C-rank technique? Mifei proposed. No. If you were a member of the main family, or even a branch family disciple, I might consider it, but as a mere son-in-law of the Hinata clan, you lack the qualifications to learn our family's techniques. What of being a son-in-law? Does that make me any less a part of the family? Mifei felt a surge of anger but refrained from showing it. Offending the fourth elder would only complicate his quest for jutsu. Fourth elder, might there be any alternative? Certainly. Each year, during the clan's grand tournament and upon completion of clan tasks, there is a possibility of earning access. Alternatively, one could venture to the Konoha Mission Hall to undertake a quest. Each year, the Hyuga clan holds a competition for its younger members, with rewards bestowed upon the victors. However, this year's contest is still some time away, leaving Mifei with no choice but to pursue missions. Upon arriving at the familial task allocation area, Mifei noted that while he typically retrieves assignments from the Konoha Mission Hall, there are indeed some tasks available within the clan. Perusing the mission list, he discovered that the foremost task was to recover the Byakugan. During the Third Shinobi World War, a member of the main family tragically lost a Byakugan to a mist ninja. This was the only Byakugan that had fallen into external possession, and the clan has long sought its return without success. The Byakugan holds immense significance for the Hyuga family, thus this mission was prioritized above all others. The remaining tasks predominantly involved managing the clan's assets, resolving disputes, or eliminating adversarial ninjas. Mifei noted that many members of the Uchiha clan were listed among the targets. These clan missions were long-standing and would prove quite challenging to complete. Mifei ultimately resolved to retrieve a mission from the Konoha Hall. Before doing so, however, he needed to attend the funeral of Hyuga Sui. As the son of the second elder and a high-ranking shinobi within the clan, Sui held considerable status. The funeral drew a large crowd. Mifei observed from a corner, refraining from approaching, as he feared that doing so might provoke Hyuga Nishida into a violent confrontation. Once the funeral concluded, an individual was designated to remove Sui's Byakugan. Upon the death of a branch family member, their Byakugan would be destroyed. Hence, the Byakugan of the main family was deemed even more precious. Even if the family chose not to retrieve it, others would inevitably claim it after burial. Following the extraction of Hyuga Sui's Byakugan, the fourth elder, accompanied by a disciple, took possession of the box containing the Byakugan. They needed to secure it in a concealed location. Mifei hurriedly trailed behind, curious as to where they would sequester the Byakugan. Exercising caution, he feared detection. Fortunately, they did not anticipate being followed, and thus did not employ their Byakugan. Otherwise, even with careful concealment, he would have been discovered. Following the fourth elder, Mifei arrived at the clandestine meeting room where Hyuga Sui had previously been slain. To his astonishment, the Byakugan was being stored there. He witnessed Hyuga Putian activate a mechanism on the wall, revealing a hidden chamber. Mifei retreated, waiting for Hyuga Putian and company to exit before re-entering the meeting room. Approaching the wall, he found its surface remarkably smooth, leaving him uncertain of where to press. Hesitant to act, he considered the possibility that the clan had set other traps. A misstep could prove disastrous. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Hyuga Putian and the others must have located the mechanism using their Byakugan, which likely allowed them to perceive things differently. Regrettably, he himself lacked a Byakugan. With a resigned sigh, Mifei turned and exited the meeting room. That evening, he called little Yu back for dinner. I have prepared braised fish for you today. Mifei set the dishes on the table. Thank you, father, little Yu exclaimed joyfully. For braised fish was among his favorite dishes. Mifei possesses the remarkable ability to prepare numerous dishes that do not exist in this world. His culinary skills greatly contributed to his success in winning over Xiaoxua back in the day. Now it is time to indulge. The two of them leisurely savor their dinner. After the meal, Mifei inquires about Xiaoyou's recent circumstances. How have your interactions with Miss Hinata and Niji been these past couple of days? He asks. They are pleasant to be around. Miss Hinata is very gentle and kind, unlike the other children from the main family. However, she is somewhat shy and does not speak much. Niji can be a bit proud and also prefers to keep to himself, yet his strength is truly impressive, Xiaoyu replies. Make sure to spend more time with them and strive to become friends. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the main family, and Niji is the most talented of his generation. Cultivating a good relationship with them would greatly benefit you, Mifei advises. Do you feel a sense of awakening? Mifei asks. Xiaoyu shakes her head. Mifei lets out a slight sigh. To obtain the Byakugan hidden within the secret chamber, one must activate the mechanism with the Byakugan itself. Since he does not possess the Byakugan, he can only rely on Xiaoyu, or alternatively, eliminate a member of the main family to extract their Byakugan. Following the death of Hinata's cousin, the family has tightened its protection over the main branch, making it increasingly difficult to find a moment of solitude. This matter requires careful contemplation and long-term planning. Chapter 6. Deceiving Kaiku. Where has Kakashi gone? In the early morning, Mifei and Xiaoyu engaged in their morning exercises, practicing the gentle fist and palm techniques of the Hyuga clan. Although lacking the Byakugan, they could still hone their foundational body techniques. Raise your hands a bit higher and maintain a steady motion, Mifei instructed. As Xiaoyu had no prior training, Mifei patiently guided her through each step. In addition to the palm techniques, Mifei also endeavored to help Xiaoyu refine her chakra. Typically, children from prominent families like the Hyugas would begin this process once they reached a certain level of maturity. Thus, Xiaoyu was somewhat tardy in her training. After their practice, the two returned to their quarters for breakfast. I will be stepping out today and may return quite late. You should spend the day with Niji and Hinata. If I am not back by evening, find a way to stay over at Niji's house, Mifei advised, concerned that with his absence, Nishida from the Hyuga clan might take action. Given Nishida's formidable strength, Xiaoyu would be safer in Niji's company, where she would have his protection. All right. Could you bring me some red rice dumplings when you return? Xiaoyu asked. Of course, Mifei replied with a smile. After leaving his clan, Mifei made his way towards the Konoha mission hall. As expected, he soon sensed someone trailing him. Without a doubt, it was an agent sent by Nishida. This old dog certainly had little patience. Mifei continued on his path nonchalantly, as the route to the mission hall was bustling with people, providing a cloak of safety from any potential ambush. Logically, he should have lured his pursuers into a secluded alley to confront them, but he refrained from doing so. After all, he was uncertain of their strength and numbers, making a counterattack perilous. He lacked the capacity to prevent their escape. Upon entering the mission hall, Mifei approached the task reception area. Hello, I would like to claim a mission, he stated. Name? Inquired the ninja responsible for task allocation. Hyuga Feiyu. Hyuga Feiyu? You have an unreported mission, thus you cannot claim another task. Mifei glanced at the records and realized he had yet to report on his last mission. It appeared that the members of his team had all perished at the hands of the Sand Shinobi, and Yuen had also failed to survive. Mifei felt no sorrow over this. They were merely an ad hoc team without any emotional bonds. He had no choice but to draft a mission report detailing the specifics of the task. Were it not for the recent surge in missions in Konoha, this situation would surely have warranted investigation, especially since he had returned to Konoha without reporting his mission. After submitting the mission report, Mifei prepared to select a new task. Here are the missions available for you. Please choose one, the responsible ninja said. Mifei examined the tasks and found them all to be of C rank. This was to be expected, as he was merely a chunin and was not qualified to undertake higher-level missions. However, to acquire ninjutsu above the C rank, one could not simply complete C rank tasks. Are there any missions that would grant me ninjutsu? Mifei inquired. Indeed, but they are all B rank or above, came the response. Mifei let out a faint sigh. Even if he had the audacity to undertake a mission, the responsible ninja would not assign him any tasks unless he could find another ninja to accompany him. However, most chunin already belonged to established ninja teams. and joining one would not yield any significant rewards. If you are not accepting a mission, please step aside. Others are waiting to take on tasks, he was told. Mifei stepped aside, yet he did not leave. He wished to wait and see if he could find someone to join him in completing a mission. One after another, many ninjas entered to submit or claim tasks, but Mifei was unfamiliar with them and could not partner with any. As a mere chunin, teaming up with Jonin would hardly grant him any substantial reward. Thus, he needed either to find acquaintances or the Navi. Outside, those tracking Mifei were waiting, unaware that he would linger in the mission hall. Suddenly, a green figure dashed into the hall with remarkable speed. Mifei turned to see a man with a watermelon-shaped head, bushy eyebrows, and clad in a tight green outfit. "Might Guy, your exuberance has blown open the scrolls," remarked the responsible ninja with exasperation. Apologies. I'm here to claim a mission," Guy replied, flashing a broad grin. As Mifei observed Might Guy, he realized that an opportunity had arisen. Guy was precisely the Navi individual he had been anticipating. While Guy had achieved the rank of Jonin, the term Navi referred to his lack of cunning. Mifei approached and patted Guy on the shoulder. "Oh, is there something you need?" Guy inquired. "You are Might Guy. I have heard Kakashi speak of you." "My name is Mifei," recognized by Kakashi as a worthy opponent. Mifei declared with a forced bravado. Upon hearing Mifei refer to himself as Kakashi's acknowledged rival, Guy's interest peaked. "Kakashi, it's been such a long time since I last saw him." During his youth, Guy had looked up to Kakashi as a goal, and now that he had become a Jonin, he felt closer to that aspiration. However, since Kakashi had joined the Umbu, their encounters had become infrequent. "I have always wanted to spar with Kakashi. Since you are recognized as his opponent, let us have a match," Guy proposed. "Perhaps another time." "I'm here to claim a mission today," Mifei replied, wishing to avoid a confrontation given their vast difference in prowess. In a bout of taijutsu, Mifei doubted he could last more than 3 exchanges, and lacking any ninjutsu training would only reveal his inadequacies. He needed to maintain the pretense of being Kakashi's adversary to persuade Guy to accompany him on a mission. "Please, fight with me. I beg you." Guy suddenly dropped to his knees. Mifei was taken aback by this unexpected display of earnestness. "Please, get up. I implore you to battle with me. I wish to gauge the difference between myself and Kakashi. I could fight you, but you must assist me with a favor." Guy sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Absolutely. Whatever you need, I am at your service." A subtle smile crept across Mifei's lips. He had succeeded. "It's quite simple. Accompany me on a mission, and after we complete it, I shall engage you in a match." "No problem," Guy responded enthusiastically. Kai flashed a bright smile at Mifei. With Kai, the elite shinobi by his side, Mifei effortlessly accepted a B-rank mission. Upon completion, he would acquire either a B-rank or 2 C-rank ninjutsu techniques. In truth, with Kai around, even an A-rank mission would pose no challenge. However, A-rank missions require scrutiny from the Hokage, and Mifei worried about being a burden to Kai. "What is our assignment?" Kai inquired. "A group of wandering ninjas has recently occupied the village of Kawa in the Land of Fire. The village chief has entrusted us with resolving this issue. The enemy numbers exceed 10, and their ranks and abilities remain unknown. All right, let us set forth and engage in a spirited battle," Kai exclaimed, darting towards the village. Mifei watched his retreating figure with a sigh, sensing that he had encountered a considerable predicament. "Wait up," Mifei called, but in the blink of an eye, Kai had vanished from sight. As Mifei pursued him, he contemplated the mission. So long as the rogue ninjas lacked an elite shinobi, the task would be relatively straightforward. He wondered about Kai's current strength and whether he could indeed defeat an elite shinobi. Minutes later, Mifei arrived at the gates of Konoha, where Kai awaited him. "Mifei, your speed is far too sluggish. It hardly embodies youth." Mifei ignored Kai and proceeded to register their departure at the checkpoint. All ninjas entering or leaving Konoha must be logged. The perimeter of Konoha is fortified with sensory barriers, alerting them to any intruding ninjas. "Very well. I shall take the lead and await you ahead." Before he could finish speaking, Kai bolted off like a rocket. "Kai, you're heading in the wrong direction," Mifei shouted urgently. After considerable effort, Mifei finally managed to keep Kai by his side. "Mifei, do you know where Kakashi is now?" Kai questioned. "He has become an Umbu ninja, undoubtedly engaged in a mission." "Umbu. I long to be an Umbu ninja as well," Kai expressed with fervor. The Umbu is a direct division of the Hokage, tasked with serving him. Joining the Umbu is a dream for many ninjas. But Mifei understood that the Umbu merely functions as the Hokage's private force, undertaking perilous and often unsavory tasks. Although Kai possessed commendable strength, Mifeng doubted that the Hokage would ever allow him to join the Umbu. He could vividly imagine Kai's antics during missions, bursting forth and shouting Konoha whirlwind, thereby exposing their identities. Furthermore, Kai struggled to remember the faces of inconsequential individuals, often forgetting the targets of their missions entirely. Chapter 7. Journeying with the Eight Gates Technique. Vanquishing the wandering ninjas several hours later, the two companions paused for a respite. However, Mifei displayed no signs of fatigue in the presence of Kai. While Mifei rested, he observed Kai performing one-handed push-ups. Mifei consumed a military rations pill and scrutinized the map. At their current pace, reaching their destination before dusk appeared somewhat daunting. Kai, shall we race and see who can reach Huashui village first? Absolutely. I'm fired up. Kai exclaimed with enthusiasm at the suggestion of a contest. On your marks, get set, go. As soon as Mifei's words fell, they both surged forward. Kai's speed was remarkable, propelling him ahead from the outset. Gathering chakra in his legs, Mifei accelerated to catch up. Traveling with chakra consumed it rapidly. But Mifei possessed an inexhaustible supply, allowing him to run indefinitely. With chakra enhancing his speed, Mifei soon drew level with Kai. Kai, surprised by Mifei's approach, felt invigorated. All right, I need to step up my game, he declared, quickening his pace to run alongside Mifei. Although he was prepared, Mifei was still taken aback by Kai's impressive velocity. While Mifei relied on chakra, Kai was purely depending on his natural speed. Mifei, if you keep using chakra, you'll exhaust it, Kai cautioned. No worries, my chakra is limitless, Mifei replied, unleashing a burst of chakra to elevate his speed once more. Watching Mifei surge ahead filled Kai with exhilaration. Truly a worthy rival acknowledged by Kakashi. I am also fired up. With a sudden surge, Kai activated the Eight Gates technique, leaping ahead of Mifei. Mifei gulped. After all, it was merely a race, yet Kai had resorted to the Eight Gates. Choosing not to further increase his speed, Mifei opted to conserve his energy, aware that overexertion could jeopardize their mission. In just half the expected time, Mifei and Kai arrived at Huashui village. How about that? I won, Kai exclaimed joyfully. Do you need a break? We mustn't encounter any issues during the mission, Mifei advised. Not at all. Let us proceed, Kai replied as they ventured into the village. Upon entering, Mifei noted that, at this hour, villagers would typically be preparing meals, with smoke curling from chimneys. Yet, the village was devoid of any signs of life. Just as Mifei intended to caution Kai to remain vigilant, Kai shouted out, "Is anyone here?" His voice echoed, startling not only the village but also the birds in the surrounding woods. Before long, 5 individuals emerged from the depths of the village, surrounding the two. Mifei had initially planned to infiltrate and assess the situation, but now they were compelled to confront the adversaries head-on. Drawing a kunai, Mifei gripped it firmly. I'll take the lead, he declared as Kai charged toward the ninjas. Leaf Hurricane. Kai executed a powerful kick, sending one ninja flying, before engaging in combat with the others. Amidst the melee, one ninja slammed his palm onto the ground, causing the earth to collapse, revealing a vast chasm beneath. Kai attempted to leap away when suddenly a shuriken was hurled toward him from above. In order to evade the shuriken, he lost his footing and plummeted into the pit below. At that moment, Mifei threw a shuriken tied with a thread, which Kai grasped and pulled, successfully vaulting out of the pit. Are you all right? Mifei inquired. I'm fine, but I never expected they would turn on their own, Kai replied. Below the pit stood numerous sharp bamboo stakes, impaling those who had fallen. So the leaf ninjas have truly arrived, 6 men approached. The one in the center adorned with a headband marked by the Mist Village insignia, albeit with a slash across it, indicating his status as a rogue ninja. The mission had only mentioned wandering ninjas, not rogue ones. Rogue ninjas and wandering ninjas represent entirely different tiers, while the former can be dispatched without hesitation. The latter pose a significant challenge due to their professional training from the ninja villages. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Subo Kaike, formerly of the Mist Village, the leading man proclaimed. Why have you taken over the village? Mifei pressed. Is that even a question? We are simply seeking a place to thrive, Kaike responded. He had initially anticipated facing only a team of chunin, but was surprised to find an elite jonin among them. Can you handle that rogue ninja? Mifei asked Kai. No problem, Kai responded, giving a thumbs up and displaying a broad smile. With Kai taking on the rogue ninja, Mifei felt confident he could manage the others. Let us all attack and eliminate them, Kaike commanded, and the 6 swiftly charged forward. Kai confronted Kaike while Mifei engaged the remaining 5. These 5 were wandering ninjas. consisting of 2 chunin and 3 jinin of mediocre strength. After dodging a pair of shuriken, Mifei closed in, wielding his shuriken to slice through one ninja's throat. One down. The remaining 4, witnessing this, rushed toward him. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, air palm. A powerful surge of chakra erupted, sending the 4 flying. Although Mifei lacked the Byakugan to precisely target their chakra points, his abundant chakra allowed him to use a chakra shockwave to defeat his foes. The 4 wondering ninjas, surprised that they could not overpower Mifei collectively, prepared to flee. However, Mifei would not grant them such an opportunity. He dashed forward, using the blade of death to sever one man's head. Then, he recognized a few shuriken embedded in the legs of 3 ninjas, immobilizing them. Finally, Mifei dispatched each of them with a sword strike. "I'll take care of this," Kai shouted, delivering a kick that sent Kaike crashing against a rock. At this point, Kaike was thoroughly beaten, leaving Mifei feeling a twinge of sympathy. Mifei approached and delivered a finishing blow to Kaike. He then crouched down, searching Kaike's person, knowing that as a jonin, he would possess valuable items. Indeed, Mifei discovered several scrolls hidden on him. Among the scrolls, several contained trivial contents. Yet 2 astonishingly recorded ninjutsu techniques. These techniques, both of C rank, were water release, water clone technique, and water release, water prison technique. Mifei felt elated, as he had not anticipated such unexpected gains from this mission. He was beginning to develop a fondness for the grisly task of corpse examination. "Kai, do you require any ninjutsu?" Mifei inquired. Although he knew Kai would not pursue ninjutsu, he still posed the question, for they had obtained them together. "No, I shall not learn ninjutsu," Kai replied, dedicating all his focus to taijutsu, which had led to his remarkable prowess. After vanquishing the wandering ninja, the 2 liberated the villagers. Mifei observed that the villagers bore various injuries and appeared emaciated. Even after their rescue, the terror in their eyes was palpable. Witnessing the plight of the villagers, Mifei felt an overwhelming urge to inflict more harm upon their captors. He understood that the world of ninjas was a harsh one, where lack of strength meant a life of suffering. The villagers wished for the 2 to remain as a gesture of gratitude, but Mifei promptly declined. The mission had been accomplished, and lingering would only invite further complications. Mifei and Kai set forth on their journey back to Konoha. "Mifei, let us engage in a spirited battle," Kai exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I am somewhat fatigued from the recent skirmish. Let us wait until I recuperate." Mifei quickly fabricated an excuse. "Very well, I shall await your recovery." As night had fallen and after their arduous encounter, the 2 found a suitable place to rest temporarily. They took turns keeping watch, each sleeping for 3 hours. Mifei kept watch during the first half of the night, as he was anticipating someone. After a while, Mifei rose and made his way towards the nearby thicket. Upon reaching a tree, he prepared to relieve himself. Suddenly, a multitude of shurikens flew towards him. Mifei swiftly drew his own shuriken to defend himself. However, amidst the barrage of shurikens, there were also explosive tags. Mifei's body was engulfed by the ensuing explosion. Chapter 8. Slaying the Hyuga Shinobi. Once again facing death as the explosion subsided, the concealed ninja observed that Mifei's body had suddenly diminished in size, leaving a puddle on the ground. A water clone. The hidden ninjas instantly grasped the situation. Unfortunately, their positions had already been revealed. Mifei had deliberately allowed the water clone to depart, intending to provoke the hidden adversaries into action. Their disdain for Mifei, the so-called son-in-law, had blinded them to the necessity of scrutinizing their surroundings with Byakugan. Leaf Whirlwind. Kai propelled one of the ninjas out of the fray. Mifei hurled a kunai at a tree, compelling the ninja hiding behind it to reveal themselves. How generous of them to dispatch 2 jonin at once. Jonin are indeed rare, even within the esteemed Hyuga clan. Nishida's decision to send 2 jonin to eliminate Mifei demonstrated the depths of his animosity towards him. Mifei recognized these 2 jonin as members of the branch family, specifically the second elder S lineage. He recalled their names, Hyuga Makoto and Hyuga Kazu. "You hold off, Mike Guy. I shall deal with Hyuga Mifei," declared Hyuga Makoto, charging towards Mifei without hesitation. 8 trigrams, empty palm. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Mifei and Hyuga Makoto unleashed their techniques simultaneously, their chakra colliding in an even contest. "How is this possible?" Hyuga Makoto exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom how Mifei, a mere middle-tier shinobi, could withstand his assault. "Let us see how you fare against this." He advanced, preparing for close combat. Mifei unsheathed the blade of death, swinging it toward Hyuga Makoto. Makoto effortlessly intercepted the blade with his palm. So it is this sword. You used it to strike down Lord Shui, he recognized. Now that you've uncovered my secret, returning is not an option, Mifei retorted, relentlessly attacking with the blade of death. However, under the scrutiny of Byakugan, Mifei's every move was anticipated, and Hyuga Makoto countered each strike with ease. With one hand, Makoto caught Mifei's blade, while his other hand struck Mifei's body with tremendous force, sending him flying. Mifei landed on the ground, unable to move, under the gaze of those Byakugan eyes. His every action was laid bare. He was simply outmatched. Meanwhile, Kai found himself restrained by the gentle fist technique, unable to break free. Hyuga Makoto approached Mifei, saying, Hyuga Mifei, as a branch family member, I empathize with your plight. Yet, you should not have slain Lord Shui. Those of us in the branch family are powerless to resist. In your next life, do not be a son-in-law. With that, Hyuga Makoto aimed a palm strike at Mifei's head. Mifei unleashed all his chakra, breaking free from the confinement, and thrust the blade into Hyuga Makoto's chest. However, Makoto's powerful palm strike also connected with Mifei's head at that moment. Blood spurted forth as Mifei collapsed to the ground. Seeing Mifei fall, Kai's fury surged, and his chakra erupted. Eighth gate, the open gate of life. A vibrant green energy emanated from Kai's being. He rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick to Hinata's clone. Although Hinata could see through Kai's movements, his reflexes failed him, and his attention was diverted by the real Hinata, leaving him unable to block the attack. Kai slid across the ground, flipping over to send Hinata's clone soaring into the air. Then, Kai's figure flickered continuously, striking the real Hinata from various angles. Lilianhua. Kai unleashed a full-force punch that sent Hinata crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Breathless, Kai landed, gasping for air. It had been ages since he had employed such a technique. Mifei. Kai rushed over to check on Mifei's condition, only to discover that Mifei had perished. Mifei, how could you be dead? Kai cried out in despair. He had come to regard Mifei as a friend, never expecting his demise to come so swiftly. Mifei, wake up. Kai shook Mifei's body incessantly. Cough, cough, stop shaking me, or I really will die. Mifei's eyes fluttered open. You scared me. I thought you were truly gone. Indeed, Mifei had just been dead. After all, who could survive a blow to the head? After 100 seconds, Mifei resurrected. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have revived and gained the ability of invisibility. The next revival time is 1,000 seconds. 16 or 17 minutes. It seems I must not take death lightly in the future. The ability of invisibility is indeed quite advantageous. Many intriguing possibilities await. What about Hinata's clone? The one I fought. He was struck by Lilianhua. Although he hasn't died, he is paralyzed. I'll go take a look. Mifei stood up and approached Hinata's clone. Noticing that his eyes were still open, Hinata's forehead protector had been knocked off, revealing the mark of the caged bird. We are all from the branch family. Why must we harm each other? Hinata's clone glared at Mifei with fierce hatred, wishing to devour him whole. If you seek death, then I cannot be held accountable. Mifei plunged a blade into Hinata's chest, ending his life. Upon death, the caged bird seal activated, destroying Hinata's Byakugan. Alas, they were not of the main family, otherwise Mifei could have obtained 2 pairs of Byakugan. Sai, we are of the same clan. I shall take you back. Mifei used a storage scroll to encase the body, intending to return it to Hinata Nishida. Kai, today's events are not your concern, so if anyone asks, just say you know nothing. Mifei understood that convincing Kai to lie would be challenging, but he wished to shield him from the conflict. Kai nodded, recognizing that the affairs of the clan were best left untouched. Yet, he was curious as to why the Hinata clan would send 2 jonin to eliminate Mifei. I need to rest for a while. I shall leave the watch to you, Mifei said. No problem, I've got it covered. At dawn the next day, Kai awoke to Mifei's antics as he performed handstand push-ups. Hey, Mifei, you're awake. Come fight with me. Miffy suddenly retched. Where does Kai find such boundless energy? A cough escaped Miffy's lips. What troubles you? Kai inquired. I sustained an injury during yesterday's battle, hence we must postpone our confrontation, Miffy replied. With a sigh, Kai conceded. Very well, let us resume once you have recuperated. Miffy gazed at the earnest Kai, feeling a pang of guilt for deceiving him. Yet, his current strength rendered him incapable of even a modicum of resistance. Allow me to prepare breakfast for you, Miffy offered. He produced a storage scroll and retrieved pots and pans, subsequently extracting noodles and other ingredients from another scroll. Storage scrolls are exceedingly precious, but for Miffy, a culinary enthusiast, they are well worth the investment. Whenever he had the opportunity during missions, he would seize the chance to cook. After cleansing the utensils and ingredients, Miffy ignited a flame to boil the noodles. He added fresh water, and once it reached a boil, he introduced eggs and bacon, followed by the noodles. Just before they reached perfection, he incorporated greens and seasonings. In no time, a steaming pot of vegetable, bacon, and egg noodles was ready. "Come, taste this," Miffy urged as he served a bowl to Kai. "Thank you ever so much," Kai responded, accepting the noodles. "I shall begin," with a blow to cool the broth. He took a hearty bite. "Delicious," he exclaimed, quickly devouring the entire bowl. "May I have another?" Kai inquired eagerly. "Of course, help yourself," Miffy replied. "I shall not hold back." Seeing Kai's enjoyment brought Miffy immense joy. Fortunately, he had prepared a sufficient quantity. Otherwise, there might not have been enough to satisfy Kai's appetite. After tidying up the dining ware, the two friends made their way back to Konoha. Chapter 9. Hinata's Abduction. The sorrowful clan before nightfall. Mifei and Kai returned to Konoha. As they completed their registration, Mifei noticed an imposing line of figures approaching. The symbols emblazoned on their forehead protectors indicated they were from the hidden Cloud Village. "What brings the Cloud Ninjas to Konoha?" Mifei inquired. "The war is nearing its end. They have come for negotiations," replied the guard stationed at the gate. "Negotiations?" Mifei gazed at the formidable Cloud Ninjas, sensing that this dialogue would not unfold smoothly. During the tumult of the Ninetales incident, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, tragically perished, severely crippling Konoha's combat capabilities. Other great nations seized this opportunity to wage war, with the hidden Cloud Village taking a leading role. Although Konoha boasts a rich heritage, its new generation lacks formidable warriors, rendering it a shadow of its former self. Reluctantly, both sides were compelled to engage in negotiations. This time, it appeared that Konoha was at a disadvantage, and thus would have to pay a considerable price. The arrival of the Cloud Ninjas signified that Hayashi's life was in peril. Observing the incoming delegation, Mifei began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Hayashi's demise was inextricably linked to these negotiations. "Mifei, let us proceed to submit our mission," Kai urged. Mifei turned and departed with Kai to the mission hall to submit their mission report. Upon confirmation of their task, Mifei would be eligible to receive ninjutsu. "What ninjutsu do you require?" "I can assist you with the application," offered the responsible ninja. After perusing the catalog, Mifei opted for the fire style, fireball jutsu, and wind style. Great breakthrough, both classified as C-rank techniques. As for Kai, Mifei initially intended to offer him some money as compensation, but Kai declined the offer. "Once you have rested, let us spar," Kai said with a smile. "Of course." Mifei replied affirmatively. "Very well, I shall process your application. You may collect the scrolls tomorrow," the responsible ninja stated. "Thank you." Mifei and Kai acknowledged as they exited the mission hall and parted ways. Mifei hurried home, determined to prevent Hayashi's imminent death. Just as he reached the doorstep, he suddenly remembered he needed to buy red rice dumplings for Xiaoyu, and thus turned back onto the street. As he passed an electronics shop, a thought struck him, prompting him to step inside. After purchasing the red rice dumplings, Mifei returned home. He made his way directly to the courtyard, where he found Xiaoyu, Hinata, and Niji practicing their punches under Hayashi's watchful eye. "Xiaoyu, father!" Xiaoyu exclaimed, rushing towards him. "You're back," she said joyfully. "Here are the red rice dumplings you requested. May I share some with Niji?" Xiaoyu asked. "Of course, go ahead." Mifei felt a swell of pride at her willingness to share. Xiaoyu dashed over, presenting the dumplings to Hinata and Niji to enjoy together. Mifei approached Hayashi and said, "Thank you for your guidance over the past few days." "It was no trouble at all," Hayashi replied. "Xiaoyu shows great potential. He should continue to train diligently." "I appreciate your support, Lord Hyuga." "Xiaoyu, it is time for us to return home." "All right." Xiaoyu agreed as Mifei led her back home. In the evening, Mifei stealthily placed the bodies of Hinata Makoto and Hinata Taka in Nishida's courtyard. Although Nishida was aware that Mifei was responsible for their deaths, he lacked the evidence to prove it. Furthermore, this matter could not be disclosed, as the two had been sent by him to eliminate Mifei. The deliberate murder of clan members, leading to the demise of two jonin, would result in severe repercussions for him. Thus, Nishida had no choice but to conceal the incident. This turn of events infuriated Nishida, and upon observing the wounds on Hinata Makoto's body, he became increasingly convinced that Mifei had indeed killed Hinata Sui. His desire to eliminate Mifei grew ever stronger. In the following days, Mifei not only guarded against Nishida's retaliation but also remained vigilant regarding the situation with the Cloud Village ninja. After the Cloud Envoy entered the village, negotiations with Konoha commenced. However, the discussions proved to be challenging as this war had seemingly left no clear victors. The Cloud sought reparations from Konoha, which was naturally reluctant, leading to a protracted tug-of-war in negotiations. Ultimately, both sides made concessions and signed a peace treaty. The ratification of this agreement promised over a decade of peace in the shinobi world. Upon hearing the news of the treaty's completion, Mifei realized that the Cloud would soon target the Hyuga clan. Konoha's two major bloodline limits, the Sharingan and the Byakugan, were coveted by many ninja. The Byakugan had been well guarded by the Hyuga clan, with only one eye lost over the years. In contrast, the Sharingan had seen more losses, yet few could withstand its burdens. Even Kakashi, the prodigy of Konoha, struggled significantly with just one implanted eye, let alone others. Thus, the Cloud set its sights on the main branch of the Hyuga clan, for the shinobi villages. Acquiring the Byakugan meant not only gaining a pair of eyes, but also understanding its weaknesses and methods to counter its abilities. It is worth noting that in previous wars, other villages had suffered considerable losses due to Konoha's Byakugan. With the Byakugan in play, traps set were rendered nearly ineffective. On the night of the treaty's signing, a figure clad in black stealthily infiltrated the residence of the Hyuga clan. His objective was none other than the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family, Hinata Hyuga. However, unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. The black-clad intruder swiftly navigated through the courtyard and eventually located Hinata's chamber. No one anticipated that someone would dare to lay hands on the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Thus, the intruder easily succeeded in his endeavor. He employed a sedative to render Hinata Hyuga unconscious and swiftly carried her away. "Who goes there?" a voice suddenly called out. The intruder realized he had been exposed and, disregarding everything, fled toward the exit. Hearing the commotion from a nearby room, Hinata Hizashi quickly pursued the black-clad figure. Just as the intruder was about to escape the confines of the Hyuga estate, several shurikens flew toward him. The intruder immediately leaped aside to evade them. However, in that fleeting moment, Hinata Hizashi arrived at the scene. "Put my daughter down," Hizashi shouted in fury. The audacity of someone daring to target the Hyuga clan was nothing short of a death wish. Upon encountering Hinata Hizashi, the cloaked figure realized the gravity of the situation. Hizashi, a seasoned jonin with years of experience, was not to be underestimated. The cloaked figure detonated a smoke bomb and attempted to flee beyond the walls. However, how could mere smoke obscure the vision of the Byakugan? 8 trigrams air palm. Hizashi activated his Byakugan and delivered a swift strike to the cloaked figure, incapacitating him by targeting his chakra points. Hizashi rushed forward and swiftly dispatched the cloaked figure. As the assailant fell to the ground, Hizashi lifted Hinata into his arms. At that moment, other members of the Hyuga clan arrived. "Head of the family, what has transpired?" one clan member inquired. "He attempted to abduct Hinata, and I eliminated him," Hizashi replied. The clan member then removed the mask of the fallen figure, revealing a face that shocked Hizashi. This individual was someone he had encountered at the negotiation meeting. A member of the Cloud Village delegation, and of no insignificant rank. A sense of foreboding washed over Hizashi. The act of killing a Cloud Village envoy was no trivial matter. If he were the only one aware of the incident, he could have concealed the evidence and denied it. However, with so many Hyuga clan members witnessing the event, concealment was no longer an option. "Take the young lady back to her quarters," Hizashi instructed. After arranging this, he promptly took the body of the Cloud Ninja to consult with the third Hokage. For many, this would mark yet another sleepless night. Mifune returned to his room and found Xiaoyu standing at the door. "Father, where have you been?" she asked. "There has been an incident in the clan, and I went to investigate," he replied. "Whatever you plan to do, please be cautious," Xiaoyu urged. Mifune nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that for Xiaoyu's sake, he must take care of himself. The following day, the Cloud Village delegation learned of the death of their member. Of course, they had already been informed of this development. The Cloud delegation adamantly denied any involvement in the attempted abduction of the Hyuga heiress and, in turn, blamed Konoha for the death of their envoy. Although Konoha was infuriated by the situation, they possessed no evidence. Yet, the death of the Cloud Ninja was an undeniable fact. Using this incident as leverage, the Cloud demanded that Konoha surrender the perpetrator, threatening to dissolve the peace treaty otherwise. Failing to acquire the Byakugan, they shifted their focus to Hizashi, knowing that even a corpse would grant them access to the coveted eyes. Konoha understood that this was a deliberate provocation by the cloud. Yet they could not bear the cost of renewed conflict. Thus, Konoha chose to compromise. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived at the Hyuga residence to discuss the matter of surrendering the assailant with Hisashi. In the conference room, the third Hokage gathered with members of the main branch of the Hyuga clan and Hisashi himself. I apologize, Hisashi. The Cloud delegation does not acknowledge their involvement in Hinata's abduction. They are using the death of their member to coerce us into handing over the perpetrator, threatening to dissolve the peace treaty otherwise. You know as well as I do that we have fought hard to attain this peace, and Konoha cannot withstand another war at this juncture. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. The sunlit day revealed the reality of the situation. For the sake of peace, Hiruzen felt compelled to sacrifice him. To Konoha, he was merely a trivial existence. Such was the inevitability of the matter. If a single life could save the entire village, then let it be my own. Wait a moment, Hiruzen, interjected the elder Hyuga Hinata. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is the village's greatest asset. Guarding it is our family's solemn duty. However, should my life alone incite a war upon the village? I understand this, which is precisely why we must have the branch family. We will present the body of Hisashi as your substitute. Hisashi has already consented to this, replied Hinata. Mifune observed this scene with a sense of melancholy for the clan. They would rather endure injustice than oppose the village. To protect their eyes, they would willingly sacrifice their lives. This is why, despite being a bloodline clan, the Hyuga family cannot compare to the Uchiha. Indeed, Mifune felt a deeper sorrow for Konoha. It was absurd that the death of an ordinary ninja from Kumogakure necessitated the life of a clan leader. If Konoha were merely a small ninja village, it might be understandable, but Konoha stands at the same level as Kumogakure, making this entirely unreasonable. It could only be lamented that with the departure of the fourth Hokage and the legendary Sannin, Konoha had been left with a mere assembly of elders, devoid of vigor. Konoha had decayed. Yet, Kumogakure sought the Byakugan. With Hisashi's death, the eyes would be destroyed, making their agreement impossible. Indeed, but Kumogakure desires your corpse, to be replaced by Hisashi, who bears your likeness. Upon discovery, they would have no grounds for complaint, he noted. However, Hisashi was, after all, Hiruzen's fraternal twin, and Hiruzen felt a twinge of reluctance. Hiruzen, this is your moment of trial. To safeguard the Hyuga clan's bloodline, even a brother must be forsaken. Hiruzen's heart struggled with turmoil. Today's events were extraordinary. Such a decision could not be made lightly, Hiruzen declared. Mifune observed Hiruzen, relieved that he had not succumbed to the same fate as the other members of the main family. Thus, there remained hope for the Hyuga clan. Brother, Hisashi lunged forward, thrusting his palm into Hiruzen's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. Let me go? Why must you go to your death for the main family? You still have Niji. He is so young, Hiruzen implored. It is not as you think. I have harbored resentment for the main family, and still do. Yet, because of this, I do not see you as merely a member of the main family, but as my brother, whom I wish to protect with my life. Though I hope you will tell Niji that I did not die to safeguard the main family, but rather by my own volition, choosing to die in defense of my brothers, my family, and the village. Brother, if only once, let me choose freely. Hiruzen looked up at Hisashi, realizing he had never truly understood his brother. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of helplessness, an inability to protect his kin. What a lively scene, Mifune remarked as he stepped forward. The individuals present were profoundly astonished. Even Sarutobi Hisashi failed to sense Mifei's presence. How could such a significant matter not prompt the attendance of everyone? It serves to illustrate the selfishness of the clan. Mifei cast a cold gaze at the members of the clan. Hinata Mifei, what are you doing here? Hinata Nishida exclaimed. Why should I not be here? This concerns the head of our branch. We too have a stake in this matter. Otherwise, if the head were to be led astray by you, who would even know what transpired? Mifei responded without hesitation. You, Hinata Mifei, are you inciting rebellion? Nishida shouted. Rebellion? What a preposterous accusation from the second elder. I am merely here to rescue the head of the family, ensuring he is not sacrificed as a scapegoat. Sarutobi Hisashi furrowed his brow, sensing Mifei's words were directed at him, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate his feelings. Chapter 10. The evidence that changes everything. The privileges of a great family. Mifei, it is time to return. This decision has already been settled within the family. There is no altering it, spoke Rija. Who says it cannot be changed? All we need is proof that the Yunin people abducted the young lady, Mi Fei retorted. You speak so lightly. Yet can you produce any evidence? If not, then you might as well perish with it, replied Shi Tian. Elder, why must you be so furious? Evidence? Is this not it? Mi Fei declared as he tossed a handful of photographs into the hands of those present. This is the proof of the Yunin ninjas abducting Miss Hinata, Mi Fei proclaimed with pride. Previously, when Mi Fei purchased the red rice balls, he also acquired a camera. On the night the Yunin ninjas arrived, he used his invisibility ability to follow them discreetly, capturing images from the moment they entered the courtyard, reached Hinata's room, and carried her away, culminating in the moment they were slain by Riji. Mi Fei's motivations were twofold, not only to rescue Rija, but also to expose the true nature of the Konoha and Hyuga clans while delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Moreover, he seemed to have gained some unexpected rewards. With these photographs, the Yunin would no longer dare to demand the perpetrator's surrender. In fact, they could be extorted instead. Do you not agree, Third Hokage? The third Hokage instinctively nodded. The situation had entirely reversed. If Yunin still refuses to acknowledge this, I shall plaster these photographs all over Konoha, ensuring everyone knows just how shameless they are. Well then, the matter is settled. I shall take my leave. Mi Fei turned and exited the conference hall, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. Sarutobi Hizashi understood that Mi Fei's final remark served as a warning. He realized that Mi Fei was no ordinary individual. Once outside the hall, Mi Fei exhaled deeply. Amidst so many cunning old foxes, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, the matter seemed to have reached a satisfactory conclusion. The death of Hyuga Rija was the first significant change Mi Fei had instigated since arriving in this world, and he pondered the potential butterfly effect that might ensue. However, saving Rija was imperative, not only as a repayment of gratitude, but also as preparation for the plans ahead. Without Rija, life for their branch family would become even more arduous. Sarutobi Hizashi departed from the Hyuga household with the photographs in hand. The subsequent course of action was straightforward: confront Yunin directly while demanding compensation. The pitiful Yunin, who had just reveled in the prospect of acquiring the Byakugan, now found themselves contemplating how to make reparations. After addressing the situation with Yunin, Sarutobi Hizashi ordered an investigation into Mi Fei. However, the findings revealed that Mi Fei had merely been an ordinary son-in-law until he joined the Ziyuan squad, upon returning from which he appeared to have undergone a transformation. Sarutobi Hizashi concluded that something must have transpired during that mission. Yet, all members of the squad had perished, leaving only Mi Fei, complicating the investigation. That night, Riji and Rija sought out Mi Fei. Mi Fei, I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance. Without you, I would have perished, Rija said earnestly. You have aided me greatly. There is no need for thanks, Mi Fei replied. Whether as the head of the household or as the younger brother of Hizashi, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance, Hizashi remarked. Mi Fei graciously accepted Hizashi's thanks, for he truly deserved it. Head of the household, there is a matter I wish to seek your help with. As you know, I have some misunderstandings with the second elder, so, at this juncture, Hizashi instinctively understood. Rest assured, I shall have a thorough discussion with Nishida regarding this matter. Thank you, head of the household. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The incident remained largely unknown, as the Hyuga clan still yearned for a life akin to the sun. After Hizashi cautioned Nishida, Mi Fei and Xiao Yu's lives were no longer disturbed. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the year 56 of Konoha. Numerous events transpired over the past 2 years. Xiao Yu successfully awakened his eyes, and the Hyuga family welcomed a new little princess, Hinata Hanabi. Sarutobi Hizashi became a grandfather to Konohamaru. The prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui, met his untimely demise, which brought a brief period of joy to the Hyuga clan. One morning, after half an hour of practicing Steel Fist, Mi Fei sat down to rest. He found that Steel Fist suited him far better than Gentle Fist. System, open the information panel. A page materialized before Mi Fei. Name, Mi Fei. Age, 26. Chakra, Jonin Taijutsu, Jonin Ninjutsu, Chunin Jinjutsu. Ordinary overall strength, Jonin abilities, infinite chakra mode, chakra attribute alteration, invisibility, contract, duplication. Indeed, Mi Fei's prowess had ascended to that of a Jonin. Over the past 2 years, aside from his daily training, he frequently undertook missions alongside Guy. During their escapades, he inadvertently and deliberately met his demise twice, acquiring 2 distinct powers. The duration before his next resurrection extended to 100,000 seconds, equating to just over a day. "Father, dinner is ready," Xiaoyu announced, returning from the market with breakfast. Over these 2 years, Xiaoyu had undergone significant changes after beginning to refine his chakra. He grew taller and became more dashing, inheriting the best traits of both Mi Fei and Xiao Shui. Numerous suitors from the clan sought his hand in marriage, yet Mi Fei declined them all. Whom Xiaoyu chooses to be with in the future rests solely on his own decision. Mi Fei sensed a budding connection between Xiaoyu and Hinata. Perhaps it would lead to something promising. Previously, when Hinata was bullied by other children in the snow, Xiaoyu bravely intervened and chased them away. Mi Fei held a favorable view of this potential union. Both Xiaoyu and Hinata possessed pure eyes. It was conceivable they might one day bear a child with the Byakugan. Of course, it was premature to ponder such matters now. "Father, Niji just asked me if I want to attend ninja school this year," Xiaoyu suddenly remarked. Mi Fei recalled that Xiaoyu had indeed reached the age to begin his schooling. "What do you think?" Mi Fei inquired. "I believe going to school would be wonderful. Many powerful ninjas emerge from such institutions. Then let us proceed." "All right." Upon hearing Mi Fei's consent, Xiaoyu beamed with joy. Ninja school, Mi Fei mused, contemplating whether he should take on the role of a teacher there. Recently, he found himself with little to occupy his time, and becoming a teacher at the academy seemed a splendid option. Moreover, it was high time for Mi Fei to engage with the young ninjas of Konoha, particularly Naruto. The school would provide the most convenient opportunity for such an approach. Without hesitation, Mi Fei sought out Uchiha and requested his assistance in inquiring whether the Ninja Academy was hiring teachers. "This is straightforward," Uchiha replied. "You simply need to prepare a document, and then the clan head will write a letter of recommendation, with the endorsement of the Hyuga clan. Securing a teaching position should be a breeze." "Thank you for your help," Mi Fei expressed with delight, as he experienced the benefits of being part of a prominent family for the first time. Indeed, just days later, Mi Fei received an official offer to become a teacher at the ninja school. Following the instructions in the offer letter, he proceeded to report to the principal's office. The principal, Tan Ziyu, was a retired jonin who had sustained injuries during the Second Great Ninja War. After serving as a teacher for several years, he had ascended to the role of principal. "Knock, knock. Please enter." Mi Fei stepped into the office. "Good day, principal. I am Hyuga Mi Fei, here to report for duty." He presented the offer letter. "Ah, referred by the Hyuga clan. Very well. As per the regulations, you will first serve as a teaching assistant for a year before officially becoming a class teacher." "Principal, I believe I can assume the role of class teacher directly. My teaching abilities are quite robust, and I assure you that my class will rank first in the grade," Mi Fei asserted confidently. "And what if you do not achieve that rank?" Tan Ziyu inquired. "In that case, I will gladly accept any task you assign me, even cleaning the toilets," Mi Fei responded. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Ziyu acquiesced. "Very well, I hope you uphold your promise." Tan Ziyu had little choice. There were far too few ninjas willing to teach at the school. Even those who were willing were often weak chunin, lacking the requisite abilities. Mi Fei's credentials were impressive. Although he was merely a jonin, he had completed 3 A-rank missions and 20 B-rank missions, rivaling some of the more seasoned jonin. "Principal, I have one more small request. I would like to have a few children join my class," Mi Fei stated. "This may prove difficult, as student class assignments follow specific criteria, and I cannot simply assign them to you. While children from commoner backgrounds can attend the Ninja Academy, just like those from prominent families, their class placements differ. The elite and talented children are grouped together and taught by the best instructors. Principal, I understand that I may not be able to teach the most exceptional students, but to achieve first place, securing a few children should be feasible, correct?" Tan Ziyu pondered for a moment before asking, "Which students do you have in mind? Considering that enrollment has yet to commence? Rest assured, they are not particularly extraordinary children. We can discuss it further once the enrollment begins." "Very well. Return in a few days. Additionally, please visit the academic office to collect teaching materials. If all is in order, you may sign the contract." Mi Fei reviewed the teaching contract. Aside from a slightly lower remuneration, everything appeared satisfactory. Finding no issues, he affixed his signature. "Principal, I shall take my leave for now." As Mi Fei approached the doorway, she encountered a ninja. A horizontal scar adorned his nose. Without further contemplation, Mi Fei retrieved the documents from the academic office and departed from the school. Chapter 11. The Ninja Academy Teacher. Setting an example today marks the commencement of enrollment at the Ninja Academy. Early in the morning, Mi Fei accompanied Xiaoyu to the school. Hinata Hizashi was also present, leading Niji and accompanying them. Niji, ensure you get along well with Xiaoyu and support one another, Hizashi advised. Understood, father. Mifeng reassured, rest assured, Lord Hizashi. I intend to transfer Xiaoyu and Niji to my class. I will guide them diligently. That is splendid. With you overseeing them, I can be at ease. Both Xiaoyu and Niji felt elated. They had initially been anxious about who their teacher would be, but upon learning it was Mifeng, their spirits lifted. Upon arriving at the school, they discovered a considerable gathering of individuals. It was unexpected that so many had arrived so early. Hey, you lot. Line up properly and do not cause any disorder. Several individuals wearing police armbands approached to maintain order. These individuals belonged to the Uchiha clan. Konoha had entrusted the Uchiha with daily law enforcement duties, ostensibly granting them authority, yet it effectively fostered a sense of alienation among the villagers towards the Uchiha. Over the years, the divide between the Uchiha and Konoha had widened, seemingly on the verge of eruption. Soon, the enrollment process commenced. It merely required filling out forms and making a payment. The number of eligible children was limited, and given the varying talents among them, no testing procedures were implemented. During their time at the Ninja Academy, the children's abilities would gradually manifest. After the enrollment period concluded, Mifeng returned to the office. Principal, has the student list been compiled? Here, take a look. Mifeng received the list and noted that there were over 80 children, to be divided into 3 classes. At the forefront of the list were children from prominent clans: Hyuga, Uchiha, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, Sarutobi, and Nara. These children were all to be placed in the same class. Principal, please assign these children to my class. Mifeng pointed out 4 names on the list: Niji Hyuga, Xiaoyu Hyuga, Tintin, and Rock Lee. Just these 4? Indeed. I must have these 4. The others are of lesser importance. Very well. Come for a meeting the day before school starts. Thank you, Principal. The presence of other students was inconsequential to Mifeng, yet he would not let the trio of talented students slip away. In the lead-up to the commencement of classes, Mifeng thoroughly reviewed the curriculum. During the 6 years at the Ninja Academy, students would need to study 7 subjects: transformation techniques, ninja tool usage, practical combat, combat theory, ninja history, ninja common sense, and the will of fire. The content varied by grade, and student performance would be assessed through examinations. Mifeng had previously encountered this material during his time at the Ninja Academy, but in the context of missions, its practical application was limited. In an era of war, strength was the ultimate determinant of success. On the eve of the new term, Mifeng attended a meeting at the school. The conference room was filled with many teachers, representing every grade level. After an extensive discourse filled with superfluous remarks, the discussion finally transitioned to the most crucial segment. Watanabe spoke to the assembly, announcing, "The first-year newcomers will be overseen by Sarutobi Zai, Yamamoto Keru, and Hinata Mifune. Here is the roster for each class." Mifune received the list for his class, which comprised the second-grade students, representing the intermediate tier. Sarutobi Zai would instruct the first class, while Yamamoto Keru would take charge of the second class. Upon reviewing the roster, Mifune noted the absence of any offspring from prominent clans. The students primarily hailed from lesser families or were descendants of ninjas. However, the 4 individuals he sought were indeed present, which sufficed for his purposes. He hoped that each instructor would adeptly nurture their students, enabling him to witness their performance during examinations. The disparity was evident as the children from esteemed families commenced their training at a tender age, whereas many from humble backgrounds were entirely unversed in the art, creating a significant gap. Mifune aspired for the second class to surpass the first. Mere diligence would not suffice. It necessitated a distinctive approach to education. Mifune-sensei, Watanabe interjected unexpectedly, "Given that this is your inaugural teaching assignment, I have arranged for you to have an assistant." A teacher beside him rose, and Mifune recognized him as the individual he had encountered previously, the one with a scar on his nose. "Mifune-sensei, I am Irika Yumino. I look forward to working with you." Irika. Mifune was taken aback to discover that this was indeed Irika. He was a legendary figure, having trained 9 out of the 12 renowned students of Konoha. No, with him now serving as an assistant, it could be asserted that he had guided all 12. Mifune stood and extended his hand, stating, "Irika-sensei, I hope to learn much from you as well." They shook hands, symbolizing the future of the ninja world. On the first day of school, Mifune arrived early. Accompanying him was a young student named Yu, who became the first to enter the classroom. As he observed the students arriving one by one, Mifyun felt a distinct sensation within him. From this moment forth, he would be interacting with these children for the next 6 years. Good morning, Mifyun-sensei. Irika entered the room. How do you feel? Mifyun inquired. A bit anxious. Uncertain about how to engage with this group of children, Irika admitted. I share your sentiments. It is my first day as well. Let us learn together. Despite most having only recently met, they quickly grew familiar with one another. Even with both Mifyun and Irika present, the classroom buzzed with lively chatter. Half an hour later, Mifyun counted the students and confirmed all were present. Class, please settle down. He called out, and silence enveloped the room, a fact that pleased him greatly. Hello everyone. I am Hinata Mifyun, and starting today, I shall be your teacher. This is Irika-sensei, who will join me in guiding you through the forthcoming journey. Mifyun and Irika inscribed their names on the blackboard. Now, let us proceed with self-introductions so that we may become acquainted. Suddenly, a boy stood up. My name is Taro Osamu. I am 6 years old. My favorite food is takoyaki, and my dream is to become Hokage. Maifai nodded. Embracing the aspiration of becoming Hokage, a remarkably simple yet profound dream. His courage to be the first to introduce himself is commendable. Let us extend a warm welcome to Taiyuan. Maifai led the applause, and one by one, the youths rose to present themselves. I am Hinata Niji, 6 years old this year. My dream is to protect Lady Hinata, he declared. Maifai had saved Niji from despair, and thus, his animosity towards the main family dissipated. Now, he solely remembers his responsibility. I am Hinata Shoyu, and my ambition is to become a ninja like my father, Shoyu stated earnestly. Your father must be an exceptional ninja, Maifai replied with a smile. Finally, a boy in sunglasses from the corner stood up and said, I am Aburame Shibi. I adore insects and detest those who dislike them. Maifai regarded Shibi thoughtfully. The Aburame clan is also a prominent family in Konoha, renowned for their mastery over various insects. Their ubiquitous presence and nearly inconspicuous demeanor render them formidable opponents in battle. To provoke an Aburame clan member is to invite constant peril. Well, the time is nearly upon us. Let us gather at the playground for the opening ceremony. The students of the ninja school made their way to the playground. At the forefront, the third Hokage and the principal stood side by side. Welcome, everyone. To the opening ceremony of the ninja school, Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi addressed the crowd. First, let us extend our applause to the Hokage. The children erupted in enthusiastic applause. The Hokage is a figure of aspiration for the majority. Subsequently, Hokage Hiruzen shared numerous insights, though Maifai found himself somewhat inattentive. At last, the third Hokage spoke. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire endures. The flame shall continue to illuminate our village and nurture the budding leaves of the new generation. The will of fire is the most cherished treasure of Konoha, yet increasingly, few seem to truly remember this truth. Good morning, Maifai-sensei, Irika greeted him. Good morning, Irika. Maifai yawned. What is the matter? You seem a bit out of sorts, Irika inquired with concern. What else could it be? Those little rascals have been quite the handful. Maifai replied. He had originally thought teaching would be a rather effortless endeavor, considering the precociousness of the children in this world. However, the reality was far more chaotic. Maifai had envisioned employing a series of stringent educational methods to swiftly enhance the students' abilities, yet after a month, he had failed even to maintain discipline. Initially, the children were obedient, but familiarity soon bred mischief. As Maifai and Irika entered the classroom, a piece of chalk flew through the air. Yet, such an object could scarcely touch him, a seasoned jounin. Maifai effortlessly caught it in his hand. Return to your seats, he commanded, crushing the chalk in his grasp. The students promptly retreated to their seats, sitting upright. They understood that Maifai was genuinely displeased at that moment. Miffy cast a stern glance around the classroom and noticed that 2 students were missing. Where are Taiyuan Ji and Hinata Xiaoyu? She inquired. A girl replied softly. I saw them heading to the river to catch fish when I arrived. Miffy felt a surge of anger. Initially, she had regarded Taiyuan Ji as a brave little fellow. But little did she know he was a veritable troublemaker. Xiaoyu had been led astray by him. Once, Xiaoyu had been such a kind and obedient child. Miffy had hoped for a touch of mischief from Xiaoyu, but now all she wished was for the obedient child to return swiftly. Teacher Miffy, I'll go fetch the 2 children, Irika offered. No need, let us wait for them to come back, Miffy replied. Irika sighed, hoping both would find their way back safely. After a little over 10 minutes, 2 muddy boys entered the classroom, grinning. Upon seeing Miffy's grim expression, They quickly wiped the smiles from their faces. "We're late, Teacher Miffy," Taiyuan-ji stated unapologetically. "So, how was the grilled fish?" Miffy asked with a forced grin. "Delicious," Taiyuan-ji blurted out. Xiaoyu sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly tugged at Taiyuan-ji's shirt. "You too, go to the back and do a handstand." Knowing Miffy was angry, Xiaoyu dashed to the back and assumed the position. Just as Taiyuan-ji opened his mouth to respond, he felt an overwhelming pressure. He sensed that uttering another word could spell his doom. Quickly, he joined Xiaoyu in performing the handstand. At that moment, the entire classroom fell silent, with no one daring to utter a sound. It seemed as if everyone could hear the rhythm of their own breaths and heartbeats. Miffy felt a sense of satisfaction. Her disciplinary approach had proven effective. Previously, she had focused on joyful learning and free development, but given your rebellious behavior, do not blame me for being unyielding. Chapter 12. An examination to begin. Special training group from this moment forth. Those who arrive late, create disturbances, consume food, or doze off shall be instructed to assume a handstand at the back. Mifei surveyed the room before commencing the lesson. Today, we delve into the annals of history, specifically the history of Konoha. Does anyone know who founded Konoha? A boy raised his hand. It was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Mifei nodded slightly, encouraging further responses. Also, Uchiha Madara, shouted Taiyuan-ji from his position. Indeed, Konoha was established collaboratively by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. However, it is essential to note that various prominent clans also played significant roles in the establishment of Konoha, following the formation of the Hidden Leaf Village. Other nations subsequently founded their own ninja villages, ushering in a new era for ninjas. Mifei meticulously imparted historical knowledge to his students, omitting the embellishments crafted by later generations. He aspired for them to grasp a more authentic narrative. Naturally, some matters must remain unspoken. What is articulated today may prompt the Umbu to invite him for tea tomorrow. Oh dear. At the back of the classroom, Taiyuan-ji suddenly collapsed to the floor. Taiyuan-ji, are you not formidable? How can you falter so soon? Look at Xiaoyu. He is still persevering. Upon hearing Mifei's words, Taiyuan-ji managed to return to his handstand. Before the afternoon dismissal, Mifei addressed the class. Please ensure you rest well this evening. For tomorrow we shall undertake an assessment. Teacher Mifei, what sort of assessment is it? Ningxi inquired. You shall discover tomorrow, replied Mifei as he exited the classroom. Mifei had previously conducted a survey revealing that among the 36 students in his class, fewer than half had engaged in chakra refinement. In contrast, nearly every student in the adjacent class had undergone such training, with some even reaching the level of a genin. Although the first-year evaluations primarily focused on theoretical knowledge, Mifei hoped for his students to expedite their enhancement of skills. The following day, Mifei entered the classroom bearing a set of examination papers. Everyone is to complete this paper within 1 hour. Upon receiving the test, the students wore expressions of bewilderment, as the content was largely unfamiliar to them. Teacher Mifei, what is this examination? Irika asked. This paper encompasses a myriad of assessments. Perhaps Teacher Irika would like to try it as well. Irika picked up a pen and began to write. The first question. You are in a location where the inhabitants are either absolute liars or unequivocal truth-tellers. A ninja enters, appearing to be a truth-teller, and informs you that the next person to meet you is a liar. Is this statement truthful? Why? Irika pondered the question, ultimately inscribing his answer. This query is quite straightforward, yet if one overthinks it, one falls into a trap. The correct answer is that the statement is a lie, for no liar would ever admit to being a liar. Question 10. If you were to become a ninja and found yourself in a perilous situation while on a mission, would you choose to abandon your character to save your comrade, or would you forsake your companion to accomplish the task? The final query posed by Mifei is indeed a classic dilemma within the ninja world, reminiscent of how Konoha's White Fang met his demise. While such questions may be too complex for a 6-year-old, one can glean much from their responses. As the time drew near, students were instructed to submit their papers and gather on the playground. The pupils hurriedly handed in their tests before racing outside. Irika-sensei, let us proceed, Mifei said, carefully stowing away the papers as he joined the others on the playground. Subsequently, all students began to run laps around the field, with the individual completing the most laps earning high scores. The top 3 performers would receive rewards, while the lowest would face the punishment of 3 hours of standing on their heads. The students hastily prepared, eager to avoid such a fate. Ready, set, go? 36 students surged forward. A few dashed ahead, while while the majority lagged behind at a slower pace. Irika-sensei, how many laps do you think the first person to give up will complete? Mifei inquired with keen interest. 1 lap is 400 meters. They should manage at least 5 laps, Irika replied. Very well, I wager they won't reach 5 laps. The loser treats the winner to dinner tonight. Deal. At that moment, Taiyuan-ji led the pack, with Xiaoyu trailing closely behind. Following them was Hinata Niji, who, having trained in gentle fists since childhood, possessed commendable stamina. Among the girls, Tian was the swiftest. Mifei had initially expected Xiaoli to take the lead, yet he found himself at the back. Now, Xiaoli was frail and weak. A far cry from the robust 13-year-old he once was, capable of excelling in 5 subjects. As they entered the 4th lap, a girl came to a halt. I've won. Let us go have ramen tonight, Mifei declared. Although victorious, Mifei felt no joy. The inability to complete even 4 laps revealed a troubling lack of stamina. While physical prowess is not the sole measure of a ninja, it remains a crucial element. For most, inadequate stamina could lead to being overwhelmed by adversaries. Mifei was not merely observing their physical capabilities. He was also keen to assess their resolve. Some students, being young or lacking chakra experience, understandably could not endure for long. Yet, a lack of willpower would hinder them in any endeavor. With the first student having conceded, a second soon followed. In a mere 3 minutes, half of the students had given up. Mifei noted that those still running predominantly possessed chakra, with the exception of Xiao Li, who, although slow, persisted with commendable determination. These children are significantly weaker than we were, Irika remarked. Indeed, war hastens maturity. Children of that era were thrust into battle at a tender age. How can one grow without striving? After another 5 minutes, only Niji, Taiyuan-ji, Xiaoyu, and Xiaoli remained in the race. Suddenly, the last runner, Xiaoli, stumbled and fell to the ground. Irika rushed over and carried Xiaoli back. The child had fainted. Xiaoli was the only one who collapsed from running. Irika, please take him to the infirmary, he said. All right. The remaining 3 were also quite exhausted, yet they persevered with determination. That's enough, come back, Mifei called out. Continuing to run like this could easily lead to physical injuries. The trio gradually came to a halt. Today's lesson ends here. Everyone should return and rest well. Although they were dismissed early, their weary bodies dimmed their spirits. Mifei sighed, realizing that surpassing Class 1 was a formidable journey ahead. That evening, after sharing a bowl of ramen with Irika, Mifei and Xiaoyu returned home. Xiaoyu, why don't you go play with Hinata and Niji? I'll take a moment to grade some papers. Okay. Mifei retrieved the test papers and began to grade them. 36 papers, 10 questions, not an overwhelming number. In truth, many questions lacked answers. Mifei was merely interested in their writing styles. Most responses aligned with his expectations, lacking any remarkable flair. After an hour, he completed the grading. Overall, the responses were consistent with what he had anticipated, though a few stood out positively. One particular paper was noteworthy. It belonged to Y and Shimi. When Mifei inquired about the role of Hokage, most students described it as great and filled with responsibility. However, Y and Shimi's response was candid. Being Hokage is exhausting. There are too many constraints. Although YN was often overlooked, Mifei decided it was time to pay closer attention to him. The following morning, Mifei affixed the report cards to the far left of the blackboard. As the students entered the classroom, they immediately rushed over to check their scores. The top scorer was YN Shimi, whose performance in both subjects was commendable. Xiaoyu and Niji also performed well, landing in the top 10. Naturally, Mifei graded fairly and did not grant any undue advantages. Taiyuan-ji exhibited commendable running skills, yet his written exam results were rather average, placing him in the 50s. Tian was delighted to see her score. 17th place was quite respectable for her. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoli entered the classroom slowly. Upon seeing his ranking, he lowered his head. Although he had the highest score in running, his written exam score was nearly 0, landing him in the 60s. Everyone, please return to your seats. Mifei commanded. The students promptly complied. You all must have seen your scores. Some have excelled while others have not. However, this report card does not wholly reflect your abilities. It is merely a measure. Hearing this, several students felt reassured. Mifei continued, next, I will establish a separate training group. Members of this group will receive additional training after school. You may choose to join freely. Although I hope that all students in the top 10 will participate. However, you must consider carefully. Once you join, it becomes quite challenging to withdraw. The training is arduous. And running, as we did today, is merely routine. After hearing Mifei's final words, most of the students opted to abandon the idea. Running laps around the field every day is enough to exhaust anyone. Now, those who wish to join should remain after school this afternoon. Let's cease further discussion for now. We shall commence our lesson. Today, I will instruct you on how to extract chakra. I have noticed that some of you have already begun the process. Chakra is the new energy that arises from the fusion of physical and mental energy within the body. It is essential when employing physical techniques, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. The quantity of chakra one possesses, to some extent, determines an individual's strength. However, chakra is merely one factor in measuring power and is not absolute. Next, I will guide you in refining the chakra within your bodies. Those who have already begun this process may compare their methods with what I will teach to discern which is more effective. It is vital for you to master the extraction of chakra, as this will enable you to recover swiftly during combat. Mifei imparted the most fundamental chakra extraction technique to everyone. While this method is simple, its efficiency is relatively slow. Some prominent clans possess unique chakra extraction techniques that allow for the rapid accumulation of substantial amounts of chakra. Mifei observed that a few students exhibited commendable talent. Shortly after his instruction, they successfully extracted chakra. Nonetheless, some remained unable to do so by the end of the school day. Very well, we shall conclude today's lesson here. I encourage you all to practice chakra extraction diligently, with the hope that you can achieve success swiftly. Should you continuously struggle, it may indicate that you are not suited to be a ninja. Those willing to stay for training should remain seated in the classroom, while the others may leave promptly. Yes, sir. Most students immediately gathered their belongings and exited the classroom, while a small number chose to stay behind. Suddenly, Mifei noticed a figure darting out. Taiyuan-ji. Stop right there. Taiyuan-ji turned to face Wama and said, Teacher, I do not wish to join. You must join. Come back. Taiyuan-ji pouted and returned to the classroom. His talent is quite promising, though he can be rather mischievous. If he were to dedicate himself to his studies, he would be no less capable than the scions of prominent families. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to leave? Mifei inquired of those who remained. Upon receiving no response, he declared, Excellent, let us proceed to the field. There were over 20 students who decided to stay, a number greater than Mifei had anticipated. Upon reaching the field, Mifei addressed the students. I am delighted that you have chosen to join the training team. Today will merely serve as an introduction. Should any of you wish to withdraw, you are free to do so when you return later. Remember to come and collect a consent form to be signed by your parents. Parental signature is mandatory for joining the training group. Now, let us commence. First, we shall warm up by running 10 laps around the playground. This time, there is no need to rush. Let us form a long line and proceed together. Ningxi, you shall lead the way, keeping an eye on the pace. Being the most composed among us, it is fitting that he takes the lead. As the group began to circle the playground, the formation became somewhat chaotic midway, prompting a reprimand from Mifei. After completing 10 laps, the line halted before Mifei. Although the distance was not extensive, most of the students were panting heavily. Next, I will instruct everyone in a series of warm-up exercises. Mifei demonstrated the warm-up routines previously taught in physical education classes. While these exercises may not be particularly effective for ninjas, they should yield some benefits if performed correctly. Once the warm-up was completed, the group was tasked with frog jumps for 10 laps around the playground. A chorus of groans erupted from the students. Frog jumps are far more taxing than running, and after 10 laps, their legs would feel utterly exhausted. Hurry up. Those who lag behind should beware of my sunbon pricking your behind. Mifei brandished several slender sunbon. Though they would not inflict significant harm, the pain was quite acute. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Mifei may not be adept at gentle fist techniques, but he possessed a keen understanding of pressure points, knowing precisely where to strike to cause discomfort without injury. Upon hearing this, the students immediately began jumping around the playground. Noticing Taiyuan-ji lagging behind, Mifei did not hesitate to throw a sabon. Taiyuan-ji, oblivious, was struck directly. Feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, he promptly collapsed to the ground. Do not feign death. My sabon struck your arm, not your leg. Get up and jump. Terrified, Taiyuan-ji scrambled to his feet and quickly leapt forward, soon surpassing the second-to-last student. After a full hour, the group finally completed 10 laps of jumping. By the end, they were nearly crawling. All right, that will be all for today. Remember to take the consent form home for your parents to sign. Those who are certain about participating should return the signed form tomorrow. Those unwilling or without parental consent need not return it, Mifei stated. Special training is indeed quite arduous and perilous, and Mifei must secure parental approval to avoid any complications later on. That evening, after dining with Xiaoyu, Mifei prepared a bucket of hot water for her foot soak. Father, I can manage on my own. Xiaoyu quickly stood up. No need. You sit, Mifei insisted, guiding her to sit on a stool before placing her feet into the wooden tub. How does it feel? Is it too hot? It's all right, just a bit warm. The training is strenuous, so a soak in hot water upon returning can aid in recovery by promoting blood circulation, allowing one to regain their vitality swiftly. All right, I have noted that. Xiaoyu, as you are aware, our standing within the family is not particularly high. Thus, everything we aspire to achieve must be earned through our own efforts. Enduring some hardships now is to prevent future subjugation, Mifei said earnestly. I understand, father. Let us discuss Tai Yuanji. I see you two have been enjoying each other's company, Mifei suddenly remarked. Upon hearing Tai Yuanji's name, Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety. We haven't been that close, and I intend to keep my distance from him in the future. Xiaoyu was concerned that Mifei might become upset. I do not wish for you to distance yourself from him. Although Tai Yuanji can be quite mischievous, he possesses qualities that you lack. I do not oppose your interaction with him, but ensure that you remain steadfast. The thought of Mifei having a son like Tai Yuanji is, quite frankly, a source of trepidation. Very well, father. Hearing Mifei's lack of opposition, Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. In truth, Tai Yuanji is quite a decent person. I have heard that he lives with only his grandmother. He often assists his family with chores, which is why he is reluctant to join the training group. Then, during your free time, why not help him at home? As classmates and friends, we ought to support one another. Certainly, father. Now, finish up and dispose of the water before heading to bed. Mifei stood up to leave. By the way, father, you haven't signed the list yet. No need to sign. If anything happens, I am the one responsible. Mifei walked directly into the study and closed the door behind him. He surmised that not many would remain the following day. Nevertheless, he needed to prepare his training plan in advance. The children are still quite young. Overly strenuous training would only hinder their physical development. Conversely, training that is too simplistic would yield no results. Mifei needed to devise an appropriate training method. The next day, Mifei arrived at the classroom, eagerly observing the students as they entered, curious to see how many would submit the consent forms. The first to hand in the form was Xiaoli. Do your best. Xiaoli, I have faith that you will succeed, Mifei encouraged. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best, Xiaoli replied softly. The current Xiaoli was quite different from the vibrant youth Mifei remembered. He seemed to have lost some of his youthful energy. It appears I must introduce Kai to him sooner rather than later. Shortly after, Ning Xiai and Xiaoyu entered, presenting their consent forms. Suddenly, Mifei noticed Tai Yuanji walking through the door. However, he bypassed the podium and headed straight for his seat. Tai Yuanji, where is your consent form? Mifei inquired. I apologize, teacher, but my family does not approve, Tai Yuanji replied. Doesn't approve? Is it that your family disapproves? Or have you simply not mentioned it? I suspect you do not wish to participate, Mifei stated. Teacher, I assure you, it is truly my parents who disapprove, Tai Yuanji said, becoming somewhat anxious. In that case, I will accompany you home after school to discuss it with your parents. Upon hearing that Mifei intended to speak with his parents, Tai Yuanji immediately panicked. No need for that, teacher. I will take it back to sign in the evening and return it to you tomorrow morning, if that is acceptable, Tai Yuanji inquired. First, please hand me the consent form. He produced a crumpled consent form from his pocket. Sign your name here, Mifei instructed. After Tai Yuanji inscribed his name, Wuma added his own at the bottom. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise. There is no need to involve your parents. Thank you, teacher. Tai Yuanji bowed and promptly returned to his seat. Soon, all the students in the class had arrived. Does anyone else need to submit a consent form? Mifei scanned the room and, upon finding no others, counted the forms. A total of 8 signed consent forms were collected, indicating that 9 students would participate. They were Xiaoyu, Ningxi, Tian Yan, Xiaoli, Tai Yuanji, Yunu Jiwei, Xiaoxiong Meixiong, Bamu Chongji, and Sagawa Ao, with only 2 being girls. Aside from the familiar Xiaoyu and the other 6, the remaining 3 students hailed from small families or common backgrounds. Many from the prominent families had chosen not to stay. Some were discouraged by parental disapproval, while others were intimidated by the previous day's training. Unable to withstand such rigorous demands, Mifei addressed the 9 students. All right, I expect each of you to arrive punctually every day. Should you wish to withdraw later, It will not be a simple matter. Now, let us commence today's lesson. Please begin with chakra extraction. I would like to assess whether you practiced at home. Some students glanced around, exchanging looks with one another. After returning home yesterday, they had merely gone out to play, neglecting chakra training altogether. Nevertheless, they hurriedly pretended to engage in the practice. Mifei observed that their chakra extraction skills were at a level comparable to the previous afternoon's dismissal, indicating that these youngsters had indeed not practiced at all. However, he felt no anger. Such behavior was entirely expected, as he himself had rarely completed homework after returning home in the past. After class, Mifei took Xiaoyu and the other 9 students to the playground for training. Thus, the days passed by, one after another. Chapter 13. The External Aid of Taijutsu, End of Term. Mifei. Have you come to see me today to fulfill our previous battle agreement? Kai exclaimed, flashing a broad smile. Mifei was truly reluctant to engage with Kai. Each time they encountered one another, Kai insisted on a contest. However, Mifei knew he was no match for Kai at this moment. Recently, he had taken on the role of a teacher at the Ninja Academy and lacked the energy for combat. If he were to injure himself, there would be no one to instruct the students. Very well then, Kai sighed. When are you free? I would like to ask for your assistance in teaching. Mifei replied. Teach. I am not familiar with the curriculum, Kai quickly retorted. If it were a fight, he would have no reservations, but the thought of instructing students left him bewildered. I will teach you the physical training techniques you excel at, Mifei suggested. All right, leave it to me. Kai's confidence surged at the mention of physical training. I am free today. Great, come to the Ninja Academy this afternoon, Mifei instructed. After school, Mifei led Kai to the designated area where the students were undergoing special training. Once the students had warmed up, Mifei approached and introduced, This is your new taijutsu instructor, my guy. Teacher Kai is exceptionally skilled in taijutsu, among the best in Konoha. You must learn diligently from him. Do you understand? Understood. The students responded in unison, and Kai beamed with joy at the introduction. Let us practice handstands, Kai proposed. As he spoke, he effortlessly transitioned into a handstand, his hands continuously shifting on the ground with ease. The students gaped in awe. The difficulty of this maneuver was immense. Taewanji, you go first, Mifei called out. Taewanji sighed, knowing he could not evade this challenge. After preparing himself, he executed a handstand. Mifei had previously made him practice this several times, so a standard handstand posed no issue. However, when it came to balancing on one hand, he began to tremble. As he attempted to switch hands, his grip faltered, and he toppled to the ground. Kai felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing this. It seemed the student's strength was not as formidable as he had imagined. No worries, take your time. Everyone, practice handstands with both hands, Kai encouraged. The students exchanged glances before sequentially executing their handstands. After assessing the students' capabilities, Kai swiftly adjusted the training regimen. Mifei realized that Kai possessed greater expertise in physical training than he did. Consequently, Mifei entrusted the entire physical training segment to Kai. Subsequently, whenever Kai was not on a mission, he would come to the academy to teach the students. Witnessing the children, brimming with youthful vigor and dedication to their training, brought Kai immense joy. 3 months had passed, and Mifei could observe significant progress among the 8 students. Notably, they had all remained committed and had not dropped out, which surprised Mifei the most. Taewanji had mentioned several times his desire to quit, but Mifei had consistently disregarded those sentiments. Among the individuals experiencing the most rapid growth here, it is undoubtedly Taiyuanji. They have nearly completed the initial phase of their physical training. The subsequent training will require added weight. However, this weight must be equipped gear, which comes at a considerable cost. What do you suggest we do? Kai inquired of Mifei. If necessary, we shall purchase it. Although Mifei's finances are limited, he can still afford basic weighted equipment. By the way, teacher, I can provide the necessary weighted gear for training free of charge, Tian eagerly interjected. Mifei's eyes brightened at the mention of Tian. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten about this little heiress in their class. Tian's family runs a store selling ninja tools, with outlets spread throughout the Land of Fire and even in other nations. Ninja tools are essential for ninjas and are consumed at a rapid pace, coupled with their not insignificant price. Consequently, Tian's family is quite affluent. Acquiring several sets of weighted gear would be a trivial task for her. We appreciate your assistance. Afterwards, Teacher Kai will accompany you to determine the required equipment. Certainly, no problem at all. Now, let us commence today's training. The students immediately began their exercises. Even without a command, they willingly engaged in their training. Kai, What are your thoughts on these students? Mifei asked. Quite impressive, brimming with youthful vigor. What about that student named Shaoli? Mifei called Kai over, primarily wishing to have him take Shaoli under his wing. Which one is Shaoli? Kai struggled to remember the names of the 8 students. That one over there, Mifei pointed out. Oh, him. He is indeed commendable, although his talent may be somewhat lacking. His dedication is commendable. I see a hint of your own spirit in Shaoli. If I recall correctly, you do not yet have a disciple, do you? How about taking Shaoli as your apprentice? Mifei suggested. Taking on a disciple, I must ponder this carefully, Kai replied. Mentoring a disciple is an entirely different matter from teaching students. Once you accept a disciple, you bear the responsibility of ensuring their safety and imparting your knowledge to help them become exceptional individuals. I recall that Kakashi also does not have a disciple. If you were to take on a disciple before him, wouldn't that mean you have surpassed him? Mifei rephrased his argument. A spark ignited in Kai's eyes. Indeed. In that case, he would have outdone Kakashi. I need to assess him, Kai stated earnestly. Very well. I will call him over. Shaoli, come here for a moment. Mifei called out. Shaoli dashed from the ranks and stopped before the two. Teacher Mifei, is there something you need? Do you wish to become my disciple? Kai asked. Shaoli's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Kai. After days of training, Shaoli had developed a great admiration for Kai. Now, hearing that Kai wished to take him as his apprentice filled him with joy. Is it truly possible, Teacher Kai? Of course. However, before that, you must pass my test. No problem, Teacher Kai. I shall strive diligently. Excellent. That is the spirit of confidence. That is the essence of youth. As expected, Shaoli successfully passed Kai's assessment and became his disciple. Tian also brought over the weighted gear he had prepared. Everyone began to don the weights for training. Initially, Mifei did not allow the others to carry too much. Each person was only required to strap 10 pounds to their legs. After all, they were still young. And once they became accustomed to the load, they could gradually increase it. Mifei also requested a set of weighted gear, binding a total of 50 pounds to his limbs and waist, soon realizing that walking had become considerably more challenging. In the subsequent days, everyone trained with their weights. As the weather gradually grew cooler, a semester passed in this manner. The ninja school held examinations once a year. Thus there would be no assessments and the students could enjoy their break. Mifei and Irika arrived at classroom 2, observing the students. Everyone, a semester has flown by. I wonder how much you have all learned. This year, you can enjoy some leisure time with your family and friends to celebrate the new year. However, I still hope that after you return home, you will persist in your training, not seeking progress, but merely striving not to regress. The next semester will bring examinations. And then you must put forth your utmost effort. Lastly, I wish you all a happy new year. All right, Irika-sensei, please share a few words. Mifei stepped aside. Irika approached, somewhat nervously, and said, I sincerely thank you all for your support this year. This is my first time teaching, and I am aware that there are many areas where I have not performed adequately, but I will continue to work hard. I hope everyone has a joyful new year. Following Irika's speech, applause erupted among the students. Hey, why was there no applause when I was speaking? The students hurriedly cheered even louder, fearful that Mifei might impose additional training as a result of his displeasure. All right, everyone, it's time for you to head home. I hope to see just as many of you return next year. Once the students packed their belongings, they rushed out of the classroom in a flurry. Xiao Yu and her 8 companions remained behind. Mifei addressed them. Today, you may forego training. Return next semester. Cheers erupted, especially from Tai Yuanji, who shouted the loudest. No training? This is the best New Year's gift. Xiao Yu, I will be returning a bit later. Please grab something to eat outside or dine at Niji's home. All right. Xiao Yu accompanied Niji home. Ever since Mifei rescued Richa, the relationship between their families has improved significantly. Whenever possible, Mifei would visit their home for meals. Of course, sometimes he would also bring the dishes he had prepared himself. Niji's family quite enjoyed Mifei's innovative cuisine. Irika-sensei, I invite you to have ramen tonight. Sure, let us go to Ichiraku Ramen. It's the best. Irika responded. After Mifei organized the items in his office, he and Irika set off towards Ichiraku Ramen. During his journey, Mifei encountered Kai, who was returning from a completed task, and thus invited him to join. Chapter 14. The First Encounter with Naruto. An unbreakable packed Mifei and his companions entered the Ichiraku Ramen shop. I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, Mifei declared. I'll have the seafood ramen. Irika added. I also want tonkatsu ramen, Kai chimed in. No problem, please wait a moment. Ichiraku Ramen certainly lived up to its reputation. Mifei often accompanied Xiaoyu here for a meal. Are you going on missions this year? Mifei inquired of Kai. Not for now. We shall see after the new year, but special missions may arise, Kai replied with a nod. In the world of ninjas, holidays are not fixed. And one can take leave at will, though during emergencies, they must respond without hesitation. Your ramen is ready, please enjoy, a girl announced as she brought over the bowls. Thank you, SHBU, and Happy New Year, Mifei said, handing her a red envelope. Thank you, Mifei Onayakin, SHBU replied, having become quite familiar with him. Mifei picked up his noodles, blew on them gently, and slurped them into his mouth. Delicious. Brother Ichiraku, your ramen is even better. Haha. I just improved the recipe. I'm glad you noticed, Ichiraku beamed. Mifei, are you planning to take the CH Nin exam next year? Kai asked. Brother Mifei, are you really going to become a CH Nin so soon? Irika exclaimed in surprise. Mifei was slightly older than Irika, hence the informal address. Perhaps it's about time. However, I still have a few tasks to complete, and once the semester ends, I'll take on more. But there's no rush. For Mifei, becoming a CH Nin was of little consequence. After all, being a CH Nin or a Genin was merely a title, with true strength being what truly mattered. Naruto could be considered one of the strongest in the ninja world, yet he remained a Genin for much of his life. And you, Irika, what are your plans for next year? Mifei asked. Naturally, I aim to finish teaching the upcoming semester well, aspiring to become a formal teacher. If all goes smoothly, I will teach a group of students independently in the latter half of the year. I believe you can certainly achieve that. And you will cultivate a group of outstanding students. No, compared to you, Brother Mifei, I still have much to learn. At that moment, Irika could hardly fathom that he would one day mentor a group of ninjas capable of transforming the entire world. To be honest, Mifei felt a twinge of excitement. Who would he want to teach the destined children? Hello, I would like a serving of tonkatsu ramen, a thinly clad boy approached, presenting a crumpled free ramen ticket at the counter. Oh, it's Naruto. No problem, please wait a moment, Ichiraku responded. Naruto. Mifei glanced over, and the distinctive yellow hair and the whisker-like marks on his face confirmed his identity. This marked Mifei's first close encounter with Naruto. Naruto had been under close watch by the Umbu, and previously, Mifei, as a mere son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, had not dared to approach him too closely. The power of the Nine Tails is undeniably formidable, and Konoha does not permit any clan to meddle with it. Suddenly, Mifei noticed Irika staring at Naruto with an intense and fierce gaze, one he had never witnessed in Irika before. Irika, what is the matter? Mifei inquired. Irika slowly uttered two words, Demon Fox. Observing Irika's disdainful expression towards Naruto, Mifei recalled that Irika's parents had seemingly perished at the hands of the Nine Tails. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Naruto, who was referred to as the embodiment of the Demon Fox. Demon Fox? Isn't it rather absurd to label a mere child as such? Mifei remarked. Yet he is indeed the Demon Fox that wreaked havoc upon Konoha, Irika retorted, speaking louder than intended, allowing Naruto to overhear. Nevertheless, Naruto did not leave. He merely shifted his position slightly, accustomed to such treatment. Irika, your hatred should be directed at the Demon Fox, not a child. But he is the Demon Fox, Irika insisted. Who claims he is the Demon Fox? Mifei questioned. Irika paused, realizing that he had only heard rumors. No one could definitively prove that Naruto was the Demon Fox. To place the burden of hatred for evil upon a child is undeniably cruel, is it not? I've had my fill, Irika declared, setting down his chopsticks and swiftly departing. Mifei did not expect Irika to come to terms with this immediately. He believed that, in time, Irika would accept Naruto, especially since he was about to become Naruto's teacher. Naruto, your ramen, said Ichiraku as he served a bowl to Naruto. In Konoha, Ichiraku was among the few who treated Naruto kindly. Mifei observed that Naruto's bowl contained a larger piece of chashu than his own. I'm full. I'll head back now, Kai announced. All right, let us skip training today and rest early. How can that be? Youth is about passion and fervor, Kai exclaimed as he dashed out of the shop. Mifei shook his head and continued to savor his noodles. He ate slowly, and soon he and Naruto were the only patrons remaining. I'm full, Naruto said reluctantly after a while, setting his bowl aside. Mifei glanced over and noticed that Naruto's bowl was as clean as if it had been washed. Owner, please bring him another bowl of tonkatsu ramen. I'll cover the cost, Mifei said, handing over the money for 4 bowls. Naruto stared at Mifei and asked, Is the ramen for me? Indeed. Is there anyone else here? Mifei replied with a smile. Thank you. But that is not necessary. Naruto, having seldom experienced kindness from others, was reluctant to accept it. What is wrong? Are you unable to eat more? It seems you don't really enjoy ramen. That is not true. I can eat as many bowls as I want. Ramen is the most delicious food. Very well. Today I shall see how much you can consume. Regardless of the quantity, I shall pay for it. If you manage to eat more than 5 bowls, I will grant you a special reward. What do you say? Certainly, you must not deceive me. Why would I deceive you? Prepare to eat. Before long, Ichiraka presented the tonkatsu ramen. Naruto, finish this bowl quickly and leave. Overeating is detrimental to your health. Ichiraku had overheard the wager between the two. No worries, I can finish it, Naruto replied with confidence. He began to eat rapidly. His previous slow pace was due to the rarity of such a delicious ramen, which he cherished deeply. Now, however, he could indulge freely, allowing him to eat without restraint. In no time, he had devoured 4 bowls in succession. Mikey marveled at the capacity of Naruto's stomach, astonished that he could consume such an immense quantity of ramen. Slow down, don't rush, he cautioned. After the 4th bowl, Naruto's pace noticeably slowed, yet he managed to finish a 5th bowl. I'm full, he declared, his belly protruding. How do you feel? Mikey inquired. I feel great. It's been ages since I've eaten this much, Naruto replied with a smile. All right. Come back here at the same time tomorrow, and I shall reward you. After leaving the money, Mikey departed. He sensed a presence observing him. Likely the Umbu ninjas secretly guarding and monitoring Naruto. If one were to consider who was the most unfortunate in Konoha, it would undoubtedly be Naruto. He was meant to be the cherished prince of the village, but had instead become a target of disdain as the Nine Tails. If Mikey were in Naruto's shoes, he would have viewed Konoha as an enemy, seeking ways to dismantle it. However, should Naruto ever express hatred toward Konoha, he would have been swiftly executed in secret. As Mikey exited Ichiraka Ramen, night had fallen. He strolled slowly toward the Hyuga estate, suddenly feeling something brush against his face. He looked up. It was snowing. Upon returning to his room, he discovered that Xiaoyu had yet to come back, likely visiting Niji's home. Mikey entered his study and retrieved a dozen sheets of paper from a hidden compartment. Upon closer inspection, these papers constituted a contract. One party to the contract was Mikey, while the other involved several members of the Hyuga clan. Mikey had entered into a pact with certain clan members, agreeing that at a future time, they would lend him their support. Mikey's 4th special ability was the power of contracts, allowing him to make agreements with anyone. Both parties were obliged to adhere to the terms laid out in the contract, or they would face corresponding penalties. Those who signed with Mikey were primarily clan members discontented with the current system. Once Mikey met certain conditions, they would provide assistance as stipulated in the contract. Should Mikey fail to fulfill the contract, it would naturally become void. Furthermore, signatories were bound to confidentiality regarding the contract's contents, with severe penalties for breaches. Previously, 2 individuals who violated the confidentiality clause met with sudden demise that very night. Mikey carefully returned the contract to its hidden compartment. Currently, those who have signed the contract are primarily the weaker members of the family. To truly exert influence, it is imperative to enlist more powerful and authoritative individuals. At present, the most significant contract is the one forged with Hinata Hizashi. Mifune, as a mere son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, holds little sway within the family. Therefore, he must devise strategies to augment his influence. The most straightforward approach is to enhance his strength once he attains the rank of Jonin. His voice within the clan will naturally carry more weight. Additionally, he must seek to acquire power, though this is no small feat, as the decision-making authority remains firmly in the hands of the main branch. Furthermore, aside from Hinata Hayashi, no one among the others in the clan seems to harbor any fondness for him. However, Mifune is not in a hurry. He plans to gradually win over those within the family. The system of main and branch families has persisted for over 1,000 years and cannot be easily altered. It requires meticulous planning over time. Moreover, another pressing matter is finding a way to liberate the caged bird from Xiaoyu's forehead. Only by ensuring Xiaoyu's safety can Mifune proceed with his endeavors. Establishing a connection with Naruto is also of utmost importance in Mifune's strategy. As the son of the 4th Hokage, Naruto can link him to many within the village, and he may eventually leverage Naruto's strength. Speaking of which, Mifune remembers he must buy a gift for Naruto tomorrow. Early the next day, Mifune and Xiaoyu ventured into the streets. Although the new year is still some time away, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Previously, Mifune had not taken the time to properly adorn his home for the celebration, but this time he intends to rejuvenate it entirely. Many pieces of furniture in the house have seen better days, and Mifyun plans to replace them all. He and Xiaoyu entered a clothing store. Let us see what you like. I shall buy it for you. Great. Thank you, father. Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, eagerly selecting her favorites. For a child, wearing new clothes for the new year is a delightful experience. Mifyun, gauging Xiaoyu's size, also intends to prepare an outfit for Naruto, who is slightly shorter but of a similar build. In addition to Naruto, he must also procure garments for Neji and Hinata. Oh, and he cannot forget about Hanabi, for he is yet to buy her a gift. Upon exiting the clothing store, both Mifyun and Xiaoyu were laden with large bags. Chapter 15. Naruto's Gift. First encounter with Sasuke. One evening, Mifei and Xiaoyu arrived at Ichiraku Ramen to indulge in some noodles. Before long, they spotted Naruto approaching. Uncle! Naruto exclaimed with great enthusiasm. He was elated, for Mifei had not deceived him. Do you wish to enjoy ramen again today? It's my treat. Sure. Thank you, uncle. Naruto took a seat beside Mifei. Xiaoyu turned her head, curiously observing Naruto, who occasionally glanced back at her. Their eyes met briefly before they quickly averted their gazes. Soon, their bowls of noodles arrived, and after finishing their meal, Mifei handed Naruto a box. This is the promised reward from yesterday, a gift for you. Happy New Year, Naruto. Naruto joyfully accepted the present. Over the years, aside from the third Hokage, Mifei was the first to give him a gift. Open it and see if you like it. Upon opening the box, Naruto discovered a piece of clothing and eagerly donned it. It looks great. I really like it. He felt a warmth envelop him, both physically and emotionally. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Naruto. Naruto, it is time to go home, said an Umbu ninja. All right then. Uncle, I'll be heading back. Thank you for the gift. Naruto cheerfully dashed away. The Umbu ninja turned to Mifei and remarked, do not engage in actions that should not be taken. With that, the Umbu vanished into the shadows. Father, what is going on? Who is that child? Xiaoyu inquired. He is Naruto, known among the villagers as the Ninetales. The Ninetales? Why would you approach him? For revenge? Xiaoyu asked anxiously, aware of the chaos the Ninetales had caused in Konoha. Although her mother did not perish directly at the hands of the beast, there was a connection. Do you wish for me to seek vengeance? Mifei questioned. If he is indeed the Ninetales, then revenge is warranted. Do you believe he is the Ninetales? Xiaoyu shook her head. Naruto is not the Ninetales. He is merely a pitiable child. Rest assured, I will avenge Schwer. With that, Mifei led Xiaoyu home. Before long, the third Hokage learned of Mifei's interaction with Naruto. After some contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, do not intervene, simply keep watch. If any enticing behavior is observed, report immediately, or take necessary action. Understood. The Umbu ninja retreated into the shadows. As the new year approached, the village grew increasingly vibrant. After several snowfalls, Konoha was blanketed in white. On New Year's Eve, Mifei brought prepared dishes to Niji's home for a shared meal, creating a more festive atmosphere. Hisashi also brought Hinata and Hanabi along. Following the recent events, the bond between the two brothers had significantly improved. Hisashi, will Miss Hinata be starting school next year? Mifei inquired. Indeed, the time has come. Xiaoyu, once you arrive at school, be sure to look after Lady Hinata, Mifei advised. Of course, father, Xiaoyu replied. Mifei's intention in assigning Xiaoyu to protect Hinata was to encourage their interaction. Should a spark ignite between them, it would be quite delightful. In a couple of years, he planned to approach Hayashi to propose a betrothal, contingent upon mutual affection between the two children. After dinner, Mifei distributed the prepared gifts among Hinata, Hanabi, and Niji. Xiaoyu also received red envelopes from the brothers Hayashi and Hisashi, which were naturally quite generous given their status as the clan heads. On the first day of the new year, villagers ventured out to visit friends and relatives. Mifei, lacking any close relatives, decided to take Xiaoyu for a stroll through the streets. As Mifei stepped outside, he suddenly spotted Naruto sitting nearby. Naruto, what brings you here? Mifei inquired. Naruto rushed over, handing Mifei something in his hands. Upon inspection, Mifei discovered it was a rabbit. Happy New Year, uncle. I didn't have a gift for you, so I caught this rabbit, Naruto explained. Mifei was somewhat surprised. Catching a rabbit in Konohagakure was no easy task. You must have worked hard to catch this rabbit, he remarked. Not at all. I often catch rabbits, so I'm quite skilled at it, Naruto replied with a smile. Well, I must be off now, he said, quickly darting away. Mifei looked at the rabbit, which was still alive, and handed it to Xiaoyu. Take care of it for now. Xiaoyu embraced the rabbit, laughing joyfully. The rabbit felt soft and fluffy. He adored it. How about some candied hawthorn? Mifei suggested. Sure, Xiaoyu replied, excited. The sweet and sour treat was a favorite among children. Just then, a young boy approached with a younger child in tow. Their clothing bore the fan insignia, signifying their Uchiha lineage. Sasuke, you just had dango. You can't have more sweets, the older boy admonished. Sasuke? Mifei mused, recognizing the boy who was slightly shorter than Xiaoyu. To his surprise, it was indeed Sasuke. Therefore, the boy with the tear troughs must be Itachi, the Uchiha clan's prodigy, who would ultimately lead the clan toward its tragic demise. As Sasuke was about to start school, it meant that the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre was drawing near. Mifei felt a strong yearning for the Sharingan. He pondered the possibility of acquiring a few pairs during that fateful night. Sasuke, noticing Xiaoyu holding the rabbit, stuck out his tongue. Is this your little brother? Yes, adorable, Mifei remarked. Thank you, Itachi said, pleased by Mifei's compliment about Sasuke. Has your brother started school yet? Mifei inquired. Not yet. He plans to enroll this year, Itachi replied. I am Mifei, a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Should you require any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you, I appreciate it. My brother's name is Sasuke, Itachi stated. I will remember that. Now, let us be on our way. Mifei did not engage in much conversation and left with Xiaoyu. As they walked, Mifei suddenly spotted two figures swiftly approaching. It was Teacher Kai, Xiaoli. Clad in a green tight-fitting outfit, closely followed Kai. Upon seeing Mifei, Kai halted. Happy New Year, Mifei, he greeted first. Happy New Year, replied Mifei. Happy New Year. Teacher Kai, added Xiaoyu. Teacher Mifei, Happy New Year, exclaimed Xiaoli. Today marks the first day of the new year. Will you still be training? Of course. In this new year, we must strive harder, so let us run an additional 100 laps today, shouted Kai with enthusiasm. After accepting Xiaoli, Kai utilized precious herbs to condition Xiaoli's body. Now, Xiaoli's health had improved compared to most children, yet the intensity of his physical training still proved burdensome. Mifei, Xiaoyu, would you like to join us in a spirited competition? Kai inquired. No, I will take my leave, Mifei responded. Very well, let us depart, Li, said Kai. The two departed like the wind. Father, who is stronger, you or Teacher Kai? Xiaoyu asked. Mifei replied, in a non-exertive scenario, he is somewhat stronger. In a competitive setting, he remains the stronger one. However, it is I who will ultimately endure. Xiaoyu was left perplexed, having not comprehended Mifei's meaning. Witnessing the diligent training of Kai and Xiaoli, Mifei resolved to practice an additional hour daily with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu practiced soft punches with a roll of her eyes, while Mifei focused on hard punches and ninjutsu. The holiday swiftly came to an end, and the students returned to school to resume classes. Class, did you enjoy your holiday? Mifei inquired. Yes, the majority of the students chorused. That is splendid to hear. Now, it is time for everyone to diligently apply themselves to their studies. First, we shall extract chakra. Let us see which students practice diligently at home during the break. The students promptly closed their eyes and began the chakra extraction. Mifei observed that the vast majority of students successfully extracted chakra. It seemed they had not entirely succumbed to indulgence. This semester, Mifei would focus on theoretical examinations. After all, he had previously promised to achieve the highest average score in the first-year academic examinations. In combat assessments, Class 2 would surely not surpass Class 1, which already possessed a foundational advantage. However, when it came to theoretical exams, Mifei was quite confident, as he had emerged from a rigorous educational background. The most straightforward method to enhance theoretical scores was to practice problems. By reviewing every question, high marks were almost guaranteed. Naturally, in the preceding 2 months, Mifei had also introduced new content to the students. In the final 2 months, Mifei devoted a substantial amount of time to providing his students with a plethora of exercises. Among these were examination questions from the ninja school over the past decade, alongside a selection of problems crafted by Mifei himself. By thoroughly memorizing these questions, achieving the top average score in the grade was undoubtedly within reach. Naturally, many students required a touch of pressure from Mifei to comply willingly with their studies. Under the strategy of immersion and practice, Mifei observed a rapid enhancement in the students' academic performance. Furthermore, the 8 students who attended supplementary training also demonstrated significant improvement, with their initially 10-kilogram burdens escalating to 20 kilograms. Although it was exhausting, everyone persevered. The first-year examinations commenced swiftly. This year, the first graders were tested on basic ninja knowledge, the history of Konoha, and the will of fire. Upon reviewing the test papers, Mifei chuckled. Recognizing that a considerable portion of the questions aligned perfectly with his predictions, particularly in basic knowledge and Konoha's history, where he had hit the nail on the head. However, he was uncertain about how much the students would retain. The 3 subjects were assessed in a single day, and once the examinations concluded, the students returned home. Myphi, on the other hand, was tasked with grading all the papers before the following day. He entrusted the grading of the Will of Fire exam to Irika, as he harbored concerns that others would discern the differences between his interpretation of the Will of Fire and that of Konoha's. By 10 o'clock that evening, Myphi finally completed the grading. Fortunately, the volume of questions was manageable. Otherwise, he would have struggled to finish such a large number of papers. Among the submissions, several students achieved perfect scores, while most others scored between 80 and 90 points, which greatly pleased Myphi. Myphi-sensei, these students performed exceptionally well on their papers. Irika remarked with delight. This is the result of the exercises I assigned them. While it may not be the most educational approach, it is undoubtedly the most effective method for improving exam scores. I also aim to fulfill my agreement with the principal. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to this strategy. Myphi was reluctant for Irika to adopt this method, fearing that Naruto and his peers would be subjected to endless drills. Moreover, should this technique become widespread, other teachers would likely emulate it. At that point, competition among teachers and students would escalate, leading to widespread dissatisfaction. Chapter 16. Final Assessment Results. The history of the ninja world war. The following day, Myphi compiled the scores from the 3 subjects and ranked the students accordingly. Leading the pack was still the ever-impressive Yun Jiwei. To Myphi's surprise, Xiaoyu secured the 2nd position. Following closely were Tian and Niji, both of whom also made it into the top 10. Unfortunately, Xiaoli's performance was less than stellar, landing him at the bottom of the rankings. Nevertheless, it was of little concern, as he still managed to pass despite his low standing. What astonished Myphi the most was Tai Yuanji's performance. Having struggled with the last set of questions, Tai Yuanji rose to 12th place this time. Although it was not within the top 10, it was still quite commendable. Indeed, it seemed that the majority of the students possessed adequate intelligence. It was merely their methods and self-management skills that required improvement. On the following day, Myphi submitted the students' test papers and scores. Subsequently, he entered the classroom and posted the results on the wall. The students beamed with joy upon seeing their scores, as their previous efforts had evidently borne fruit. "Quiet down, everyone," Myphi called out. The students immediately fell silent. "I am thrilled to announce that everyone has performed remarkably well this time. Although some students' scores were lower and their ranks not as high, significant progress has been made. Let us applaud our fellow classmates and ourselves," Myphi exclaimed. The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. "For those in the top 10, I have a special reward." Myphi distributed 10 boxes to the 10 students. Upon opening them, they discovered a kunai engraved with the words Konoha Class 1 to 2, Top 10. Though it was merely a kunai, the students were delighted to receive it. In the afternoon, they gathered on the playground for the awards ceremony. Myphi's class achieved an average score surpassing that of other classes, securing 1st place. As the representative teacher of the 1st year, Myphi took the stage to speak. "I am honored to stand here as the representative teacher. This time, the students of our class have achieved commendable results, a testament to everyone's hard work. If you were to ask me what the secret to our success is, I would say it is the joy of learning. When students find joy in their studies, they naturally engage earnestly, leading to improved results." The atmosphere in Class 1 to 2 was somewhat subdued, as no one truly felt that this semester was characterized by joyful learning. Yet, the final outcome brought great happiness. After the awards ceremony concluded, the 1st year's teaching officially came to an end. All students and teachers welcomed the arrival of their vacation. Myphi made his way to the principal's office. "Principal, how did I do?" "I have fulfilled our agreement," Myphi said with a smile. Heidazu nodded. "I am aware that you have performed admirably and met the requirements. May I continue teaching Class 2 then?" Myphi inquired. "Of course. However, Teacher Irika will soon become the instructor for the new Class 1, so you will be on your own from now on." "Not a problem." Though Myphi felt a twinge of reluctance, as Irika had significantly aided him in teaching, making his responsibilities much lighter. Nevertheless, it matters not, for in the forthcoming years, the burden shall not weigh as heavily as it has this past year. During this holiday, however, Myphi finds himself unable to indulge in idleness. He must seek out tasks to undertake. Myphi aspires to ascend to the rank of Jonin within a span of 3 years. To achieve this esteemed position, One must be directly promoted by the Kage of each ninja village, who evaluates a candidate's overall combat prowess, intelligence gathering and analytical skills, leadership qualities, experiential knowledge, and loyalty. Only those who meet the requisite standards will be elevated. Naturally, recommendations from other jonin can significantly ease this process. Mifei is confident in securing recommendations from Hinata Hisashi, Hinata Hayashi, and Guy. However, his experience in missions remains insufficient, necessitating the completion of additional tasks. Taking advantage of the holiday, Mifei collaborates with Guy to embark on several B and A-ranked missions. Given the brevity of the holiday, with each mission typically consuming around 3 days, coupled with the need for rest, Mifei finds himself unable to complete many tasks. As the new school term commences, Mifei arrives at the school alongside Xiaoyu. Yet, he does not hasten to enter. Instead, he lingers at the school gate. Teacher Mifei. The students of class 2-2 greet him warmly upon his arrival. Uncle. Naruto suddenly rushes towards Mifei. Naruto, are you starting school this year as well? Yes. The third Hokage helped enroll me, and now I can learn ninjutsu. Then give it your all. Hey, you with the yellow hair, don't block the way. A childish voice interjects. Mifei turns to see Itachi and Sasuke. Sasuke, don't be rude, Itachi admonishes. Who are you? Naruto inquires of Sasuke. I am Uchiha Sasuke. What is your name? Listen well, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, the two future protagonists meet for the first time. Let us hurry inside. Time is of the essence. Mifei urges as they all proceed into the school. Uncle, are you a teacher? Naruto asks. Indeed, I teach 2nd grade, which is different from your class. Ah. I thought you would be teaching us, Naruto replies, somewhat disappointed. Fear not, you shall encounter a wonderful teacher, Mifei assures him with a smile. Upon entering the classroom, Mifei observes that most of the students have already arrived. He takes attendance, confirming that all expected students are present. This year's enrollment is slightly lower than the last, as some students have withdrawn. Those who struggled to harness chakra deemed themselves unsuitable for the path of a ninja and chose to leave voluntarily. Others departed for various reasons. Mifei's class has seen relatively few withdrawals, in contrast to the subsequent classes, which experienced more significant attrition. One may notice that the students appear to have grown taller. Classmates, due to Irika-sensei's new responsibility of guiding the first-year students, I shall be your sole instructor from now on. A sense of regret washes over the students. For many held a fondness for Irika. Very well, let us commence our lessons. Mifei proceeds to impart knowledge of the history of the ninja world. Last semester, the history of the Hidden Leaf Village was thoroughly discussed, and this time, Mifei intends to delve into the history of the ninja world. Does anyone know how many world wars we have experienced? Mifei inquired. Little Yu raised her hand and replied, 3. Precisely, 3. In these 3 ninja world wars, the Hidden Leaf Village has primarily emerged victorious, contributing to its current flourishing state. The first and second ninja wars occurred quite some time ago, and some records are not particularly clear, thus, there is no need for extensive knowledge on those. I will mainly discuss the Third Ninja World War. The students listened attentively as Mifei lectured. The history of the Ninja World Wars is indeed captivating. Mifei continued, the scale of the Third Ninja World War was the largest, with the highest number of casualties among ninjas. In this war, all 5 great ninja villages participated. Does anyone know what sparked the Third Ninja World War? Mifei asked. Niji raised his hand and answered, it should be the disappearance of the third Hokage. Correct. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, the Sand Village was left leaderless. The Cloud Village seized the opportunity to invade the Sand Village. Subsequently, the Cloud Village declared war on the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Mist. Eventually, the Rock Village also joined in and declared war on the Hidden Leaf. So, who ultimately emerged victorious? A student asked. It was essentially a victory for the Hidden Leaf. Although they incurred significant losses of ninjas, the Third Ninja World War showcased an abundance of remarkable characters. Today's assignment is for everyone to return home and, through any means, gather information about a notable figure from the Third War, whether from the Hidden Leaf or another ninja village. The more detailed their achievements, the better. This will also test your intelligence gathering abilities. The students were quite intrigued by this assignment, and some commenced discussions. Let us start by mentioning some well-known figures, after which you can investigate in those directions. The fourth Hokage. Someone shouted as soon as Mifei finished speaking. Indeed, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He can be regarded as the most outstanding ninja of the Third War. After the war, he successfully became the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Aside from the fourth Hokage, who else do you know? Miffy asked. The legendary three of the Hidden Leaf. Tintin replied. Correct. The legendary three played an immensely significant role in the Ninja World War. They're Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Miffy wrote their names on the blackboard. I recall that Orochimaru was a rogue ninja, right? Niji remarked. Indeed, Orochimaru defected shortly after the Third War and was classified as a rogue ninja by the Hidden Leaf. So, if you ever encounter him, be cautious. Can anyone provide other examples? Guy-sensei. Little Lee suddenly raised his hand. The other students were somewhat puzzled, unaware that Guy-sensei had also participated in the Ninja World War. Very well, Mike Guy. Teacher Kai was relatively young at that time and did not have many remarkable achievements. However, I believe everyone can look up this individual, Mike Day. When it comes to outstanding accomplishments in the three battles, Mike Day certainly qualifies as one, although he is not particularly well known. Chapter 17. The night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the first battle with Obito subsequently. Mifei inscribed the names of several individuals on the blackboard. The students hurriedly noted them down, preparing to research these figures upon returning home. Mifei observed the students with keen interest, eager to see which characters they would choose to write about. Everyone could document the information, and we would engage in discussion the following day. After class, Mifei approached class 1 of the first grade. Peering into the classroom, he discovered the students engaged in playful antics, their mischief rivaling that of the class he taught. Mifei scanned the room, comparing his observations with his recollections. The first ones he noticed were Naruto and Sasuke, who were energetically bickering. At this time, the Uchiha clan had not yet been extinguished, and Sasuke retained a relatively cheerful demeanor. Their natural rivalry ignited a quarrel as soon as they met. Next, Mifei spotted the bashful Hinata, Kiba, accompanied by a dog. The stylish Ino with her signature sunglasses, Sakura, with her vibrant pink hair, seated next to the ponytailed Ino, the ever-snacking Choji, and Shikamaru, who sprawled across his desk, dozing off with his pineapple hairstyle. The new generation of Konoha's young talents had gathered. Mifei-sensei, he heard, turning to see Irika. The two strolled side by side outside the classroom. How does it feel? Mifei inquired. Quite a headache, indeed, a group of unruly little ones. However, I suppose I have gained some experience, Irika replied. Mifei nodded, saying, I have complete faith in your abilities. I see Naruto is in your class, Mifei remarked suddenly. At the mention of Naruto's name, Irika fell silent. Try to connect with Naruto. I believe you will eventually find the answers you seek, Mifei encouraged. Irika nodded, trusting Mifei's words. To celebrate your first official day of teaching, let us enjoy a celebration this evening, Mifei suggested. Shall we have ramen? Irika asked. No. This time we shall indulge in barbecue. The barbecue at the Akimichi family is quite delightful. We should give it a try. Sounds great. And perhaps some sake would complement it nicely. Mifei licked his lips in anticipation. Before long, the school bell rang again. Mifei and Irika hastily returned to the classroom to resume lessons. As afternoon dismissal approached, Mifei organized his teaching materials, preparing to leave. Let us go, Xiaoyu, he called. Xiaoyu had accompanied Hinata and Niji, departing a bit earlier. Upon reaching the open area in front of the school, Mifei noticed Naruto seated on the swing beneath a large tree. Naruto watched enviously as children returned home with their families. Although his classmates were not as disdainful as the villagers, he still struggled to forge friendships. Naruto, aren't you heading home? Mifei approached and asked. Hey, are you still here too, uncle? Naruto jumped off the swing. I wish to linger at school a little longer before returning. May I walk with you for a while? He inquired. Of course, you can join me or walk with Xiaoyu. You know her, right? The one who sat next to me while we had ramen the other day. Yeah. Naruto walked joyfully alongside Mifei. Did you learn anything today? He reminisced. Irika-sensei had us introduce ourselves and explain what it means to be a ninja. Beyond that, I can't recall much. Do you enjoy being a ninja? Of course. I aspire to become Hokage and earn the respect of others. It's not merely by becoming Hokage that one garners recognition, rather. It is those who are acknowledged that can ascend to that position, Mifei preemptively articulated. What does that mean? Naruto inquired, somewhat puzzled. You may not comprehend it now, but one day, you will. Two shadows, one tall and one short, ambled down the street. Time passed swiftly during the school lessons, and before they knew it, a year had elapsed, ushering in the year 57 of Konoha. Despite the peaceful facade of life in Konoha, turbulent undercurrents stirred beneath. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village was escalating, and if this continued, war between the two factions was inevitable. In the afternoon, after dining out, Mifei and Xiaoyu returned home. Father, why do I feel something is amiss in Konoha lately? Xiaoyu queried. No need to worry, it doesn't concern us. However, the Hyuga clan will soon rise to become the most prominent clan in Konoha. Could something have happened with the Uchiha? Xiaoyu's intuition was sharp. I must step out tonight. You stay home and be safe. Father, is what you're doing dangerous? Xiaoyu asked. Nothing is devoid of risk. Even drinking cold water can lead to a toothache. Do not fret for me. If all goes well, I shall return tonight. If not, it may be tomorrow night. I have left a set of exam papers in my study. Should I not return tonight, you may take them to class tomorrow for your peers to complete. At this moment, Mifeng, even in the face of uncertainty, had prepared exam papers for everyone. Truly a commendable teacher. As time approached, Mifeng quietly departed from the Hyuga compound. Upon nearing the Uchiha estate, he activated his invisibility ability, ensuring that as long as he refrained from taking action, he would remain undetected. He sought a vantage point with a clear view of the Uchiha residence, knowing that this evening would be particularly eventful for them. The Uchiha clan, a lineage that had thrived in Konoha for a millennium, now stood at the pinnacle of the village hierarchy. The wealth within the clan was considerable. How much could be obtained depended on Mifeng's prowess and fortune. Suddenly, Mifeng noticed a carnivorous plant emerging from the ground nearby. Only the adept could manage such a feat. He was tempted to strike it back into the earth, yet he restrained himself to avoid exposure. With the deepening night, the atmosphere around the Uchiha clan thickened with an increasing number of presences. It remained uncertain which forces would be involved tonight. The Uchiha clan resided on the fringes of Konoha, and as night fell, the streets surrounding them emptied of pedestrians. Not long after, Mifei caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood. He beheld a figure wielding a long blade, stepping deliberately into the Uchiha estate. With each step, a bloodied footprint marked the ground, and a lifeless body would collapse. In a bid to resolve the escalating conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha and the higher echelons of Konoha had resolved to enact a purge upon the Uchiha lineage. Itachi, well acquainted with the clan's defenses, effortlessly dispatched the vigilant shinobi. Subsequently, he unleashed a massacre upon his kin. No one anticipated that someone would dare to commit murder within the Uchiha clan. Thus their reactions lagged behind Itachi's swift assault, transforming the scene into a one-sided slaughter. Naturally, some sensed the peril and chose to flee. However, the lurking ninjas had encircled the Uchiha residence, rendering escape impossible. At that moment, a man stood defiantly before Itachi. Itachi, I never expected you to take this path, he stated. Itachi raised his gaze to the man before him, remaining silent. This man was none other than his father, Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan. In the past, I showed you the potential future of the Uchiha clan, yet now you wish for me to witness a drastically different outcome? Fugaku spoke calmly. Itachi immediately activated his Manjiki Sharingan, sharing a vision of the future with Fugaku. So that is it, Fugaku murmured, his demeanor abruptly shifting to one of despondency. As if enveloped by a sense of hopelessness and resignation, Itachi continued his grim task within the Uchiha domain, ultimately arriving at his parents' chamber. At that moment, Mifei suddenly spotted a small figure darting into the house. It was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, returning after playing outside for an extended period. Sasuke's survival was one of the conditions Itachi had stipulated to Konoha. Moments later, a figure emerged from the Uchiha estate. It was indeed Itachi Uchiha. Once he departed, all others sprang into action. Under the cover of night, countless shadows surged into the Uchiha clan. Predominantly, this force comprised Konoha's Umbu and Root members, who secured the Uchiha clan firmly. Mifei and Zetsu moved simultaneously, beginning to extract the eyes of the Uchiha clan members. Mifei was uncertain which individuals had awakened their Sharingan. He could only remove the eyes of the adults. Typically, the Uchiha clan's Genin had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, so it sufficed to claim the eyes of the Genin. Zetsu, capable of traversing underground with remarkable speed, could procure a pair of eyes every few seconds. Although Mifei remained concealed, he dared not make excessive noise. Thus his pace was considerably slower, taking a minute or two to extract a pair of eyes. Mifei proceeded directly to Fugaku's chamber. There, Fugaku and his wife lay lifeless on the ground, while a frightened Sasuke had succumbed to unconsciousness nearby. Mifei harbored a temptation to eliminate Sasuke right there. Such an act would undoubtedly provoke Itachi to turn his blade against Konoha. Yet, that would plunge Konoha into chaos, jeopardizing Mifei's plans. Mifei approached and discovered that Fugaku's eyes had vanished, evidently taken by someone in advance. It remained uncertain whether it was Itachi, J-Ri, or perhaps another individual. It was said that Uchiha Fugaku possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, which granted him the ominous ability to foresee the future. Such foresight is indeed a formidable power, though surely not without its considerable cost. Feeling a multitude of ninjas converging towards this location, Mai-Fi hastily retreated. Who was it? An Umbu ninja sensed a gust of wind sweep past, yet he could not detect the presence of any other ninja. Mai-Fi cautiously made his way out, continuing his quest to extract the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Besides Mai-Fi and J-Ri, there were also members from the Root and Umbu units engaged in the collection of these precious eyes. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is a coveted treasure. Even the single Tomo Sharingan holds substantial value. The arm adorned with numerous Sharingan belonging to Danzo must have been acquired through this endeavor. In addition to extracting the Sharingan, Mai-Fi also transferred some valuable items, such as the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu and wealth. After successfully removing a Sharingan, he placed it into a specially designed vial, which he then stored within a scroll. Everything was proceeding smoothly until an unexpected incident occurred. While Mai-Fi was extracting an eye, he suddenly came into contact with another hand. Although J-Ri could not see Mai-Fi, he sensed his presence right before him. "You steal yours, I steal mine. Let's not interfere with one another," Mai-Fi stated. "Agreed." J-Ri consented. After each had pilfered an eye, they departed in opposite directions. However, just as Mai-Fi was about to leave, a chain shot towards him. He quickly retreated, and the iron chain struck the ground with a resounding clang. The surrounding ninjas, alerted by the noise, immediately converged upon the scene. Without a doubt, Mai-Fi recognized the chain's owner, the accursed Uchiha Obito. Mai-Fi hastily fled towards the Uchiha residence's exterior. Although he remained cloaked in invisibility, some still managed to catch a glimpse of his trail. While Mai-Fi's invisibility allowed him to evade chakra detection, his scent lingered. Among the Root and Umbu ninjas were members of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans, whose dogs and insects could easily track him down. Upon realizing he was being pursued, Mai-Fi promptly sprinted towards the Forest of Death. The forest's intricate environment provided the perfect cover for his escape. Once within the forest, Mai-Fi deemed it unnecessary to maintain his invisibility. He directly executed the shadow clone technique, dispersing in various directions. Mai-Fi had obtained this technique after successfully completing an A-rank mission. In a situation of flight, shadow clones were far more advantageous than ordinary clones, as opponents could not distinguish between them and the original. Upon sensing 4 distinct presences of Mai-Fi, the pursuing shinobi quickly split into 2 groups, each following one of the diverging paths. They were cautious not to divide too much, lest they be picked off one by Mai-Fi. Their curiosity was piqued by how Mai-Fi had managed to breach the heavily fortified Uchiha residence. After running for a while, Mai-Fi came to a halt. He glanced behind him and noticed that no one was pursuing him. It appeared that his shadow clone had successfully drawn the pursuers away. Suddenly, Mai-Fi sensed something and instantaneously vacated his position. A thick chain struck the very spot he had just occupied, severing a tree branch as thick as a thigh. In the next moment, a man wearing a mask appeared before Mai-Fi. Uchiha Obito. Mai-Fi was perplexed as to why Obito had fixated on him. Yet, the answer came swiftly. "Return all the Sharingan you have taken," Obito stated. "Do you desire it? Then come and claim it." Mai-Fi immediately brandished the blade of death and charged towards Obito. He swung the blade horizontally, aiming for Obito's waist. However, when the blade of death made contact, it seemed as if it had struck nothing but air. The blade passed through, leaving Obito unscathed. "Your attacks are ineffective. You might as well relinquish what you have. You wish." Mai-Fi charged once more, thrusting his blade at Obito. This time, the blade pierced through Obito's form, and Mai-Fi's body followed suit, passing through him. Obito pivoted and hurled a chain towards Mai-Fi's back. Mai-Fi turned, deflecting the chain with a swift swing of his sword. He regarded Obito, realizing that his Kamui was exceedingly unfair. Hitting him proved to be an arduous task. Despite understanding the principle behind Kamui, Mai-Fi found himself at a loss. He yearned to employ ninjutsu to defeat Obito, confident that his ninjutsu could be unleashed continuously until it eventually struck true. However, the presence of Leaf Village ninjas nearby posed a significant risk of drawing their attention if he were to use ninjutsu. In light of this, he decided, 8 gates. Open the first gate, release. 8 gates, open the second gate, release. 8 gates, open the third gate, release. With the opening of 3 gates, a surge of chakra erupted from Mai-Fi. He instantly closed the distance, swinging the blade of death towards Obito's head. The blade penetrated Obito's skull directly. Yet, at the very moment the blade exited Obito's body, he reached out for Mai-Fi. Mai-Fi hurled the blade of death and, with his left hand, caught it, driving it downward. Obito had no choice but to phase out, evading the assault. Mai-Fi's body spun in midair as he concentrated his chakra in his right hand, striking Obito with a Rasengan. The powerful Rasengan made solid contact with Obito's midsection, sending him sliding a short distance before coming to a stop. "How do you know this technique?" Obito inquired, astonished as he gazed at Mai-Fi. The Rasengan was the signature jutsu of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Currently, the only other practitioner of this technique was Jiraiya. Yet, Mai-Fi had no ties to Jiraiya, and Obito had never encountered someone like Mai-Fi before. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito unexpectedly unleashed a ninjutsu, launching an attack towards Mai-Fi. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. If it came to a battle of ninjutsu, Mai-Fi was unafraid. He countered Obito's great fireball with his own great fire dragon, pushing the fireball back. A towering inferno surged into the sky, capturing the attention of the ninjas within the forest. Subsequently, Obito charged toward Mai-Fi, and the two became enmeshed in combat. As the skirmish unfolded, both Mai-Fi and Obito sensed the encroachment of others. With a swift kick, Obito sent Mai-Fi sprawling before he vanished into the swirling vortex. Mai-Fi comprehended Obito's intentions. He aimed to have the Leaf villagers contend with him. "Since you are all here, let us engage together," Mai-Fi declared. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. A formidable blaze surged toward the gathering crowd. The sheer power of the great fire dragon forced the onlookers to retreat immediately. The numerous ninjas resolved to wait until the technique concluded before launching their assault on Mai-Fi. However, they soon realized that Mai-Fi continued to unleash the great fire dragon, showing no signs of cessation. The great fire dragon was indeed powerful, yet it demanded substantial chakra. Typically, a seasoned Jonin could manage to execute it only 3 or 4 times. Yet Mai-Fi had unleashed it over 10 times and showed no inclination to stop. "How much chakra does this guy possess?" one ninja remarked. "I refuse to believe he can keep this up all night." Unbeknownst to them, Mai-Fi was indeed capable of maintaining the technique for an entire night. Realizing that persisting in this manner would draw formidable ninjas to his demise, Mai-Fi decided to make a break for it while still employing the great fire dragon. He charged forward, and the ninjas ahead dared not impede his path, allowing him a clear passage. Periodically, he conjured shadow clones, commanding them to execute the great fire dragon, thus stalling those in pursuit. Finally, after several hours, Mai-Fi successfully evaded the Leaf ninjas. Once he had distanced himself, he refrained from returning immediately, instead seeking a secluded spot within the death forest to rest. That night, Shiowayu sat beneath the eaves, gazing at the sky, awaiting Mai-Fi's return. Yet, as midnight approached, Mai-Fi was still absent. Shiowayu then retreated indoors, closed the door, and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, adhering to Mai-Fi's instructions, Shiowayu placed the test papers into his backpack and ventured to a nearby bun shop for breakfast. After his meal, he proceeded to school and entered the classroom. When class time arrived, Mai-Fi had yet to appear. Thus, Shiowayu began distributing the test papers. Mai-Fi had informed them that upon completing the tests, they could leave for the day. The students were well aware of the relationship between Mai-Fi and Shiowayu and understood that any attempt to sneak away would result in severe consequences if Mai-Fi found out. The test Mai-Fi had devised was extensive, and as most finished, the school day was drawing to a close. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Shiowayu discovered Mai-Fi preparing dinner. "Father, you are back," Shiowayu exclaimed with relief, having genuinely worried that Mai-Fi might not return. "Indeed. You had the students complete their tests today, did you not?" Mai-Fi inquired. "Yes, I have collected their papers," Shiowayu replied. Mifei received a thick stack of papers and carelessly tossed them aside. With such a multitude of papers, he had no desire to grade them, for the time being. They would remain there. He found the task of grading to be far more troublesome than that of creating questions. "Father, I heard that the Uchiha clan has perished. How did you come by this information?" Mifei inquired. "While I was out this morning, I overheard many discussing the matter. Even in the classroom, classmates were conversing about it." "Then it is likely true," Xiaoyu remarked. Mifei nodded, acknowledging, "Your information-gathering skills are commendable." Indeed, last night, Uchiha Itachi single-handedly annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Is Uchiha Itachi truly that formidable? Xiaoyu had heard whispers of Itachi's genius, but he was astonished that one man could eradicate an entire family. While Itachi's prowess was certainly exceptional within the clan, there were still those capable of opposing him. However, the individual who could have intervened chose not to do so. Why? Xiaoyu asked. I am uncertain. In any case, only 2 members of the Uchiha clan remain. What were you doing all day? Why did it take you so long to return? Xiaoyu queried. I went to retrieve a few items, but fortune was not on my side, as I encountered a rather unpleasant group of individuals, which delayed my return. Well then, let us eat. During their meal, the 2 remained silent. After dining, Mufei returned to his study. He opened the storage scroll and retrieved a jar containing eyes. Upon counting, he discovered he had collected 17.5 pairs of Sharingan. Among them were 1 single Tomo Sharingan, 2 pairs of double Tomo Sharingan, and the rest were triple Tomo, which was quite fortunate. There was also a solitary Sharingan, the other half of which had been seized by Zetsu. Mifei silently vowed that the next time he encountered Zetsu, he would meticulously pluck out each thorn from the flytrap's mouth. After reviewing the eyes, Mifei stored them away, for the time to utilize them had not yet arrived. Chapter 18. Becoming a Jonin and betrothing Hinata. As the seasons transitioned from spring to autumn, time swiftly carried us into the final year of Xiaoyu's schooling. Mifei summoned all the students to the playground. The new year was approaching, and after tomorrow's classes, everyone would be free to return home for the holidays. However, I must remind you that upon the conclusion of the next semester, you will be facing your graduation assessments. Only those who successfully pass these evaluations will be able to ascend to the rank of a genin. I am uncertain about the specifics of next year's assessments, but according to past traditions, the ninjutsu portion will likely include a variant of the body substitution technique. Those who have yet to master this skill must dedicate themselves diligently in the forthcoming weeks. Mifei had introduced the body substitution technique to them during their 4th grade year. After over a year of practice, many students still struggle to execute it. Mastery of this technique signifies the commencement of one's journey as a ninja. Today, we shall conduct a shuriken test. Each participant will throw 3 shurikens, and to qualify, one must hit the bullseye, while at least 2 must land on the target. Those who qualify can return home today. Those who do not must remain until they succeed. Who will go first? I will, exclaimed Tai Yuanji. Over the past 5 years, Tai Yuanji had transformed from a mischievous child into a spirited young man. He was now quite robust, even surpassing Mifei in chin height. In 2 more years, it was likely he would exceed Mifei's height altogether. Go ahead. Tai Yuanji picked up the 3 shurikens and swiftly hurled them one after another. 1 shuriken struck the target while 2 hit the bullseye. Tai Yuanji, you qualify. Mifei marked a check next to Tai Yuanji's name. Well then, teacher, I shall take my leave. Tai Yuanji dashed out of the school. If only his enthusiasm for study matched that, Mifei mused. The other students, witnessing this, grew excited, eager to take their turns in the test. It seems everyone is quite eager. I shall call the next name. Tian Tian. Tian Tian stepped forward and simultaneously threw 3 shurikens. Although all 3 hit the target, none struck the bullseye. Tian Tian, you do not qualify, Mifei declared. Wait a moment, teacher. I believe there is an issue with this test, Tian Tian interjected. What seems to be the problem? Mifei inquired. Why do we practice throwing shurikens? Tian Tian questioned. Surely it is to enhance our ability to strike our enemies effectively during battle. Indeed, Mifei responded. That is the purpose. Then I see no necessity to hit the bullseye. A single shuriken striking the bullseye could indeed eliminate an opponent. But if I were to throw 100 shurikens that all land on the target, the result would be the same. Mifei's lips twitched. It was no surprise that Tian Tian preferred to summon weapons in a flurry, akin to celestial blossoms raining down upon her foes. If precision is lacking, then let us opt for coverage instead. Very well, you have persuaded me. You may return, Mifei conceded. Wonderful. Thank you, teacher. With a cheerful demeanor, Tian Tian dashed out of the school. Mifei gazed at the remaining students and remarked, just now, Tian Tian could utilize that excuse. But you all are at a loss, as you possess not nearly as many weapons. Next, Shaoli. I'm coming, teacher, replied Shaoli, as he surged from the crowd, nearly colliding with his fellow students. Shaoli, give it a try. All right. Shaoli swallowed nervously and seized 3 shurikens from the table. He aimed at the target before hurling the shurikens with all his might. Whether due to his precision or lack thereof, none of the shurikens struck the target. Shaoli, you have failed. Shaoli, do not throw them all at once. Take your time and throw them one by one. Shaoli sighed in disappointment but quickly regained his spirits. Fear not, teacher. Today I shall throw these shurikens 10,000 times. He promptly grabbed a handful of shurikens and approached the target to commence his practice. Next, Hinata Xiaoyu. Standing before the target, Xiaoyu focused intently on the bullseye before launching the shuriken. The first shuriken successfully struck the center. He then retrieved a second shuriken and threw it again, landing another hit on the bullseye. For the third shuriken, Xiaoyu observed keenly before releasing it, and it too accurately hit the target. While achieving 3 bullseyes was commendable, Mifei was taken aback to see that all 3 shurikens were embedded in the target in a parallel manner. Accomplishing such precision is no small feat, even for some of the CH-Ni. Hinata Xiaoyu, well done. The students erupted into applause, as Xiaoyu's performance was indeed remarkable. Next, Hinata Nichi. Mifei continued to assess the students' shuriken throwing skills. Most performed admirably, with only a handful missing the target or failing to hit the core. Those who succeeded were free to return home, while the remaining students practiced their throws on the playground. Every half hour, Mifei conducted another round of assessments. After 2 hours, only Xiaoli remained on the field. Xiaoli, it's your turn, called Mifei. Xiaoli had yet to undergo his second assessment. Wait a moment. I'm about to finish my 10,000 shurikens. Naturally, Mifei did not possess 10,000 shurikens for him to throw. After tossing 10 shurikens, Xiaoli would retrieve them, a process that consumed considerable time. How many have you thrown thus far? Mifei inquired. 6789 shurikens. I'm almost done. Then take your time. Once you finish, you can return home, and there will be no further tests. Mifei, unwilling to wait any longer, took the assessment list and returned to his office. What test are you conducting today? Arika asked. Shuriken throwing. How did they perform? Mifei replied, not bad. I can generally hit the target, though a few individuals still have some issues. Your class is about to graduate. You must be feeling quite pressured, right? You're not far behind either, just a year later than I am. Sigh. I really wish those little rascals would graduate sooner, Arika said with a hint of resentment. The students in his class were exceptionally mischievous, their precocious thoughts combined with robust physiques making them all the more exhausting to handle. I must admit, I will feel rather reluctant to part with them, Mifei remarked. And once they leave, won't you have to teach the next batch? Mifei chuckled. Arika nodded. Contemplating the reality of bidding farewell to students he had been with for 6 years, it indeed stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Mifei, when will you apply to become a jonin? Arika inquired. In a few days, once I wrap up matters at the school, Mifei responded. Well then, I wish you success in advance. Arika felt a tinge of envy for Mifei as potential to become a jonin, acknowledging his own limitations and talent, which rendered such aspirations unattainable. Remember to treat us to a meal when that time comes, Arika added. Rest assured, you will not be left out. I'll invite Guy and the others. Let us have a good gathering, Mifei said. I'll head back now. See you next year. See you tomorrow. With that, Mifei departed from the office. After the holidays, Mifei submitted his application for jonin to the Hokage's office. To become a jonin, one typically needs to submit an application, after which the Kage from various villages evaluate a ninja's strength, leadership abilities, and other factors comprehensively. Only with the Kage's approval can one attain jonin status. In addition to the application, Mifei also submitted a recommendation letter from Hinata Hisashi. With the backing of the Hyuga clan, coupled with Mifei's qualifications, his ascendance to jonin was nearly assured. Indeed, a week later, Mifei received notification of his eligibility for jonin status. The following day, Mifei tidied himself up and made his way to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, Mifei addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the evident toll of time upon him. The challenges left behind after the death of the 4th Hokage had weighed heavily on him, rendering him quite weary. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Hinata Mifei, from today onwards. You are a jonin of Konoha. I hope you will fulfill your duties as a jonin and protect Konoha. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will not disappoint your expectations. Mifei replied with the utmost sincerity. Sarutobi nodded, expressing satisfaction with Hinata Mifei. Mifei had demonstrated commendable performance at the school, with his students achieving excellent results. Furthermore, the number of A and B rank missions he had completed surpassed that of some jonin. What are your plans for the future? Your abilities are impressive, and I hope you will consider joining the Umbu, Sarutobi suggested. I apologize, Hokage-sama. I cannot determine that at the moment. After all, my students have yet to graduate. For now, my priority is to help more students become ninjas. We can discuss other matters after their graduation. The Umbu is the core strength of Konoha, and upon your joining, you would undoubtedly acquire a wealth of knowledge. Should you become a member of the Umbu, your standing within the Hyuga clan would surely experience an elevation. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a cunning old fox, astutely identifying what Mifei yearns for the most. However, It is unfortunate that Mifei holds no interest in joining the Umbu. Very well, I shall contemplate this thoroughly. Now, you may return. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Mifei exited the Hokage's office and emerged from the Hokage building, he was greeted by Kai, who clasped Mifei's shoulder. Congratulations! You are now a J-nin. Let us engage in a contest of men. Very well, let us proceed to training ground number 4. Mifei thought it inappropriate to continually decline Kai's challenge. A necessary bout must ensue. Kai was pleasantly surprised by Mifei's agreement. All right then, let us race to see who reaches training ground 4 first. With that, Kai dashed ahead with remarkable speed. Mifei chuckled, shaking his head, and swiftly followed suit. The two moved rapidly through the streets of Konoha, soon arriving at training ground 4. Are you ready? Let us begin, Kai declared as he charged at Mifei. Mifei extended his hand, intercepting Kai's fist. The immense force compelled Mifei to take several steps back to absorb the impact. In an instant, Mifei positioned himself before Kai, delivering a lateral kick aimed at his head. Kai raised his left arm to block Mifei's leg. The two engaged in a straightforward display of taijutsu. Over the years, Mifei and Kai had trained together, making significant advancements in their physical abilities. Taijutsu is of paramount importance for ninjas, especially in later stages, where it can prove to be a decisive factor, particularly against a horde of monsters capable of absorbing ninjutsu. Enough, Mifei said, shaking his sore arms. Kai's strength far exceeds mine. How can you give up like this? The battle has only just begun, Kai exclaimed. 8th gate of the Lotus, open. With that, he activated the 8th gate, unleashing an even more ferocious assault. For Kai, opening the initial gates of the 8 gates was as effortless as drinking water. 8th gate of the Lotus, open. Mifei quickly followed suit, activating his own gates to counter Kai's onslaught. The disparity in their physical prowess became glaringly apparent. Kai, having opened the 8th gate, far surpassed Mifei, who was also in the same state. Stop. I concede. I truly cannot continue. Mifei panted, collapsing onto the ground. Kai was a veritable beast when it came to taijutsu, which explained why Kakashi had always been reluctant to spar with him. Engaging Kai in battle meant enduring injuries. Regardless of the outcome, Mifei, you require significantly more training. This will not suffice, Kai remarked, flashing his broad, white smile. I shall not train any further. This will be sufficient for now. I must return. Remember to meet me at the barbecue restaurant tonight. I shall treat you. All right. Upon hearing the delightful news of a barbecue, Kai was filled with joy. Upon returning home, Mifei discovered several dishes elegantly arranged on the table. Father, you have returned, exclaimed Xiaoyu as she emerged from the kitchen. Did you prepare these? Mifei inquired, astonished. Indeed, I attempted to cook a bit myself. Though it pales in comparison to what father would make, it should still be edible, she replied. Mifei took a seat and picked up his chopsticks to sample a piece of fish. Not bad. It's cooked to about 50%. Xiaoyu beamed at his compliment. Father, congratulations on your promotion to Jonin. Whether one is a Jonin or not is of little importance. Do you recall what I always say? True strength is what matters most. Yes, I will strive earnestly, Mifei affirmed. Xiaoyu continued. Lord Hizashi sent word that you should visit him upon your return. Very well, I understand, Mifei stated, and after savoring a few more bites, he made his way to the Hyuga residence. Lord Hizashi, Mifei called out at the door. Please, come in, Hizashi responded. Mifei entered and knelt opposite him. Have you eaten? Hizashi asked. Yes, I have dined. It was prepared by young Xiaoyu, and it was quite tasty. Is that so? I must try it next time. Congratulations on your promotion to Jonin. Thank you. It is largely thanks to your recommendation letter, Lord Hizashi, Mifei replied. The letter is of little consequence. What matters is that your own strength meets the requirements. Hizashi poured Mifei a cup of tea. What are your plans moving forward? Has Lord Third expressed interest in you? Hizashi inquired. Yes, he wishes for me to join the Umbu, Mifei answered. And what is your decision? I have little interest in the Umbu, but I cannot outright refuse. I shall say the students have yet to graduate, and we can discuss it then. Joining the Umbu is not without merit. The Umbu is a direct force of the Hokage, operating independently of others and allowing for greater freedom. But I am already unwilling to be governed by anyone. Joining the Umbu would mean obeying the Hokage's commands. Would you argue that I would then be freer or more constrained? Upon hearing Mifei's response, Hizashi chuckled. True enough, there is merit in being a free ninja. You may consider the Umbu, but if someone approaches you about joining the route, it would be wise to decline, Hizashi advised. I understand. Joining the Umbu would mean serving the Hokage, whereas joining the route would mean serving Danzo. The only life Mifei is willing to risk is his own. alongside his loved ones. Lord Hizashi, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? It concerns the marriage between Miss Hinata and my son. Xiaoyu. Cough. Cough. Upon hearing Mifei's words, Hizashi, who had just taken a sip of tea, was caught off guard. What did you just say? Hizashi exclaimed, unable to believe what he had just heard. I wish to engage in a discussion regarding the matrimonial prospects of Hinata and Xiaoyu. The children are merely 11 or 12 years of age. Is it truly necessary to address this matter? Hinata's father, Hizashi, gently set down his teacup. Certainly. Miss Hinata is exceptionally talented and remarkably beautiful. If I do not act swiftly, it is quite possible that another suitor may present himself. Upon hearing that Mifeng was here to propose, Hizashi's expression grew serious. Perhaps we should defer this conversation until the children have matured a bit more. Mifeng has just ascended to the rank of Jonin, and Hizashi felt it inappropriate to refuse at such a juncture. After all, a Jonin holds significant importance for the clan. However, an engagement does not necessitate an immediate marriage. You are aware that Xiaoyu, while not particularly outstanding, ranks among the better children of his age. Aside from Niji, no one in the clan surpasses him. Perhaps Lord Hizashi might consider this. Marriage should also take into account whether the two children harbor mutual affection. If they genuinely do develop feelings for one another in the future, I would have no objections. Hizashi understood Hinata well. Her timid nature rendered her shy in the presence of others. He trusted that Hinata would not have feelings for anyone so soon. Why don't we summon the two children and inquire about their sentiments? Mifeng was undeterred. He was determined to resolve this matter today. Hizashi was taken aback by Mifeng's urgency. He had not anticipated such fervor. After reflecting on the feasibility of the situation, Hizashi noted Mifeng's rapid growth over the years. He had recently become a Jonin, with promising potential for the future. Although Mifeng is a son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, the bond is not particularly strong. Without Xiaoyu, he could easily depart from the Hyuga family. Xiaoyu's talents are commendable, perhaps even surpassing Hinata's, though the purity of his eyes may not be exceptional. With sufficient effort, he too could achieve great things. However, Hizashi had grown somewhat disappointed with Hinata's performance as the eldest daughter of the main branch. Her capabilities were not on par with those of her peers from the branch family, particularly after Hanabi's birth. The decision to designate Hinata as the heir had begun to waver. If Hinata were to marry Xiaoyu, it would indeed be a wise choice. Very well. Let us summon the children, Hizashi declared. Please wait a moment. Mifeng swiftly exited the room to fetch Xiaoyu. As they walked, Mifeng cautioned, Xiaoyu, be on your best behavior. If the head of the family inquires whether you like Miss Hinata, you must respond affirmatively. Father, why? If all goes well, you could soon be engaged to Miss Hinata. Mifeng's smile was nearly ear to ear. Xiaoyu pondered deeply, uncertain if his feelings for Hinata could be classified as affection. Rest assured, the bride I choose for you will be impeccable. Do not underestimate Hinata. She may seem unremarkable now, but she holds great potential. Xiaoyu struggled to grasp the full meaning of Mifeng's words. Upon entering the room with Xiaoyu, Mifeng discovered that Hinata had already arrived. Head of the family, please have a seat. Mifei and Xiaoyu sat opposite Nichi and Hinata. Xiaoyu, I inquire, do you have feelings for Miss Hinata? Nichi asked. Mifei subtly gestured to Xiaoyu, urging him to respond as instructed. I enjoy spending time with Miss Hinata, Xiaoyu replied, and Mifei nodded in satisfaction. Though it was still insufficient. Hinata, do you harbor any feelings for Xiaoyu? Nichi turned to her, inquiring. I like him, Hinata stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. Look, master, Miss Hinata is blushing, which indicates her affection for Xiaoyu, Mifei remarked eagerly. If you like Xiaoyu, how about I arrange for your marriage? Nichi continued. A marriage? Hinata's face reddened further, and she seemed to be on the verge of fainting. In the next moment, she collapsed. Mifei chuckled. See, Miss Hinata is so overjoyed that she's fainted. Alas, Nichi sighed. Xiaoyu, should you not promptly pay your respects to your future father-in-law? Mifei lightly tapped Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu hurriedly bowed and prostrated, exclaiming, Father-in-law? It is still premature to address me as such. This matter requires thorough deliberation. No worries, as long as you consent, we can arrange an engagement ceremony at our convenience. Rest assured, all expenses will be covered by us. Mifei had accrued some funds from numerous tasks over the past 2 years. Naruto, my apologies, but I must first secure your future wife for my son, Mifei thought silently. I am concerned that the elders at home may oppose this, Nichi expressed anxiously. Let anyone dare to oppose. I shall deal with them, Mifei declared fervently. Cough. Mifei realized he had lost his composure and quickly composed himself. Rest assured, should anyone object, I will persuade them. though whether by words or force remains uncertain. It seems I have missed a golden opportunity, Nichi remarked as he approached. Lord Nichi, do you consent to Xiaoyu's engagement with Miss Hinata? Miffy inquired. Of course. Why would I oppose? This is splendid news. I am more worried about whether our Niji will find a wife in the future. Rest assured, everyone in the branch family is in agreement. Anyone who disagrees shall face my wrath. Nichi and Nichi exhibited starkly different attitudes. Nichi sighed, recognizing that his authority within the main family did not yet rival Nichi's standing in the branch. Chapter 19. The Marriage Contract and Graduation Assessment. Since both of you have consented, let us proceed with the signing of the marriage contract, Mifei declared, producing 2 scrolls and unfurling them upon the table. Riji gazed in astonishment at the pre-prepared marriage contract, a sense of being duped washing over him. Ultimately, Mifei and Riji inscribed their names upon the document, thereby solidifying the engagement between Rixiang Xiaoyu and Rixiang Hinata. Of course, this matter had been discreetly arranged between Mifei and Riji, and no word had leaked out. Should it be disclosed now? They would undoubtedly face opposition from the elders within their families. After all, neither Mifei nor Xiaoyu were deemed worthy enough to forge a union with the head of the clan. Months later, the graduation assessment was on the horizon. On the eve of the evaluation, Mifei prepared to conduct a test for everyone. Listen closely, for what I am about to say is of utmost importance. Tai Yuanji, I advise you not to fidget. Tai Yuanji quickly withdrew his hand and obediently took a seat. Starting tomorrow, you will all participate in the graduation assessment, which consists of 2 parts, a written examination and a test of the 3-body technique. I have already provided you with a preview of the exam questions, as long as you have attentively listened to my lessons and memorized the material. Passing should pose no difficulty. The second part pertains to the 3-body technique, which we will be testing today. I will call out names, and each of you will demonstrate the 3 forms of ninjutsu. First up, Rixiang Ningxiai. Rixiang Ningxiai stepped forward, swiftly forming hand seals and instantly transforming into Mifei's likeness. His initial display was the transformation technique. Following this, Ningxiai formed seals once more, and amidst a puff of smoke, 2 copies of himself appeared on stage. His clone technique had also proven successful. Lastly, he faced the challenge of the substitution technique, deemed the most difficult among the 3. Transformation. Ningxi's form suddenly vanished, replaced by a chair in his original position, while he reappeared at his own seat. Well done, Ningxiai. You have provided an excellent demonstration. Should everyone achieve this level of proficiency, passing the graduation assessment is assured. Next, Rixiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu also adeptly completed the 3-body technique, prompting a satisfied nod from Mifei. Elated by Mifei's approval, Xiaoyu beamed with joy. Next, Xiaoli. Upon hearing his name, Xiaoli stood up abruptly, his body rigid with tension as he approached the stage. Let us begin. Xiaoli slowly formed his seals, exclaiming, Clone technique. The room fell silent, yet no clone materialized. I shall attempt the transformation technique once more. After forming the seals, Xiaoli remained stationary, devoid of any change. Substitution technique. Xiaoli declared, a hint of excitement in his voice. However, his attempt at the substitution technique also resulted in failure. Mifei sighed. Indeed, Xiaoli's aptitude for ninjutsu was virtually non-existent. He was incapable of performing even the most fundamental of the 3-body techniques. That will be enough for now. Xiaoli, you may return. Xiaoli trudged back to his seat, engulfed in despair, for he sensed that graduation might elude him. After everyone had undergone the 3 transformation technique assessments, Mifei compiled the results. Among the 39 students in the class, 6 failed to perform the transformation technique. 3 could not execute the clone technique, and 8 were unable to master the substitution technique. Some students struggled with just one type, while others faltered with all 3. The class had not originally been this large. Some students were repeaters from the previous year. A considerable number of students faced elimination. For those who had not mastered a particular technique, it was imperative to practice diligently upon returning home and to fervently hope that tomorrow's examination would not include that specific technique. Those who could not perform any of the 3 techniques should select one to focus on and pray that it would be featured in the examination. After 6 years, this was all I could impart to you. I sincerely wish for each of you to have a bright future. Class dismissed. The students reluctantly exited the classroom, lingering longer than usual. Suddenly, graduation loomed, and a sense of nostalgia settled over them. The next day, the graduation assessments commenced in earnest. In the morning, the students faced a written examination. This assessment held particular significance, necessitating the presence of 2 teachers for supervision. Typically, It was the 5th grade and graduation class teachers who jointly oversaw the examination. Mifei was paired with Irika for this duty. Much to the students' delight upon seeing Irika once more. An hour later, the examination concluded, and Mifei collected the papers. Prepare well for the afternoon's ninjutsu assessment. He instructed before departing with the papers. In the afternoon, Mifei and Irika conducted the second assessment. Now, we shall proceed to the second segment of the graduation examination, the ninjutsu evaluation. The details are contained within this scroll. Mifei unfurled the scroll, revealing the words transformation technique. The assessment task was to transform into either myself or teacher Irika. We will grade you based on the accuracy of your transformation. When your name is called, please proceed to the adjacent room for your assessment. The first to be called was Hanada Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu followed Mifei into the neighboring classroom. Once ready, she began to form the necessary hand seals. Transformation technique. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu morphed into Mifei's likeness. Being well acquainted with Mifei, she captured even the subtlest details impressively. Irika-sensei, what do you think? Mifei inquired. Irika nodded approvingly, stating, very good, a perfect score. Mifei noted 100 next to Xiaoyu's name. Well done. Please call Niji over, and then you may leave. Come back tomorrow. Okay, thank you, teacher. Xiaoyu exited the classroom, elated, confident in her success. Before long, Niji arrived. Let's begin. Niji chose to transform into Mifei as well. Although his attention to detail was not as meticulous, he still achieved a remarkably high score. Had it not been for Xiaoyu's transformation prior to him, Ningxi would have undoubtedly achieved a perfect score. Ningxi, please summon Xiaoli. Very well. Xiaoli nervously entered the classroom. Let us begin. Yes. Yes. Transformation technique. After forming the hand seals, Xiaoli attempted the transformation technique. However, he was still unable to succeed. Transformation technique. Continuously, Xiaoli tried, his face flushed with effort. Enough. Xiaoli, that will suffice. Mifi intervened, stopping Xiaoli from persisting with his attempts. Why? Xiaoli was perplexed. He had exerted himself so diligently, yet still found himself unable to graduate. The thought that his classmates could all become ninjas while he remained in school to continue learning filled him with profound sorrow. Dejected, Xiaoli exited the classroom. Mifi, opting not to send him to fetch anyone, went next door to call on the next student. One by one, students entered the classroom to undertake their transformations. Of course, not everyone could transform as adeptly as Xiaoyu and Ningxi. Some could only change their heads, failing to alter their bodies, or manage to take on a form without gaining height. Even Irika's scar on his nose was a transformation that many could not replicate. Mifi judiciously deducted points from their scores. The majority of students, however, managed to pass. To graduate, both the written exam and the ninjutsu test needed to be satisfactory. After compiling the results, Mifi discovered that 4 students were unable to graduate. He felt a sense of regret, yet there was little he could do. Later, Mifi arrived at the Hokage's office. Ah, Mifi, what brings you here? Saratobi Hiruzen inquired. Here are the results for our class. I would appreciate it if you could take a look. Ordinarily, Mifi would submit the grades to the school, which would then report them to the Hokage. However, since he had business with Saratobi Hiruzen, he delivered them personally. Saratobi Hiruzen glanced over the report. Quite impressive, much better than previous years. If I recall correctly, you teach Class 2, correct? Indeed. It is indeed commendable that Class 2 has achieved such results. Next semester, you shall teach Class 1. I believe you possess the capability. I felt a sense of joy at Saratobi Hiruzen's acknowledgement. Nevertheless, I had no intention of continuing his teaching career. Hokage-sama, I do not intend to continue teaching students. That makes sense. You are already a Jonin, and it is not fitting for you to remain in the school. Saratobi Hiruzen was not surprised by this. Teachers at the Ninja Academy are predominantly Chunin, with very few Jonin teaching students, as it would be a waste of talent. Do you plan to join the Umbu? Saratobi Hiruzen asked. I shook his head and replied, I'm afraid I still do not wish to join the Umbu. That is all right. What do you wish to pursue instead? After the students graduate, they will form teams, and I wish to serve as a guiding instructor. Saratobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, contemplating the matter. Mifi's capabilities are undoubtedly commendable. However, his identity and loyalty raised some hesitation in Saratobi Azashi. Nonetheless, there are few Jonin willing to lead a team. Some Jonin deliberately impose exceedingly difficult assessments to prevent students from passing. Each year, only 2 or 3 Jonin teams emerge. I shall contemplate this matter and notify you in due course. Very well. Hokage-sama, there is another issue I wish to discuss with you. What is it? In our class, there exists a particularly unique student who is unable to utilize ninjutsu. However, his taijutsu prowess is exceptional, and Guy has already taken him as an apprentice. He has now commenced his studies in the Eight Gates. If Guy has accepted him as a disciple, then his inability to perform ninjutsu is of little concern. Let him pass. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Mai-Fi sighed with relief, as the matter concerning Xiao Li had been amicably resolved. The following day, Mai-Fi and his students returned to the classroom. Upon entering, he observed a cacophony of noise. Evidently, everyone was quite invested in the results of the assessments. Silence, please. Mai-Fi commanded, and the students promptly quieted. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all of you. You have graduated. Of course, only those who have successfully passed the graduation assessment may become Genin and receive their ninja headbands. I shall now call upon the names of those who will come to the stage. Hinata Xiaoyu. Mai-Fi intentionally chose Xiaoyu to be the first to approach the stage. He picked up a ninja headband and personally placed it upon Xiaoyu's head, conveniently covering the caged bird mark on his forehead. Thank you, teacher, Xiaoyu beamed with joy, gazing at Xiaoyu's smile. Mai-Fi reminisced about the day he himself had become a ninja, a day that preceded Yuki's wedding and was among the happiest of his life. He patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, filled with pride at Xiaoyu's growth. Next, Hinata Niji. Mai-Fi handed the headband to Niji. Next, Xiao Li. As he called out Xiao Li's name, he noticed Xiao Li frozen in his spot. Xiao Li, come up quickly, Mai-Fi encouraged with a smile. Xiao Li, overwhelmed with joy, began to cry. I'm so happy. I have finally become a ninja. Xiao Li had feared he would not graduate, but he was now a genin. Though you cannot perform ninjutsu, your taijutsu is exceptional, which is why I specifically requested Hokage-sama to allow you to pass the assessment. Thank you, Mai-Fi-sensei. Xiao Li expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After nearly half an hour, Mai-Fi had distributed all the headbands. Those who did not pass the assessment, naturally, could not become ninjas. The students who received headbands were instructed to return the following morning for grouping, where Jonin teachers would guide them. The students were filled with excitement at the prospect. Jonin were indeed formidable figures in their eyes. After Mi-Fei left the classroom, he received a message from the covert ninja unit. In the afternoon, he was required to visit the Hokage's office. Mi-Fei surmised that Sarutobi Hiruzen had likely agreed to appoint him as a guiding teacher. When afternoon arrived, Mi-Fei arrived punctually outside the Hokage building. As he was about to enter, someone called out to him. Mi-Fei, Kai exclaimed joyfully as he ran over. Did the Hokage summon you as well? Yes, I believe it is for the same matter, Mi-Fei replied. Just then, a man with white hair and a mask approached. Ah, Kakashi, it has been a while, Kai greeted enthusiastically. Hello, Kakashi-senpai, Mi-Fei called out. Although Mi-Fei was slightly older than Kakashi, the latter had become a Nin long ago, making Mi-Fei his junior. Kakashi nodded at Mi-Fei before entering the Hokage building. He really is quite aloof. Mi-Fei remarked. Oh, that's just Kakashi's way. Don't take it to heart. He is a genuinely good person, Kai assured him. Let us head inside, they decided. And together they entered the Hokage's office. Besides the three of them, there were numerous Nin, special Nin, and even some Nin present. The assembly was quite large, with stronger teams led by Nin and weaker ones by Nin instructors. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the room and spoke. Now that everyone is here, we shall begin. A new batch of students has graduated from the Ninja Academy, and tomorrow they will be divided into several small teams. You will be responsible for leading them as guiding teachers. Those of you who have led teams before should already be familiar with the specifics. You will be assessing the students. Only those who pass the assessment will officially become genin. Here is the detailed list. Please let me know if there are any issues. Mi-Fei received the list of his team. Hinata Shu, Taiyuan Chi, and Yan Shiwei. He was quite satisfied with these three members. Mi-Fei, who are your team members? Kai inquired. Mi-Fei handed his list to Kai, who then revealed his own. As Mi-Fei had expected, Kai's team consisted of Hinata Niji, Tintin, and Li. Kakashi had received 3 students from Class 1, whose abilities were not significantly inferior to Shu and the others. As one of the few Nin instructors, it was natural that their students were of higher caliber. All right, if there are no objections, you may leave. Tomorrow morning, head to the Ninja Academy to gather your teams. Shu, you will be both the guiding teacher and the homeroom teacher, so you will have a bit more work to do. Please coordinate with the other classes. Understood, Hokage-sama, Shu replied. The guiding teachers gradually departed the Hokage's office. Kakashi-senpai, Let us go have a meal together. We might collaborate in the future, Mifei invited. No, I have other matters to attend to. Kakashi replied as he prepared to leave. Kakashi, my esteemed senior, I have the latest edition of Paradise of Affection. Upon hearing Mifyun's words, Kakashi's body came to an abrupt halt. Mifyun realized that Kakashi would undoubtedly be enticed by the allure of Paradise of Affection. It seems he must stock up on more of these, particularly the rare ones, as they might serve as leverage to request Kakashi's assistance in the future. Kakashi, how about we indulge in some barbecue together? Kai exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Kakashi's neck. The trio made their way to the barbecue restaurant, where Mifyun promptly ordered enough for 10 people, considering that Kai alone could consume the equivalent of 5. Kakashi-senpai, Kai, what sort of assessment have you prepared? Mifyun inquired. Assessment? Mine consists of running 10 laps around Konoha, complete that, and you pass, Kai replied. Mifyun silently mourned for Niji and Tintin for 3 seconds. Apart from Lee, Niji and Tintin would surely struggle with such a task. And what about you, Kakashi-sensei? Do not call me sensei, you are older than I am, Kakashi retorted. Taking a sip of sake. During the meal, Mifyun gazed upon Kakashi's face, marveling at his enduring handsomeness, nearly rivaling his own. Very well. I shall address you simply as Kakashi, omitting senpai will surely draw us closer. My assessments have always been the same. No one has ever passed, Kakashi stated. This was not Kakashi's first year leading a team. In the previous years, he had overseen a small squad, yet none had succeeded. Mifyun understood that Kakashi intentionally orchestrated it this way, as he harbored no desire to lead a team, especially given the tragic fate of his original squad members. After finishing their barbecue, Mifyun bid farewell to Kakashi and Kai and returned home. Father, you have been drinking again. Shall you promptly brought him a cup of tea? Fear not, it is merely a little, he reassured. Tomorrow, you will form a team. Who would you like to partner with? Taiyuan and Niji would be fine. I am quite familiar with them. Lee is also commendable, though his ninjutsu is lacking. His taijutsu surpasses all, Mifyun replied. Do you know anyone else? That remains a secret for now. You shall find out tomorrow, his father replied. Xiaoyu did not press further, knowing Mifyun would remain tight-lipped. Did you visit Miss Hinata today? Mifyun asked. Yes, I practiced some punches with her. What punches? You should have taken Miss Hinata out for a stroll and perhaps bought her a gift. Back in the day, Xiaoyu looked at Mifyun with curiosity, eager to learn what followed. Ahem. Make it a point to spend more time with Hinata. Understood? Yes, father. The next morning, Mifyun and Xiaoyu entered the classroom together. The atmosphere was lively, with everyone discussing whom they would team up with and who their supervising instructor would be. Several J-nin were well known within the school, and everyone aspired to have their ideal J-nin as their mentor. Upon Mifyun's arrival, the chatter faded into silence. Firstly, congratulations to all of you on officially becoming genin. From this day forth, you shall be known as ninjas. Today marks your final day at school. The memories of our first encounter linger vividly in my mind. Although you have now taken on the mantle of ninja, you remain novice genin. I understand the exhilaration and anticipation you feel about becoming ninjas, yet I must convey that the true dangers and hardships are just beginning. Soon, you will form teams of 3, each assigned to a chunin or jonin instructor to undertake missions. I shall now announce the team assignments. The students gazed eagerly at Mifei, wondering if they would be placed in the same group as their close friends. The first team consists of Hinata Shoyu, Taiyuan-ji, and Yuya-ji-wei. Wonderful! Shoyu and Taiyuan-ji exclaimed, clapping their hands in delight. They were thrilled to be in the same team, although their eyes drifted toward Yuya-ji-wei in the corner, with whom they had little prior interaction. Nevertheless, they were aware of Yuya's considerable prowess, and together they would form a formidable squad. The second team. The third team comprises Hinata Niji, Tian, and Rock Lee. Upon hearing this outcome, Tian's mood soured slightly, while Niji remained composed and Lee was brimming with excitement. In truth, Lee was enthusiastic regardless of his companions. In no time, Mifei completed the team assignments. The classification of teams is now established. Let us await the arrival of your guiding instructors while seated in the classroom. As Mifei's words faded, a green figure burst into the classroom from outside. Greetings, everyone. I am Guy, and I will be leading the third team. Teacher Guy? Lee exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Lee, come here. Lee hurriedly dashed to Guy's side. Who else is in my team? Niji inquired as he rose and walked over slowly. He had heard from Mifei that Guy was a remarkably strong jonin, and he felt quite satisfied with this assignment. Tian looked at Guy, who bore a striking resemblance to Lee, and felt a sense of despair wash over her, believing that her future would be fraught with complications. All right, The third team is complete. Let us embark, Guy announced, swiftly leading the trio out of the classroom. What an invigorating team. Subsequently, other instructors arrived to take their respective students away, leaving only Mifei and the remaining 3 in the classroom. Chapter 20. The Ultimate Art of Taijutsu. The mission of Team 1 Xiao Yu and her companions waited for a considerable time, yet their guiding instructor did not arrive. Teacher Mifei, where is our instructor? Surely, he hasn't decided not to come? Tai Yuanji inquired. Your instructor has indeed arrived, Mifei replied. Where is he? Tai Yuanji looked around, puzzled. Right here, Mifei said with a smile, gazing at Tai Yuanji. Tai Yuanji stood speechless, mouth agape. You are our instructor? Mifei nodded, affirming, indeed, it is I. Surprised that I am the one to continue teaching you? Upon learning that Mifei was their instructor, Xiao Yu felt a surge of joy. Beside her, Yu knew Ji Wei remained silent, yet felt a pleasant warmth within at the thought of Mifei being their mentor. All right, even though we are quite familiar with one another, we should reintroduce ourselves. From this moment onward, we are all members of the same team, Mifei stated. My name is Hinata Mifei, and I have recently attained the rank of Jonin. I specialize in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. My favorite food is the dishes I prepare myself. And I have no particular dislikes. I hope we can all strive together in the time to come. Now, it's your turn. I am Tai Yuanji, and I particularly enjoy grilled meat. As of now, I have yet to discover anything I dislike. I excel in everything, and even if I am not proficient yet, I can learn swiftly. Tai Yuanji introduced himself with confidence. Next, Xiao Yu introduced herself. I am Hinata Xiao Yu. My favorite food is red rice balls, and I have no aversions to any food. My abilities include Byakugan and Gentle Fist. What I detest most is being separated from my family. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Mifei felt a pang of emotion. He realized that even amidst the busyness of life, one must always consider family. Mifei pondered when he might pass away once more to have a chat with Xiao Shui. Finally, Yunu Jiwei spoke. I am Yunu Jiwei. My ability lies in controlling insects. My favorite food is vegetables, and I detest pesticides. I particularly dislike those who harbor hatred towards insects. Rest assured, I do not share that disdain, Tai Yuanji chuckled. With the self-introductions concluded, Mifei announced, next, we shall proceed to training ground 6 for the assessment. Assessment? What kind of assessment? The trio queried, puzzled. Naturally, it is the evaluation to determine if you can become a genin. Even though you have passed the graduation assessment and received your ninja headbands, it does not imply that you have officially become genin. Only through this test can you truly become members of Team 1. But what if we fail? Xiao Yu asked. Mifei's lips curled into a smile as he replied. If you do not succeed, I regret to inform you that you will have to return to the Ninja Academy for further study. Is the assessment difficult? Xiao Yu tentatively inquired. How shall I put it? The odds of passing are not particularly high. However, if you unite as one, there is still a possibility. You have 1 hour to prepare. Gather the necessary items for battle, and once you are ready, assemble at Training Ground 6. With that, Mifei departed without further ado. Xiao Yu, what exactly is this assessment that the teacher mentioned? Tai Yuanji asked. I have no idea, Xiao Yu responded. Is he not your father? Didn't he tell you? Xiao Yu shook her head. No. How can it be like this? I thought we could start the tasks, but it turns out there are still tests. This is simply excessive. I believe every class must have assessments, which is why there were so many students held back. The two recalled the influx of new students when they entered the 6th grade and suddenly realized that the elimination rate was remarkably high. They could only hope that their exam would not be too challenging. Xiao Yu and Tai Yuanji engaged in a spirited discussion, while Yun Jiwei silently observed from the side. The three of them maintained a harmonious relationship. An hour later, they arrived at training ground number 6, where Mifei was already waiting. Congratulations on not being late. Had you been, you would have been deemed unqualified, he remarked. The trio breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their early arrival, which had spared them from dire consequences. Teacher, what is our assessment? Xiao Yu inquired. Your assessment is this. Mifei produced a necklace from around his neck, upon which dangled a small scroll. Your task is to retrieve this scroll within 3 hours. If you fail to do so by the designated time, you will all be eliminated. The one who obtains the scroll will become the leader of the team. Mifei's last statement was clearly intended to incite rivalry among them. Yet it soon became evident that they were not particularly interested in the leadership role. All right, let us begin. As Mifei's words fell, Tai Yuanji swiftly charged towards him with a kunai in hand, thrusting it forward. Mifei leaped back, effortlessly evading the attack. Wide-eyed, open, gentle fist. Xiao rushed in, striking Mifei with her gentle fist. Mi-Fei intercepted her punch and tossed her aside. Just as Xiaoyu was thrown out, Tai Yuanji managed to stab Mi-Fei with the kunai. With a resounding bang, Mi-Fei's body transformed into a piece of wood, while the real Mi-Fei had already positioned himself atop a nearby tree. How about that? Now you've witnessed the application of the substitution technique, Mi-Fei inquired. Yun Jiwei extended his hand, releasing a swarm of insects from his body, quickly surrounding Mi-Fei. These were the parasitic insects commonly utilized by the Yun clan, and should they enter a person's body, they would cause significant trouble. Mi-Fei jumped aside to maintain distance from the insects, yet they pursued him relentlessly. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. Mi-Fei unleashed the Great Fire Dragon, incinerating the insects. If it were only this, you would not pass the assessment, he cautioned. Xiaoyu nodded at Tai Yuanji, then advanced to engage Mi-Fei in combat. The two exchanged blows using their physical techniques. Naturally, Mi-Fei was not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, Xiaoyu would have lost in an instant. As Xiaoyu dodged, two shurikens flew toward Mi-Fei, who immediately dropped down to evade them. Tai Yuanji charged once more. This time, he successfully struck Mi-Fei. However, with a resounding bang. Mi-Fei transformed into a white mist, vanishing without a trace. Tai Yuanji had merely pierced Mi-Fei's clone. The ultimate technique of Konoha, the secret art, 1,000 years of pain. Mi-Fei materialized behind Tai Yuanji and delivered a swift blow. A piercing scream echoed across training ground number 6. Xiaoyu gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, utterly taken aback by Mi-Fei's audacity. This was the technique of shadow clones, substitution, and transformation. Although the three-body technique was merely a rudimentary ninjutsu, its utility far surpassed what one might envision, Mi-Fei remarked. Immediately, a swarm of insects surged toward Mi-Fei. Unfazed, he unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating the insects entirely. Wai Shimi felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing this. These insects were the result of his painstaking efforts to cultivate. Despite the absence of discord among the three, their collaboration lacked the requisite synergy to seize the scroll from Mi-Fei's grasp. They huddled together, deliberating their strategy. Teacher, could you refrain from using ninjutsu? With such formidable techniques at your disposal, how can we possibly win? We might as well concede. Tai Yuanji expressed his discontent. Very well, I shall abstain from using ninjutsu. However, even so, acquiring the scroll will not be an easy feat, Mi-Fei replied. Excellent, let us all attack together. This time, Wai Shimi was the first to unleash a multitude of insects toward Mi-Fei. These were the last parasites he could summon from his body. With no ninjutsu at his disposal, Mi-Fei was compelled to leap and evade. Amidst the cover of the insects, Xiaoyu suddenly appeared before Mi-Fei, striking toward him with an open palm. Xiaoyu's movement was indeed swift, yet to Mi-Fei, it appeared sluggish. Mi-Fei retaliated with a decisive kick, sending Xiaoyu sprawling. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly pressed against Mi-Fei's back. He turned to see it was Xiaoyu. While the individual he had just kicked away was in fact Tai Yuanji, they had cleverly employed transformation techniques to deceive him. Subsequently, Xiaoyu unleashed a series of gentle fist strikes upon Mi-Fei. These targeted points aimed to obstruct Mi-Fei's chakra flow. What do you think, teacher? This is what you taught us. The three-body technique is crucial, Tai Yuanji remarked with a grin. Mi-Fei was all too familiar with the gentle fist technique. A surge of formidable power erupted, breaking through the obstruction of the targeted points, resulting in Xiaoyu's failure. Seeing this, Xiaoyu attempted to snatch the scroll, but Mi-Fei seized his hand. With a swift kick to Xiaoyu's abdomen, Mi-Fei sent him flying. Wai Shimi deftly controlled the insects to catch Xiaoyu as he fell. Next, Tai Yuanji hurled a shuriken toward Mi-Fei. Mi-Fei tilted his head, effortlessly dodging it. However, he soon realized that the shuriken was attached to an explosive tag. Explode! Tai Yuanji shouted. The explosive tag detonated, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the three discovered Mi-Fei lying on the ground. Mi-Fei-sensei? Tai Yuanji called out tentatively. However, Mi-Fei remained unresponsive. Could it be that he had perished? Tai Yuan was astonished. Xiaoyu also looked on with concern. Although he knew that his father was not easily defeated by death, a sense of unease crept into his heart. I shall go and check. Tai Yuan slowly approached Mi-Fei. He gently poked Mi-Fei's head and found him utterly still. Alas, I have inadvertently caused the demise of teacher Mi-Fei. Father. Xiaoyu immediately rushed over to assess Mi-Fei's condition. At that moment, two hands suddenly reached out, seizing the ears of both Xiaoyu and Tai Yuan. Ouch, it hurts. The sharp pain in their ears rendered them immobile. Always remain vigilant, even if your opponent appears lifeless, Mi-Fei admonished. Indeed, you are correct, teacher. Moreover, I firmly believe that one cannot seize a tiger cub without entering the lair of the tiger. Tai Yuan produced a scroll from his possession. Mi-Fei glanced at his necklace, realizing that it had inexplicably broken. Teacher, we have triumphed. Tai Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Mi-Fei released his grip. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Splendid. The trio rejoiced, relieved that they would no longer have to return to school. From this moment forth, they were truly ninjas. Teacher, what does the scroll contain? Xiaoyu inquired. You shall find out for yourselves. The two eagerly unfurled the scroll. Meanwhile, young Shimi approached. They discovered that the scroll bore a few words. Free barbecue today. Let us go and indulge in barbecue, Mi-Fei smiled. Hooray. Everyone quickly followed Mi-Fei to the barbecue restaurant. Celebrating after passing the assessment was a tradition among the Konoha teams. Teacher, since we have all passed the assessment, when shall we commence our missions? Tai Yuan asked, devouring his barbecue. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, gather at the mission hall. You will receive your first task. Wonderful. The three were eager for the missions to come. Tai Yuan, indeed, had a fondness for barbecue, consuming 4 portions by himself. The following day, they gathered at the mission hall. Everyone was punctual. There were no latecomers. Mi-Fei, are you also here to receive a mission? Kai approached with Team 3. The two groups were familiar, exchanging greetings. Mi-Fei, shall we have a friendly competition? Let us see which team completes their task first, Kai proposed. No need for that. Let us proceed inside. Mi-Fei led the trio swiftly into the mission hall. Upon reaching the task allocation area, Mi-Fei claimed a mission. Teacher, what is the task? Tai Yuan inquired. Mi-Fei handed the mission scroll to the three of them. Help Grandma Feng Lai with her weeding? How could it be such a task? Tai Yuan was taken aback. You are merely novice ninjas, capable only of undertaking D-rank tasks. Common assignments include weeding or assisting in the capture of stray dogs and cats. What other missions do you aspire to undertake? Engaging in combat is at least a C-rank task, and you currently lack the qualifications to participate. Do you truly believe that fighting is a simple endeavor? In yesterday's skirmish, you nearly perished 3 times. Attend diligently to your D-rank tasks. Once you have accumulated sufficient experience, you may then advance to higher-level missions. The trio had no choice but to comply. They made their way to Granny Feng's residence and found her. The designated area, along with the weeds, required elimination without harming the seedlings. Rest assured, Granny. I shall supervise their efforts, Mi-Fei assured her. Turning to the trio, he instructed, now, you three may commence. The trio promptly grasped their small hoes and began their labor. In truth, weeding is no trivial task. Some weeds are quite substantial with deeply entrenched roots, making extraction arduous. Moreover, it is crucial not to damage the seedlings. After half an hour, the trio had managed to clear only a third of the designated plot. At this rate, when will you complete the task? Move quicker. Mi-Fei shouted from the sidelines. What more can we do to hasten it? The trio had assumed this would be a straightforward task, only to discover the extent of time required. Tai Yuanji's eyes flickered as he approached Yuan Wei. Can your insects assist in weeding? He inquired. No, Yuan Wei succinctly replied. Then let us find a few insects that can consume the weeds. Tai Yuanji suggested. The insects we control have been trained from a young age. Wild insects cannot be commanded. You must persist with the weeding, she remarked, revealing more words than usual. Do you think this task merely serves to teach you how to weed? It is meant to cultivate your patience. As ninjas, possessing ample patience is of utmost importance. Indeed, the trio replied, burying themselves once more in their labor. After a full 3 hours, they finally cleared the weeds from the 2 plots. Granny, please inspect these plots for any issues. Granny Feng scrutinized the area. It's been cleared thoroughly. You all have done splendidly. I have prepared a little treat for everyone. Let us enjoy it together. She presented a platter of sweet delicacies. Granny has offered you a meal. Do not forget to express your gratitude. Thank you, Granny. The trio chorused as they approached, and each took a piece of cake. They found that food tasted far sweeter after their laborious efforts. Upon completing their task, they returned to the mission hall to submit their work and successfully receive their reward. Although the compensation for D-rank tasks is modest, it represents their first earnings. Typically, the team leader would take a portion. However, Mi-Fei distributed the entire reward amongst them without taking any for himself. In the days that followed, Mi-Fei led everyone in completing tasks each day. Typically, they would tackle 2 tasks daily, all of which were classified as D-rank, such as weeding, looking after children, or assisting in deliveries, activities that everyone was quite accustomed to. Besides carrying out these tasks, Mi-Fei also encouraged everyone to engage in training together. Today, we were to undertake a particularly unique training exercise, climbing trees. Climbing trees? Is that even something we need to practice? Tai Yuan asked, already confident in his abilities. Striding over to a tree, he effortlessly embraced it and swiftly ascended. Look at me. Impressive, right? That's not the kind of tree climbing I mean, Miffy corrected. Tai Yuan jumped down, puzzled. If not that, then what do you mean? Watch closely. Miffy instructed as he approached a large tree. He placed one foot on the trunk, followed by the other, aligning his body parallel to the ground. Gradually, he began to ascend, taking measured steps upward. After climbing about 3 meters, he performed a graceful turn and leaped down, landing firmly on the ground. Did you see that clearly? Teacher, how did you accomplish that? Tai Yuan inquired, astonished. It's simple. You just need to concentrate your chakra at the soles of your feet and then apply it to adhere to the tree's surface. That way, you can walk up. Now, everyone should give it a try. All right, Tai Yuan replied, forming hand seals to assist in gathering chakra, and then he approached the tree. He placed his left foot on it. But as soon as his right foot made contact, he fell to the ground. This is so difficult, he exclaimed, brushing off his backside. Xiaoyu, give it a shot. Miffy encouraged. Okay, Xiaoyu responded, standing before the tree for a moment before attempting to climb. After a few steps, his footing suddenly faltered, and he too fell. Though he managed to land more gracefully than Tai Yuan. Darn it, I refuse to give up, Tai Yuan declared, charging up again. This time, he managed to ascend 2 meters before tumbling down. See? I can do it, he boasted, clearly pleased with himself. Your sprinting merely relied on speed. Not on the control of chakra, Miffy explained. The essence of tree climbing training lies in your mastery over chakra. The stronger your control, the more stable your jutsu will be, and the less chakra you will expend. Unless you possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra, mastering its control is crucial. Ji-Wei. It's your turn, Miffy suddenly called out. The group had almost overlooked the presence of young Ji-Wei. Ji-Wei casually walked to the tree, his hands tucked into his pockets. After a brief pause, he commenced his ascent. Step by step, he climbed with remarkable steadiness. Impressive, both Xiaoyu and Tai Yuan exclaimed in unison. Ji-Wei. How did you manage that? Xiaoyu asked. Ji-Wei replied, I must constantly control the thousands of insects within my body to prevent them from going awry. Thus, my control over chakra is naturally quite refined. Ah, now I understand. Xiaoyu and his companions initially contemplated employing Ji-Wei's method. However, the notion of nurturing insects within their bodies was beyond their capabilities. Today, we shall practice climbing trees. We will return only upon successfully ascending 3 meters. As Mi Fei's words fell, Yu Nu Ji-Wei promptly turned and headed home, leaving Xiaoyu and Tai Yuanji behind. The duo encouraged one another, engaging in a spirited contest, and resumed their climbing. With each practice session, their control over chakra improved significantly. After 2 hours, Xiaoyu mastered the technique and accomplished the task. Although Tai Yuanji initially lagged behind, his learning pace was swift, allowing him to nearly complete the task simultaneously with Mi Xiaoyu. That will be all for today. We shall undertake a mission tomorrow. Teacher, may we undertake a C-rank mission? Tai Yuanji inquired. I shall consider it. On the following day, the trio concealed themselves within a patch of grass. Mi Fei observed their actions from a nearby tree. Xiaoyu, do you detect anything on your end? Tai Yuanji queried. Nothing. I have not spotted our target. Ji-Wei, what about you? My insects have located the target. Excellent. Everyone must exercise caution, surround it, and ensure it does not escape. The 3 advanced swiftly. But as they neared their objective, their movement slowed. They approached the center from 3 distinct angles. I will count to 3, and on 3, we act. Tai Yuanji declared. Previously, Tai Yuanji had obtained a scroll from Mi Fei, thus becoming the leader of their small squad. 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously, Tai Yuanji and Xiaoyu lunged forward. A small cat, previously occupied with its business, startled at the sudden appearance of the two and dashed away. Where do you think you're going? Xiaoyu and Tai Yuanji flanked the cat. Now, the two pounced, but inadvertently collided with one another, allowing the cat to escape unscathed. At that moment, a swarm of insects appeared, capturing the cat and bringing it back. Well done, Ji-Wei. Tai Yuanji and Xiaoyu expressed their joy at finally apprehending the creature. Mi Fei leaped out from the side. Honestly, you struggled so much to catch a mere cat. It seems you require further training. That cat was simply too cunning. By the way, why must we undertake such tasks? Tai Yuanji lamented, his face reflecting despair. Chapter 21. The first kill. Almost drowned. It seems that you are quite dissatisfied with the task I have selected for you. This task is already the most challenging among the D-rank missions, and it does involve combat, does it not? Mi Fei remarked, gazing at the trio. Having engaged in D-rank missions for nearly a month, when shall we ascend to C-rank tasks? Tai Yuanji inquired. Since you feel this way, we shall embark on our first C-rank mission tomorrow. Is that true? Splendid. The three of them expressed their elation. After such a prolonged wait, they were finally able to undertake a task of a higher tier. The four of them arrived at the mission hall, returning the cat to its owner and subsequently receiving their reward for the task. Do not be deceived by the fact that it was merely a D-rank mission. Those who can afford to hire someone to find a cat are indeed wealthy. The reward for a D-rank mission can surpass that of certain C-rank ones. I would like to accept another C-rank task. Mi-Fei addressed the J-Nin in charge of issuing missions. Certainly, here are 3 tasks available for selection. Mi-Fei glanced at the 3 tasks, only to discover they were all D-rank, akin to those they had previously completed. This time, I wish to undertake a C-rank mission. Are you certain? C-rank missions may involve combat. While you may not encounter ninjas, they can still pose a challenge for novice genin. I am eager to witness bloodshed. How can one be deemed a true ninja without having seen blood? Very well, this task seems quite suitable. Mi-Fei examined the details. The assignment required them to deal with bandits residing on a mountain. There were no ninjas among the bandits, rendering it relatively safe. All right. This is the task I shall accept on behalf of Team 1. Teacher, will this mission involve combat? Tai Yuanji asked with great anticipation. Indeed. This time you must be prepared to take a life. Take a life? Upon hearing of the impending combat, the 3 felt exhilarated. Yet the idea of killing dampened their spirits. They had never taken a life before. Prepare yourselves accordingly. We will gather at the gates of Konoha at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. That will be all for today. With that, Mi-Fei departed the mission hall. Xiaoyu quickly caught up. Father, will tomorrow's task be dangerous? She inquired. There is certainly danger involved. However, given your abilities, completing the mission should be quite straightforward. The true challenge of this task lies in your capacity to harden your hearts to the act of killing. I understand. For some reason, the thought of taking a life left Xiaoyu feeling a bit uneasy. The following morning, the 3 arrived early at the gates of Konoha. Xiaoyu, where is the teacher? Has he not arrived yet? Tai Yuanji asked. He should be on his way. He was about to leave when I departed. With only a minute remaining until 8 o'clock, Mi-Fei approached. Teacher, you almost arrived late. This is our first C-level mission. How could you be tardy? Tai Yuanji exclaimed. I stated that I would arrive at 8, and I shall not be late. Have you all completed your registration? As everyone completed their exit registration at the gate, they departed from Konoha. This is my first time leaving Konoha, Xiaoyu remarked, her eyes wide with curiosity, as Tai Yuanji and Yuanji Wei also gazed around. Equally intrigued. For them, this was their inaugural venture into the outside world. Konoha had always sufficed for all their needs. Many residents had never ventured beyond its borders. Teacher, where is the location of our mission? Tai Yuanji inquired. It lies not far from here. Within that forest where a band of robbers frequently pillages the surrounding villages for their provisions. The village chief has assigned us the task of eliminating all the bandits. The teacher replied. Is it possible to avoid killing? Tai Yuanji asked hesitantly. The mission explicitly states that they must be killed. Otherwise, the task will remain incomplete, which constitutes failure. If you cannot successfully accomplish your first mission, it will be quite some time before you can undertake even a C-rank mission or higher, the teacher admonished. All right, we understand. Let us hurry along, Mi-Fei declared, sprinting ahead, with Xiaoyu and the others quickly following suit. They needed to manage their pace and conserve their stamina. Otherwise, they risked falling behind. After several hours of running, the group paused, having neared their mission site. Let us eat something to replenish our energy, but don't overindulge, or you'll regret it later, Xiaoyu advised. She and Yuanji Wei promptly retrieved provisions from their bags, while Tai Yuanji stood awkwardly to the side. Tai Yuanji, you didn't forget to bring food. Did you? Mi-Fei asked. Embarrassed, Tai Yuanji scratched his head and replied, well, teacher, you didn't mention we needed to bring food. Share mine, Xiaoyu offered generously. Thank you so much, Xiaoyu. In the future, consider all possible situations when heading out and prepare accordingly. If food is cumbersome to carry, opt for soldier pills. They provide a quick energy boost when hunger strikes. Remember, although you are ninjas, you are not divine beings, and your bodies require sustenance. Moreover, consuming chakra accelerates the depletion of energy within your bodies. Once they had rested, the group set off again, moving at a significantly slower pace. For this mission, I will not intervene unless we encounter an exceedingly perilous situation. Thus, you must rely on yourselves. Proceed with your own actions from here, the teacher stated. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mi-Fei's form vanished instantaneously. A shadow clone? They were taken aback, not realizing when Mi-Fei had transformed into a clone. Mi-Fei reappeared 100 meters away, having reached the vicinity of the bandits first. After surveying the situation, he noted there were only 9 bandits present, and no ninjas were among them. Xiao Yu and her companions should be able to handle this with ease. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in close proximity. Jiwei, could you deploy your insects to assess the situation? Taiyuanji suggested. The oil girl Jiwei released several probing insects. They flew into the hideout of the bandits and returned after gathering intelligence. It has been confirmed that there are 9 bandits present. However, the presence of ninjas remains uncertain. Furthermore, there are 2 guards outside that should ideally be dealt with first, Jinai remarked. Taiyuanji pondered for a moment before responding. Although the mission briefing indicates that there are no ninjas involved, we must not underestimate the situation. We will first eliminate the sentries and then address the others. Taiyuanji acted with caution rather than impulsiveness. After Mi-Fei departed, the responsibility of completing the mission and ensuring everyone's safety fell squarely upon his shoulders. Should he act recklessly as the leader, it could jeopardize the entire team. Before long, the trio stealthily approached the bandit encampment. Jiwei, can you handle the 2 sentries ahead? The oil girl Jiwei nodded and dispatched 2 insects toward them. The insects infiltrated the guards' ears. Shortly thereafter, the guards began to writhe in agony, clutching their ears. Within moments, both bandits collapsed. The commotion alerted those inside the building, prompting them to rush out armed and ready. Everyone, attack. Upon realizing their cover was blown, the 3 sprang into action. You 2 are responsible for their deaths? The leader of the bandits inquired. And what of it? We did it. Taiyuanji retorted defiantly, arms crossed. Those who have slain my comrades shall pay. 7 bandits charged forward simultaneously. Jiwei, take care of the 2 on the left. Xiao Yu, handle the 2 on the right. I'll take on the 3 in the middle. Taiyuanji was the first to engage, clashing his kunai against the bandit's longsword. As the assailant on the left swung his blade, Taiyuanji quickly sidestepped to evade. He then leapt to avoid a horizontal slash from the bandit on the right. Tossing a shuriken, he struck the left bandit in the eye, eliciting a pained scream. Soon, 2 swords descended upon him simultaneously. Taiyuanji swiftly retreated to create distance. He then threw 2 kunai, which, instead of piercing, ensnared the bandits' necks with trailing strings. Pulling on the strings, he sent both men crashing to the ground. He rushed over to swiftly bind them. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu activated his Byakugan, employing gentle fist techniques to incapacitate the 2 bandits on his side, rendering them immobile. Standing his ground, Taiyuanji directed the insects to invade the bodies of the remaining foes, causing them to writhe helplessly on the ground. In just a minute, the 3 had dispatched all 7 bandits. Even among lower-ranked ninjas, there was a stark difference from ordinary individuals. Teacher, we have completed the mission, Taiyuanji exclaimed. Mi-Fei suddenly appeared from the side. Are you certain you have completed the mission? Indeed, all 7 of them have been vanquished by us. Mi-Fei remarked with a serious expression. Let us not forget what our mission is. You must eliminate all 9 of them. Until now, Xiao Yu and the others had yet to witness bloodshed. The only glimpse they had of it was from the individual whose eye had been violently ruptured. The 2 who had already succumbed met their end due to insects invading their brains, resulting in minimal blood loss. Teacher, must we truly kill them? Taiyuan asked. Absolutely. It is imperative. Mi-Fei urged. Use your kunai to sever their throats. Xiao Yu was the first to turn and stride back. He extended his finger and forcefully struck a vital point, causing the man on the ground to spew blood and swiftly lose his breath. Yuanji controlled the insects to burst forth from the bodies, resulting in a spray of blood from the 2 bandits. Witnessing Mi-Fei's resolute demeanor, Taiyuan had no choice but to approach the 3 bandits. Please, don't kill us, the bandit trembled as he spoke. Taiyuan tightened his grip on his kunai and plunged it into the heart of the bandit leader. He then swung his weapon, slashing the throats of the 2 others. Blood gushed forth. Thus, all 9 bandits lay dead. Ugh. Just after the killing, Xiao Yu and Taiyuan found themselves retching, while only Jiwei seemed somewhat composed. Although he felt unwell, it was not apparent on his face. As ninjas, one must always possess the resolve to take a life. Should one falter in compassion and spare an enemy, they would inevitably retaliate upon regaining their strength, and it would be your lives at stake. Now do you understand the true nature of our mission? The 3 nodded in agreement. They realized that undertaking a mission was not as joyous as they had imagined. It was fraught with discomforting experiences. The food we just had was still delectable, right? Mi-Fei suddenly interjected. The thought of food made Xiaoyu and Taiyuan retch once more. Fortunately, they had not overindulged, or else the vomiting would have been more severe. Mi-Fi stifled a laugh. All right, let us return. We can take our time on the way back. The three of them trudged back to Konoha in a dispirited manner. Upon their return to Konoha, they began to feel somewhat better. You all head back first. I will submit the mission report, Mi-Fi stated. All right, the three eagerly replied. Mi-Fi proceeded to the mission hall, submitted the mission scroll, and received the reward. For the time being, Mi-Fi did not intend for the trio to continue undertaking missions. After experiencing this task, they needed to recuperate and enhance their abilities. They had only faced ordinary bandits. Should they encounter other ninjas, their current strength would be insufficient. After a day of rest, Mi-Fi summoned the three to the training ground. Teacher, what will we do today? Xiaoyu inquired. Today, we shall continue to work on chakra control. Are we climbing trees again? But we've already mastered that, Taiyuan replied. Climbing trees was merely the beginning. This time, we shall tackle something more challenging. Miffy led the three individuals to the bank of a river. Watch closely, she instructed, stepping directly onto the water's surface. Be careful. The trio gazed at Miffy in alarm. However, she did not plunge into the river. Instead, she stood steadily atop the water. Xiaoyu and Taiyuan were somewhat astonished, as this was quite different from their expectations. The second part of our training involves treading water. Unlike trees, water is constantly in motion, if not controlled properly. One may find themselves submerged, she explained. Now, give it a try. Taiyuan was the first to approach. He concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet and stepped onto the water's surface. To his amazement, it felt as though something was supporting him, preventing him from sinking. Encouraged, he placed his other foot atop the water. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly lost his balance and fell into the water. Help! Help! I cannot swim. Taiyuan cried, struggling in the water. Try standing up, Miffy suggested suddenly. However, Taiyuan seemed oblivious to her advice, continuing to flail. Miffy approached and pulled him up, revealing that the river only reached his thighs. The water is not deep. It is quite suitable for your practice. Now, let's all join in. By the way, Taiyuan, you should also practice swimming. It's rather embarrassing for a ninja not to know how to swim. Understood, sensei. The trio commenced their water treading training. This time, even Ji Wei, who had excellent chakra control, fell into the water. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure, standing steadily. After a few minutes, young Ji Wei was able to stand firmly on the water's surface, though he still stumbled when attempting to walk. Once you master treading water, I will teach you a particularly formidable ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu? The three asked eagerly, their anticipation palpable. You'll find out in due time. For now, focus on perfecting your water treading. With the allure of ninjutsu motivating them, the three practiced with renewed diligence. Miffy intended to teach them the Rasengan, a technique that, while challenging to master, proved to be exceptionally useful. Moreover, the Rasengan served as a fundamental ninjutsu, capable of various transformations. Miffy believed the Rasengan could indeed evolve into an expansive series of techniques. As Miffy observed the trio from the sidelines, she contemplated what to teach them next. They had already covered chakra control. What remained were ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Since their first year, Miffy had been training them in taijutsu, making them formidable among their peers. Young Ji Wei possessed a family legacy of insect manipulation techniques. Thus, delving into ninjutsu could waste his energy. Xiaoyu's current focus was primarily on the gentle fist technique, and further ninjutsu training might lead to divided efforts. Ninjutsu should be mastered in quality rather than quantity, much like the fourth Hokage, who predominantly utilized only two techniques, the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan. However, he carved out a reputation in the ninja world solely through the use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Taiyuan's environment is indeed conducive to the study of ninjutsu. Nonetheless, mastering ninjutsu requires first understanding the nature transformation of chakra, a process that is quite time-consuming. Therefore, Mi-Fi decided to initially instruct the three of them in illusion techniques. Even if they do not employ illusions themselves, they must possess the ability to see through and counteract them. Mi-Fi, who is not proficient in illusion techniques, not even slightly, resolved to seek external assistance. When it comes to experts in illusions, Mi-Fi immediately thought of Kurenai Yuhi. Although Mi-Fi was not acquainted with her, Kai was. Mi-Fi requested Kai to facilitate an introduction on her behalf. In the evening, Mi-Fi invited Kai and Kurenai to a barbecue restaurant for dinner. Mi-Fi straightforwardly articulated her request. Would you be willing to assist me with illusion courses? Of course, Kurenai replied. Currently, she was merely a chunin, while Mai-Fi, as a Jonin, held the authority to command her. However, Mai-Fi opted to approach her with a request for assistance in teaching the class. If you are willing to agree, that would be splendid. Tonight's barbecue is on me, so feel free to indulge. Then I shall not hold back, Kurenai said, picking up her chopsticks and starting to enjoy the grilled meat. Kurenai, what brings you here? A man, cigarette in hand, approached. Asuma, what are you doing here? Kurenai replied, somewhat surprised. I came to dine with a few friends, and I didn't expect to see you here. And who might this be? Asuma inquired, glancing at Mai-Fi. I am Hinata Mai-Fi. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Mai-Fi introduced himself proactively. Hinata clan? Yet, you seem to lack the Byakugan, Asuma remarked. Although not all members of the Hinata clan can awaken the Byakugan, their pupils are typically white. The strong genes of the Hinata clan ensure that even children born to outsiders possess white pupils. Mai-Fi's eyes, being of a normal hue, indicated that he was not truly a member of the Hinata clan, but rather a son-in-law. Upon realizing Mai-Fi's identity, Asuma entirely altered his demeanor. After all, Mai-Fi's standing was significantly distinct from his own. He might have been willing to befriend someone from the Hinata clan, but not someone of Mai-Fi's status. Come on, Kurenai. I'll treat you to dinner over there. No thanks, I'm quite content here, Kurenai replied. Asuma had long been pursuing Kurenai, yet she had never accepted his advances. Do you mind if I join you? Before Mai-Fi could respond, Asuma took a seat beside Kurenai. It's no problem, after all. It is only right for me to treat the son of the third Hokage, Mai-Fi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Asuma frowned, clearly displeased. He despised being referred to as the Hokage's son. Mai-Fi was intentional in his provocation. Given Asuma's attitude towards him, there was no need for Mai-Fi to be courteous. What does being the Hokage's son matter? In this world, everything ultimately boils down to strength. Asuma took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled toward Mai-Fi. Uncomfortable. Mai-Fi waved his hand, disliking the scent of smoke. Asuma, please refrain from smoking here, Kurenai interjected. It's fine. The smoke is everywhere anyway, Asuma replied dismissively. Miffy sprinkled a handful of chili over the charcoal and concentrated chakra in his mouth before gently exhaling. In the next instant, the smoke from the grilled meat surged directly towards Asuma. Cough. Cough. Asuma was caught off guard and immediately stood up. Oh, how did that smoke end up over there? It seems your seating arrangement is rather unfortunate, he remarked with a huff. With his eyes reddening, Asuma departed without another word. I apologize. Asuma may have gone a bit too far. I extend my apologies on his behalf, said Hong. It's quite all right. Please enjoy your meal, Miffy replied gratefully. He gazed at Hong, who was indeed strikingly beautiful and possessed an admirable figure, yet she was not the type that captivated Miffy's heart. He had already devoted himself to Schwerer, and his affections for anyone else had long since waned. Since Schwerer's passing, he had remained chaste, refraining from any romantic entanglements. I'm full, Hong announced as she set down her chopsticks and dabbed her mouth with a napkin. Is that all you've eaten? Youth is meant for voraciously indulging in meat, Kai exclaimed loudly, having already consumed enough for 3. It's time to settle the bill. Since Hong is full, I'll take care of it, Miffy decided, knowing that if Kai continued eating, the cost would be exorbitant. Recently, after undertaking low-level missions with Xiaoyu and the others, Miffy found himself short on funds. Then I'll see you at the training ground number 3 tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. I'll count on you, Miffy stated. No problem, I shall be there on time, Hong responded before taking her leave. After she departed, Miffy and Kai exited the barbecue restaurant as well. Miffy, how about I assist you with your body technique class? Kai offered eagerly. No need, you still have to lead the 3rd class. How are those 3 doing? Miffy inquired. They're doing quite well, radiating the vigor of youth. I'm planning to assign them some more advanced tasks soon, Kai replied. Sea-level tasks? Our team has already tackled one, Miffy said proudly. Oh, is that so? Then I shall head to accept a sea-level task right now, Kai declared, unwilling to be outdone by Miffy, and sprinted towards the mission hall like the wind. Once Kai's figure vanished from sight, Miffy turned his gaze to the 4 stone statues on Hokage Rock. It wouldn't be long before the figures above transformed into 5 individuals. However, perhaps some changes might occur along the way. Chapter 22, The Art of Illusion, Encountering a Jonin at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiaoyu and her companions gathered at training ground number 3. Shortly thereafter, Mi Fei and Hong approached together. Let us extend a warm welcome to Teacher Hong, who will be conducting today's lesson. Mi Fei led the applause, and the trio joined in with fervent clapping. All right, everyone, please cease your applause. Today, we shall delve into the subject of illusions. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu are the three fundamental abilities of a ninja. Among them, genjutsu is the most enigmatic and insidious, often ensnaring its victims before they even realize what has transpired. I do not expect each of you to master illusions, but you must at least be able to recognize when you have fallen under their spell and find a way to break free from them in a timely manner. Teacher Hong is exceptionally skilled in the art of illusion, hence I have entrusted her with your instruction. Hello, I am Yui Hong, currently at Chunin. She began. First, let me explain what genjutsu is. Genjutsu is a technique that utilizes one's chakra in conjunction with mental energy. When employing this technique, chakra is used to disrupt the opponent's five senses, plunging them into a state of illusion. Therefore, to evade genjutsu, one must close off their senses. When you find yourselves ensnared in an illusion, you may experience peculiar occurrences, and it is through these subtle signs that you can ascertain your predicament. If you find it difficult to determine whether you are under an illusion, you may attempt to break free. Now, let me elaborate on how to dispel genjutsu. There are two primary methods to do so. The first is to disrupt your own chakra, which can break the opponent's technique. However, when faced with particularly powerful illusions, you may find that disrupting your own chakra is insufficient. In such instances, external stimuli are required. A teammate can channel their chakra into your body, which can also serve to dispel the illusion. Of course, the most effective method involves external pain stimuli. If awakening your teammate proves impossible, consider inflicting a minor injury to elicit pain. The trio nodded, striving to absorb the information imparted by Hong. After sharing so much, you may find it challenging to fully comprehend. Therefore, I shall allow you to experience it firsthand. Hong clasped her hands together, performing a series of hand seals. However, the group soon realized that nothing had changed. What is happening, Teacher Hong? Xiaoyu inquired. Without responding, Hong withdrew her hands. In the next moment, the others witnessed her brandishing a kunai and swiftly plunging it into Mi Fei's abdomen. Father, teacher, the trio rushed towards Mi Fei, horrified to see blood flowing from his wound. Xiaoyu placed her hand beneath Mi Fei's nose, only to discover that he had lost all breath. Damn it! How dare you kill teacher? I will make you pay. Tai Yuan Ji charged at Hong, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Yet he found himself unable to land a single blow. Meanwhile, YNG suddenly sensed that the insects within her body were behaving erratically. He disrupted his own chakra with the worms within his body, and in the next moment, he broke free from the illusion. Ah, we have our first escapee already. That was quicker than I anticipated, remarked Hong. Noticing Mi Fei standing beside Hong, Jiwei realized that he had just fallen victim to the illusion. He turned to look at Xiaoyu and Taiyuan, who were still ensnared in the illusion. He approached them, intending to assist in breaking the illusion, but was halted by Mi Fei. Let them break free on their own for now, Mi Fei advised. Upon hearing Mi Fei's words, Jiwei remained still. Xiaoyu clutched Mi Fei's hand tightly, repeatedly exclaiming, No, no, father cannot possibly die so easily. Emerging from his sorrow, Xiaoyu activated his Byakugan, discovering that each person was enveloped by a peculiar chakra. Suddenly, he realized he might be ensnared in an illusion himself. Illusion, release. Xiaoyu disrupted his own chakra, successfully breaking the illusion. Father, are you all right? Xiaoyu saw Mi Fei, who appeared unscathed. What could possibly happen to me? Did you see me die in the illusion? Mi Fei inquired. Xiaoyu nodded. You must remember to remain calm at all times. Even if you genuinely believe I am dead, do not panic. I won't perish so easily. Every time I reach the Pure Land, your mother sends me back. Mi Fei said with a smile. All right, it's time. Awaken Taiyuan. Xiaoyu placed his hand on Taiyuan, and with the infusion of chakra, Taiyuan awakened from the illusion. Ah, I will kill you, Taiyuan shouted. Upon seeing Mi Fei standing there, he asked, Master, weren't you killed by her? It is you who should be facing death. How could you remain trapped in an illusion for so long? In actual combat, you would have perished by now, Mi Fei admonished. Taiyuan scratched his head. I didn't expect that was an illusion. What you just experienced was merely the most basic level of illusion, and I had already warned you. Your performance was indeed lacking. Your reactions were far too slow. If it takes you that long to break free from an illusion, you would be dead in reality. You must continue to hone your skills and illusions, Hong stated. Understood, Teacher Hong. Subsequently, Hong persistently ensnared them in illusions, challenging them to identify and break free from the illusions. Xiaoyu and the others, now aware of Hong's use of illusions, quickly escaped. Thus, Hong set up multiple layers of illusions. Just as they believed they had escaped, Hong would impose another layer, ensnaring them anew. Initially, they were unaware they remained trapped, only realizing their predicament when they sensed something amiss. Concurrently, Hong employed more advanced illusions, preventing them from disrupting their own chakra to escape, compelling them to seek alternative methods. Once they successfully deciphered various illusions, Mi-Fi instructed them to devise methods to evade these deceptions. Dissolving an illusion is not necessarily the optimal approach. The finest strategy is to remain untouched by such illusions. Once ensnared in an illusion, danger lurks. The safest course is to avoid being drawn into a phantasm altogether. Hong continued, stating that there are 3 methods to deploy illusions. The first is visual. Illusionary ninjas can cast their spells through eye movements or specific gestures. The second method relies on sound. Upon perceiving peculiar noises, one must be vigilant to avoid succumbing to an illusion. The final technique involves touch. If the opponent makes contact, one is instantaneously thrust into the realm of illusions. This method is the most challenging to execute, yet the effects of the resulting illusions are profoundly potent. To counteract the first type of illusion, the solution is to avert one's gaze or, at the very least, focus solely on the opponent's feet, as employing foot movements to cast illusions proves considerably more arduous. The remedy for auditory illusions is to isolate one's hearing. Enveloping the ears in chakra will render external sounds inaudible. However, this is not an absolute safeguard, as some illusions propagate through vibrations, rendering ear protection ineffective. The last point is quite simple. Ensure that the opponent does not make contact with you. Nevertheless, these concepts may still pose challenges for you. For now, your priority is to swiftly dispel the opponent's illusions. By the end of that day's training, Xiaoyu and her companions had become adept at dispelling most illusions. As the foundational aspects of illusion techniques are relatively straightforward to master, of course, Tai Yuanji still grapples with some difficulties. However, that is inconsequential. Illusion-based ninjas are not frequently encountered. Over the following days, Mi-Fi continued their training. After acquiring knowledge of illusions, he commenced their instruction in combat techniques. Although they had previously studied physical skills, their proficiency in stealth tactics and combat techniques remained significantly lacking. Just as in the previous encounter, had they exercised greater discretion, they could have eliminated the 2 guards without awakening the bandits within the house, thereby circumventing unforeseen complications. After 2 weeks of training, Mi-Fi decided it was time for them to undertake a new mission. This time, he selected a C-rank escort task. They were to escort a merchant from the land of rivers back to his homeland. Throughout the training period, Xiaoyu and her companions had grown restless, eager to engage in a real mission. On the appointed morning, the 4 of them arrived punctually at the gates of Konoha. "Teacher, who is it that we are to protect?" Tai Yuanji inquired. "We are to safeguard a caravan, not merely a single individual. Here's the information regarding our employer, which also outlines our primary protection target. Please take a look," Mi-Fi responded, handing the details to the trio. "The individual we are to protect is named Nyodao Man, a merchant from the land of rivers. This C-rank mission may encounter attacks along the way. Our objective is to ensure his safe return to the land of rivers." "I see. It sounds rather manageable," one of them remarked. "We have changed from what we once were. It would be splendid if we had a ninja as an adversary," remarked Tai Yuanji. "Where's that uncle? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" inquired Xiaoyu. "Let us wait a moment." After a while, a middle-aged man approached slowly, accompanied by 2 horse-drawn carts laden with numerous goods. "Greetings, Mr. Najima. I am Hinata Mifei, the jonin assigned to protect you. These 3 are my team members, Hinata Xiaoyu, Tai Yuanji, and Yun Jiwei. We shall ensure your safety for the duration of the journey." "It is a great honor to have a jonin escorting us," replied Najima Man. "Typically, such delivery tasks are undertaken by chunin. To encounter a jonin instructor alongside a team of genin is indeed a stroke of fortune. Hiring a jonin entails a far greater expense than securing the services of several chunin. Even with a few genin as mere escorts, it is a worthwhile arrangement. Mr. Najima, have you gathered all your belongings? If all is in order, we shall set off. The land of river and the land of fire are neighboring countries, yet even so, it will take several days to reach our destination. These are the items. Please take good care of them and do not misplace them," Najima Man said. "Fear not. We are well prepared to handle even ordinary bandits or rogue ninjas," assured Jiwei. "Jiwei, you and Tai Yuanji will guard the front cart, while Xiaoyu and I will oversee the rear. Everyone, remain vigilant and report any issues to me immediately." "Understood." The 4 promptly dispersed, positioning themselves on either side of the carts. With Xiaoyu's Byakugan and Jiwei's insects, it was nearly impossible for anyone to conceal themselves in their vicinity. "Uncle, what do you have in those boxes?" Tai Yuanji asked. "They contain tea leaves. We have come to the land of fire specifically to procure them. Tea is scarce in our homeland, and transporting these back will yield a substantial profit, Najima Man replied with a smile. I have heard that the land of river boasts many hot springs. Is that true? Taiyuan-ji continued. Indeed, once you arrive in the land of river, you can indulge in the hot springs. For those of us perpetually on the move, a soak in the springs can alleviate fatigue immensely. Teacher, did you hear that? Once we reach the land of river, let us visit the hot springs, Taiyuan-ji called out. Certainly, we shall go once our task is complete. The hot springs of the land of river are renowned worldwide, and Mi-Fei was eager to experience them, particularly the mixed bathing facilities rumored to exist there. Teacher, how many countries are there in the world? Xiaoyu, who stood nearby, inquired. There are many countries, though I cannot specify an exact number. Some may be so distant that others are unaware of their existence. My knowledge is limited, aside from the 5 great nations, fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. There are countries such as the land of river, the land of whirlpool, the land of rain, and the land of fields. Do all these countries have ninjas? Will we encounter any? Taiyuan-ji asked. Najima Man interjected. No, we are merely transporting tea leaves. We shall not encounter any ninjas. Indeed, one would not encounter ninjas from other nations during such tasks, particularly those from the hidden villages, who would not dare to act against the ninjas of Konoha. Our primary concern lies with the rogue ninjas. After a brief pause, Mi-Fei continued, stating that the land of rivers indeed boasts numerous ninja villages, with only a handful of nations lacking them, and some even devoid of ninjas entirely. Ah, without ninjas, does that not render the nation's strength rather feeble? Taiyuan asked. Ninjas do not solely determine a nation's prowess. They are merely a facet of its overall power. Take the land of iron, for instance. Although it lacks ninjas, it ranks among the foremost in the realm of smaller nations. Its strength could be considered 6th, or perhaps even 7th, Mi-Fei elaborated. And which nation occupies the 6th position? Shimi, from the oil clan, inquired, catching the essence of Mi-Fei's words. The 6th is the land of rain, Mi-Fei replied. Indeed. The land of rain possesses Hanzo the salamander, whose might rivals that of the 5 Kage, and is rumored to surpass even them, Niu Dao remarked. Surpassing the 5 Kage? Is he truly that formidable? Taiyuan asked in astonishment. To say he surpasses the 5 Kage may be an overstatement. He is rather an equal to them, Mi-Fei clarified. Hanzo is undeniably a powerful figure, and his poison is something even the Kage cannot withstand. Regrettably, he has already met his demise. A piece of news that remains unknown to the vast majority of the ninja world. As they conversed, the group journeyed toward the land of rivers. Encountering no bandits along the way, Taiyuan expressed his boredom several times. We are nearing the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers, a region notorious for bandit activity. Let us remain vigilant, Mi-Fei cautioned. Understood, the group heightened their awareness, with Taiyuan growing increasingly eager. Xiaoyu periodically activated her Byakugan for surveillance, while Shimi continuously released insects to scout the surroundings. Soon, darkness enveloped the land, prompting the group to decide on a temporary halt for rest. They kindled a fire and retrieved provisions from their packs. Your diet as ninjas seems rather meager. I have meat pies. Allow me to share some with you, Niu Dao offered. Thank you kindly, but we ninjas adhere to our own standards. When executing missions, we prepare our own sustenance to ensure our safety, Mi-Fei declined. I understand. Upon our arrival in the land of rivers, I shall treat you to a meal, Niu Dao proposed. That will not be necessary. Once we successfully escort you to your destination, we shall take our leave. A ninja's duty is to fulfill their mission. Excessive entanglements may lead to unnecessary complications. That night, the 4 of them divided into 2 groups, taking turns to keep watch. In the dead of night, Shimi's insects returned with news, prompting her to awaken Mi-Fei and Xiaoyu. Teacher, my insects have detected the approach of several individuals, she reported. Xiaoyu, ascertain whether they are ninjas, Mi-Fei instructed. Understood. Xiaoyu immediately activated her Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. The Byakugan allowed her to perceive the flow of chakra within others' bodies and gauge its quantity, thus enabling her to ascertain whether any ninjas were present and their approximate strength. A few individuals exhibited a weak flow of chakra, suggesting they were mere low-tier ninjas. If I counted correctly, there are a total of 18 adversaries, Xiaoyu remarked. Indeed. Having the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan during missions proves advantageous. It facilitates the effortless reconnaissance of the enemy's condition. In light of this, I shall let the 3 of you take action shortly, Mi-Fei stated. Since there are no formidable ninjas, I shall merely support you from behind. Before long, A band of robbers surged forth from the surrounding thickets, brandishing an array of weapons and launching an assault on the caravan. "Leave all your belongings and lie flat on the ground," bellowed their leader. The drivers of the cart, particularly Nyo Dao Man, were jolted awake, their faces etched with fear upon confronting the enemy. "Lord Mifei, we entrust this to you," Nyo Dao Man cried. "All of you attack together." Xiaoyu and her companions charged forward in an instant. Gentle fist, chakra point strike. Xiaoyu struck a robber with a palm, sending him flying. In this moment, she held nothing back, fully aware that it was either them or her. In such a chaotic battle, Yamanaka Shimi's insects proved to be an impeccable weapon, enveloping several robbers and dispatching them within seconds. Tai Yuan-ji wielded his kunai, skillfully attacking the robbers and efficiently reaping their lives. Observing the trio's performance, Mifei nodded in satisfaction. They had indeed grown more adept in combat. Suddenly, Mifei sensed a murderous intent. He pivoted, narrowly evading several shurikens that whizzed past and embedded themselves into the cart behind him. Had he not dodged, that strike could have claimed his life. "Who goes there?" Two ninjas emerged unexpectedly, launching an assault on Mifei. He retaliated by throwing a kunai, blocking their attacks. The ferocity of their combat suggested they were both J-nin. The appearance of J-nin caught Mifei off guard. He could not fathom why a T-transport convoy would be targeted by such high-ranking ninjas. This caravan undoubtedly harbored intelligence unknown to him. "What brings you here?" Mifei inquired. "You are ninjas from Konoha, are you not?" "Mind your own business and hand over the goods from the caravan," they retorted. Clearly, they had come for the caravan. "Which nation do you ninjas belong to? Or are you rogue ninjas?" Mifei observed their lack of forehead protectors. Either they sought to conceal their identities or they were indeed rogue ninjas. "Guess," one of them replied. "Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough." The two ninjutsu combined, unleashing a colossal flame that surged towards Mifei. Though merely two low-level ninjutsu techniques, their combined force could indeed unleash significant devastation. Water release, water dragon bullet. With remarkable speed, Mifei formed the necessary hand seals, summoning a water dragon that surged forth, aiming to extinguish the flames. However, a single water dragon was insufficient to counteract the blaze. Water release, water dragon bullet. Mifei conjured two additional water dragons, which collided and extinguished the fire entirely. A tall ninja charged towards Mifei, launching an assault, while a shorter ninja sprinted towards the merchant caravan. Xiaoyu. The brave Xiaoyu, having incapacitated a bandit, returned to intercept the shorter ninja. "Little brat, I advise you to step aside quickly, or you shall perish here," he warned. "If you wish to steal, you must first step over my dead body." With a technique known as gentle fist, 8 trigrams empty palm, he unleashed a powerful strike imbued with potent chakra, impacting the shorter ninja. The adversary was taken aback, astonished that such a young child could unleash such formidable force. Byakugan. A member of the Hyuga clan. "Too bad you belong to a branch family. Otherwise, you might possess an additional pair of Byakugan," remarked the shorter ninja. The Byakugan was coveted by many ninjas, yet the existence of caged birds rendered them unattainable. Unlike the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Byakugan's numbers had dwindled significantly. A swarm of insects returned, ensnaring the shorter ninja. Tai Yuan-ji and Yun-shi, having vanquished the remaining bandits, joined Xiaoyu in confronting the short ninja. Meanwhile, Mifei engaged the tall ninja in combat, opting not to swiftly defeat him, as he wished to gauge the capabilities of Xiaoyu and the others. It was time for their prior training to yield some results. "Though you remained silent, I deduce that you are ninjas from the land of wind. Am I correct?" Mifei inquired. The opponent furrowed his brow, questioning, "How did you come to that conclusion?" Mifei elucidated, "It is quite simple. Your skin is far too dry. Ninjas hailing from either the land of fire or the land of rivers could not possibly possess such parched skin, thus you must be ninjas from the land of wind." Chapter 23. Slaying the elite ninja and the Dark God sect's sacrificial ceremony. What does it matter now that you know? I advise you to swiftly take your people and leave. Otherwise, your 3 students may very well lose their lives. Mifei chuckled. "They are not as weak as you presume. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own safety." With that, Mifei charged forward, re-engaging in combat. The diminutive ninja breached Ji-Wei's swarm of insects, brandishing a kunai as he lunged towards Ji-Wei. Xiaoyu positioned herself in front of Ji-Wei, using her gentle fist to deflect the assault. Tai Yuan immediately hurled 3 shurikens at the short ninja, who adeptly rolled backward, evading the projectiles. Ji-Wei commanded the insects to encircle the enemy once more. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tumultuous gale dispersed the insects. The short ninja surged forward, delivering a swift kick towards Ji-Wei. Jiwei formed a protective shield of insects to absorb the impact, successfully blocking the strike. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams empty palm. Xiaoyu unleashed her chakra, striking and sending the short ninja flying. An intriguing little brat. However, I shall no longer indulge you. The three of them noticed a shift in the short ninja's gaze, sensing an oppressive force emanating from the elite ninja. If you do not assist them soon, they will truly be slaughtered, the tall ninja urged Mi Fei, appearing even more anxious than Mi Fei himself. This urgency stemmed from his realization that despite exerting his full strength, he had failed to harm Mi Fei, who remained effortlessly composed. Thus, he sought to distract Mi Fei, hoping to exploit any lapse in his focus to turn the tide. You were correct. I should indeed aid them. Mi Fei recognized that Xiaoyu and her companions were beginning to falter, prompting him to cease his playful demeanor. Water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged forth from the ground, utilizing hydraulic force to restrain the tall ninja. Lightning release, lightning strike. Mi Fei slammed his palm against the earth, unleashing a tremendous current. The electricity traveled through the water, striking the tall ninja, paralyzing him instantly. Drawing the blade of death, Mi Fei executed a swift movement, decapitating the tall ninja. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and her companions were valiantly resisting the short ninja, yet, being elite ninjas, they could not collectively overpower him. Fortunately, their seamless coordination prevented their injuries from being more severe. Water release, water dragon bullet. Mi Fei swiftly initiated another assault with water, prompting the tall ninja to evade. Witnessing his comrade's demise, he prepared to flee. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Mi Fei unleashed multiple spheres of wind towards the short ninja, who utilized a substitution technique, transforming into a wooden log. When an elite ninja attempted to escape, Mi Fei found it challenging to pursue. Should he chase after him, the merchant convoy might fall victim to an ambush from others, resulting in a far greater loss. Mi Fei's mission was to safeguard the convoy. Whether or not he eliminated that individual was of little consequence. Are you all right? Mi Fei inquired as he approached them. Teacher, we are fine. Let's first tend our injuries. Xiaoyu and the others were attending to their wounds when Mi Fei approached Niu Daoman. Mr. Niu, could you elucidate why there was a jonin? What exactly is contained within this carriage? Indeed, it is merely ordinary tea leaves. I cannot fathom why that group would wish to attack me. Perhaps it was to seize this batch of tea for profit, Niu Daoman innocently replied. Seizing tea leaves for profit? Do you truly believe your tea is a rare treasure? Mi Fei retorted. If you are unwilling to divulge further, we shall have no choice but to abandon the mission. Encountering an enemy of jonin caliber elevates this task to at least an A rank. Mi Fei could justifiably refuse to proceed, citing the mission's exceedance of their capabilities. Wait, Niu Daoman called out to Mi Fei. The prior jonin had fled. Without Mi Fei's protection, he would be doomed. How about this? I will increase your payment until it matches the appropriate task level. And I shall also compensate you for your medical expenses. What do you say? No need. My team is not yet qualified for such a high-level mission, Mi Fei replied, preparing to leave with his companions. All right, I concede. Niu Daoman was left with no alternative. Should the previous ninja return or others arrive to seize the cargo, they would find themselves in dire straits. He could only hope that Mi Fei would continue to protect them. Niu Daoman approached and unlocked the chest. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a layer of dark green tea leaves. Niu Daoman dismantled the tea section, revealing what lay beneath. Mi Fei was taken aback by the contents of the box, which were an array of exquisite instruments, appearing quite valuable. Clearly, these items hold considerable worth. Otherwise, 2 jonin would not have come to seize them, Mi Fei remarked. These are precious treasures I imported from other nations. I can only speculate as to why the news leaked, attracting such adversaries, Niu Daoman explained. Given the significance of these items, you ought to have clarified this sooner. Spending a bit more to elevate the mission's rank would ensure greater safety. Had a chunin been assigned to this task, you would have lost everything by now. Niu Daoman leaned closer to Mi Fei and whispered, to be frank, these items are not meant for public knowledge. Surely, you did not excavate them from a grave. Mi Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Of course not, merely some illicit dealings. Our intention was to operate discreetly. Thus we planned to hire a few individuals to handle any bandits along the way. However, we did not anticipate that the news would leak, drawing such formidable foes. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to continue escorting, I will pay you double the standard rate for the task. Double the wage for an A-rank mission is indeed substantial. What do you all think? Mi Fei inquired of Xiaoyu and the others. I believe it is acceptable. We have already invested so much effort, it would be more prudent to see it through. A high-ranking ninja has met his demise. I believe the danger should be mitigated henceforth, suggested Tai Yuan. I concur. We should proceed, replied Xiaoyu. Mifei nodded, stating, if that is the case, let us continue our journey. Thank you so much, exclaimed Nyodo Man, brimming with excitement. After several hours of travel, they finally crossed into the land of rivers. Along the way, they encountered a few waves of attacks, yet none proved as formidable as the previous encounter with the two ninja, allowing them to resolve these skirmishes with relative ease. The group escorted 2 carts to a quaint town that marked their destination. I truly appreciate your efforts. Allow me to treat you to a meal, Nyodo Man offered. No need for that. Simply settle our payment, Mifei replied, reluctant to prolong the negotiation. Very well. This is the additional payment I promised you. After counting the money and finding it satisfactory, Mifei accepted it and departed, uninterested in the contents of the merchant caravan any further. Teacher, let us indulge in a hot spring, Tai Yuan exclaimed with anticipation. Certainly, but first, let us have a meal, Mifei responded. The group arrived at a restaurant for lunch, where the cuisine of the land of rivers predominantly featured soup, and the miso soup was exceptionally delicious. Mifei was eager to inquire about the preparation of this delightful miso soup, but regrettably, the cook was unwilling to divulge the recipe. After enjoying their lunch and waiting a while, they made their way to the bathing facility for the hot springs. Mifei reserved a private hot spring, and the 4 of them luxuriated within it. Indeed, soaking in the hot spring was incredibly soothing, melting away their previous fatigue. If only Konoha had such splendid hot springs. I would wish to visit daily, Tai Yuan lamented. Mifei chuckled. These hot springs do not come cheaply. Are you certain your mission remuneration can cover such indulgence? Although they were currently assigned a C-rank mission, the actual earnings they received were meager, barely sufficient for their sustenance. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu and the others decided to explore the streets, and Mifei granted his consent. Approaching dinner time, Xiaoyu and company suddenly rushed back, reporting that Tai Yuan was missing. While Tai Yuan was known for his playful nature, he was always punctual when a time was agreed upon. It appeared he had indeed been detained by some matter. When did you last see him? Mifei inquired. We were in a shop buying snacks, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, Xiaoyu recounted. Zhihui, did you leave a tracking insect on Tai Yuan? Mifei asked. I did, Zhihui replied. What kind of insect? Xiaoyu questioned, perplexed. I placed a tracking insect on you. Using the mother insect, I can trace your location, Zhihui explained. Then why didn't you simply go searching for him immediately? Xiaoyu asked. I was uncertain of Tai Yuan's situation, so I returned to consult the teacher, Zhihui clarified. Mifei nodded. Zhihui, you acted wisely. Let us depart at once. Zhihui released the mother insect and communicated with it, instructing it to locate Tai Yuan's whereabouts. The mother bug flew in a specific direction, promptly followed by Mifei and the other 2. Before long, they had departed from the village and emerged into the wilderness. How curious. Why would Tai Yuanji come to the mountains? Xiaoyu pondered with great bewilderment. There must be a reason. Let us hasten. For I fear he may be in peril, Mifei responded. Initially, he believed their mission had concluded successfully, allowing them to return without further complications. Yet unforeseen obstacles lay ahead. After traversing the mountain for a while, they discovered a concealed entrance to a cave. According to the information transmitted by the mother bug, Tai Yuanji should be within this cave, Zhihui remarked. In that case, let us proceed, but everyone must remain vigilant. Should we encounter danger, we must retreat immediately. Do not jeopardize your own safety in an attempt to rescue another, Mifei admonished, harboring a disdain for those who recklessly endangered themselves in their endeavors to save others. The trio cautiously followed the mother bug into the cavern. After walking a distance, Mifei noticed a glimmer of light ahead and quickly approached. Before them stood a stone door, slightly ajar, with the previous light emanating from within. Peering through the crack, Mifei observed a spacious interior, ablaze with flickering flames. In the center of the room, a group of individuals knelt in reverence, repeatedly chanting the title of the evil god. The mere mention of the evil god conjured thoughts of Fei Duan in Mifei's mind. Fei Duan was a member of the evil god sect, reputed to possess an undying power derived from their deity. It seemed evident that this place served as a stronghold for the evil god sect. Mifei gestured for Xiaoyu and knew Zhihui to remain behind as he resolved to venture inside in search of Tai Yuanji, suspecting he might have been captured by the sect's followers. Once cloaked in invisibility, Mifei slipped through the stone door. The crowd remained engrossed in their fervent worship, oblivious to his presence. As long as he refrained from taking action, no one would detect him. Mifei circled the periphery of the space, but failed to spot Xiaoyu amidst the throng. However, he noticed another cave nearby. Perhaps Tai Yuanji was within. Just as Mifei prepared to enter, several youths were brought out by two members of the evil god sect. Among them, he discerned Tai Yuanji. The youths were thrust to the front of the line. A figure adorned with an evil god mask addressed Tai Yuanji, proclaiming, "I am the messenger of the evil god. Bow before him in loyalty, or I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the evil god." A few timid souls were immediately paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. "Will you choose to serve or to be sacrificed?" the evil god messenger inquired, pointing at Tai Yuanji. "Serve? Serve your grandfather," Tai Yuanji retorted, flinging several shurikens into the air, each affixed with two explosive talismans. "Explode." With Tai Yuanji's command, a tremendous explosion resonated throughout the chamber. The sounds of detonation echoed in succession, creating chaos among the gathered crowd, who immediately surged toward the exit. Upon hearing the explosive sound outside, Xiaoyu and oil girl Jiwei sought to enter, only to encounter a throng of people rushing out, prompting them to flee as well. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Tai Yuanji made his escape. "Where do you think you're running, little brat?" A chain flew through the air, ensnaring Tai Yuanji's waist. With a powerful tug, he was pulled back toward the source. "Silence, all of you. Should you continue to make noise, I shall offer you to the Dark Lord," commanded the emissary on the stage. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, kneeling once more upon the ground. "Your actions have incited the wrath of the Dark Lord, hence I must sacrifice you to appease his fury." The emissary brandished a colossal scythe, directing it toward Tai Yuanji. As the blade drew nearer, a paralyzing dread of death enveloped him. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, as a short blade intercepted the scythe. "Who dares to obstruct me?" demanded the emissary. "Greetings, emissary of the Dark Lord. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the emissary of death," replied Mifei, forcefully deflecting the scythe away. "Mifei-sensei," exclaimed Tai Yuanji in delight. "You little rascal. Leaving for just a moment and getting captured. What a disgrace. If they had ambushed you, you wouldn't have been caught," Mifei scolded. "Once we return, you must diligently practice and refrain from recklessly venturing out. You nearly lost your life. Do you understand?" "I understand," Tai Yuanji replied. "Hey, you two, I'm still here." The emissary of the Dark Lord interjected angrily. Mifei turned toward him, stating, "Let us see who is more formidable, yourself, the emissary of the Dark Lord, or I, the emissary of death." In an instant, Mifei surged forward, wielding his short blade against the emissary. The latter raised his scythe defensively, parrying Mifei's strike. A tremendous force emanated from the scythe, causing Mifei to retreat swiftly, dissipating the energy. "Tai Yuanji, you go ahead." "Understood." Realizing that his presence would only hinder, Tai Yuanji hastened to escape. "Quickly, apprehend that brat," commanded the emissary. "Earth release, earth wall." A wall of soil erupted from the ground, sealing the exit and preventing those inside from escaping for the time being. "In that case, let us first sacrifice you to the Dark Lord before pursuing that young rascal." Raising his scythe, the emissary swung it forcefully toward Mifei. Mifei sidestepped, delivering a sharp strike that grazed the emissary's face. The mask shattered, revealing the visage of a young man. Recognizing the familiar scythe and gray hair, along with the allegiance to the Dark Lord, Mifei surmised the man's identity. "You are Fei Duan, are you not?" Mifei inquired. "How did you know?" Fei Duan responded, taken aback. "This is information relayed to me by the emissary of death." "TCH. You pretentious fool, prepare to die. The Dark Lord is the mightiest," Fei Duan declared, hurling his scythe once more towards Mifei. Mifei wielded his blade to block the scythe. Fei Duan tugged at the rope, retracting the scythe while charging towards Mifei. Mifei raised his sword to parry the assault and swiftly turned, delivering a kick that sent Fei Duan flying backwards. Fei Duan dusted off his clothes, exclaiming, "You really pack a punch." Mifei clenched the death god's blade between his teeth. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon lunged at Fei Duan. Fei Duan leapt, cleaving the fire dragon in two with his scythe. At that moment, Mifei noticed that the previously blocked exit had been cleared by those inside, allowing the followers to escape. Just as Mifei was momentarily distracted, Fei Duan hurled his scythe at him. Mifei sidestepped but felt the blade graze his arm. Fei Duan retrieved his scythe, licking the blood off its edge. "Next, I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the evil god." Fei Duan traced a circle on the ground with his scythe, then inscribed a triangle within it. Stepping into the circle, his form transformed, his skin taking on a black and white pattern. "You are now cursed by me. Let the ritual commence. Experience exquisite pain with me," Fei Duan shouted maniacally. Mifei observed Fei Duan in his malevolent form, a state that rendered him nearly invincible. Having tasted Mifei's blood, he was now cursed. Any damage Fadewan endured would also afflict Miffy. Coupled with his immortality, he would recover from any injury, ensuring that from the moment he acquired Miffy's blood, his opponent was already defeated. Come, embrace the agony. Fadewan produced a retractable iron rod and plunged it into his own thigh. Simultaneously, Miffy felt a sharp pain in his leg, blood oozing from the wound. Miffy gazed at the injury, contemplating the strange nature of Fadewan's abilities. Haha, how does it feel? Painful, isn't it? But should you sustain a critical injury, it would be far worse. Yet, this gradual suffering is the most exhilarating. Witnessing your plight, I transcend pain, ultimately transforming it into pleasure. Miffy regarded Fadewan, realizing the predicament had indeed become dire. Fadewan's forbidden technique was grotesque, yet its effectiveness was limited. If Miffy could force him out of that circle, the curse would lose its potency. Miffy charged forward, landing a punch upon Fadewan. In response, Miffy felt a corresponding blow to the same area on his own body, the intense pain forcing him to stagger back. At the same time, the force of Miffy's punch caused Fadewan to recoil as well. Fadewan swiftly perceived Miffy's intentions and raised the iron rod, stabbing it into his other thigh. Suddenly, Miffy's leg faltered, and he half-kneeled on the ground. Father, Xiaoyu and the others rushed over. Teacher, are you all right? Stay back. Don't move, Miffy commanded, struggling. He slowly rose to his feet. What are you doing here? I told you to leave first. From this moment on, return to Konoha immediately. The captain has temporarily been replaced by Yun Jiwei from Taiyuan-ji. Taiyuan-ji is too impulsive, and Mifei is concerned that Xiaoyu may act out of emotion. It is indeed most fitting for the calm Yun Jiwei to assume the role of captain. However, Father Xiaoyu anxiously looked at Mifei, sensing that his condition was rather dire. Rest assured, I am not so easily defeated. At that moment, Fadewan once again plunged the iron rod into his thigh. A gaping wound opened up Mifei's leg, blood streaming forth, staining the ground crimson. Father, without a second thought, Xiaoyu rushed over. Gentle fist, Bagwazang. Mifei released his chakra, striking Xiaoyu with a powerful palm. The immense force rendered her unconscious. You too, take Xiaoyu away. You must return to Konoha within 2 days. Stay at home and mind your safety until I return. Do you understand? This is not a discussion, it is an order. Yes, Sensei. We trust you. You must come back. Taiyuan-ji hoisted Xiaoyu onto his back, and the three rushed towards the exit. Are you letting them leave because you wish to spare them the sight of your suffering? Fadewan laughed heartily. Mifei strode confidently before Fadewan and declared, How about we make a wager? A wager? On what? Whether you can kill me. Mifei replied, Haha, do you really think you can escape today? I can kill you at any moment. Fadewan bellowed. How will you know unless you try? Let us draft a contract. If I survive, you shall obey my commands. If I perish, I shall reveal to you a secret about the evil deity. How can you tell me if you're dead? Do you think I'm foolish? The secret lies within this scroll. Mifei produced a scroll. If I die, the contents of the scroll will become known to you. But if you refuse to sign the contract, I will destroy it now, and you will never learn the secret of the evil deity. Fadewan hesitated. What is the matter? Are you afraid to wager? Or is your ritual incapable of killing me? Nonsense, I accept the bet. Chapter 24. The spirit of the corpse and the graffiti on Hokage Rock. In that case, let us enter into a pact. Should I survive beyond this day? You shall heed my commands henceforth. If I perish, this scroll will belong to you. Very well, no objections. Haydn was confident in his own power. By taking his own life, he believed that Mifei would inevitably die, thus ensuring his victory in this wager. Just clap your hands with mine. Mifei extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Haydn finally clasped hands with Mifei. The essence of their contract materialized within their minds. Once voluntarily entered into, the pact became binding. Let us commence. Mifei gazed at Haydn. In that case, let your demise commence. Haydn raised a steel rod and plunged it into his own heart. Simultaneously, a wound the size of a thumb appeared in Mifei's chest, blood gushing forth. In the next instant, Mifei collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading away. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. Haydn exclaimed with exuberance, releasing his death god form. He approached Mifei and seized the scroll from his grasp. Upon unfolding it, he discovered it was entirely blank. You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? Haydn brandished the iron rod, aiming for Mifei once more, intent on severing his head to quench his rage. However, Mifei's body suddenly transformed into smoke, vanishing before Haydn's eyes. A summoning technique? Haydn was taken aback, realizing that Mifei possessed the mark of a summoning jutsu. But even if he had summoned away, what of it? He was merely a corpse. Though he had been tricked by Mifei, Haydn still found satisfaction in the prospect of having killed him. In a chamber of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Suikyu summoned a corpse, none other than Mifei himself. Mifei had previously entered into a pact with Hyuga Suikyu. Upon his death, Suikyu would be informed and would use the summoning technique to bring Mifei's corpse back. This time, Mifei would require over a day to resurrect. The condition for his revival was the integrity of his body. If it were to be dismembered or consumed by beasts, revival would be impossible. Thus, Mifei arranged for someone to ensure that his body was summoned back intact upon his death, guaranteeing its preservation. Furthermore, the duration of time he remained in a state of death would increase, necessitating careful preservation of his remains during that interval. Mifei's spirit once again arrived in the Pure Land, where he encountered Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, I have missed you dearly. Mifei rushed to embrace her. Why have you returned again? Xiaoxue inquired, looking up. I was slain by another. Though, of course, it was intentional. Now, I have acquired another Nin at my disposal. Haydn believed Mifei to be dead, victorious in their wager. Yet, once Mifei was revived, the contract would take effect, allowing him to command Haydn. The Akatsuki organization would inevitably become an adversary for Mifei, thus he needed to embed an informant within their ranks, and Haydn was the perfect candidate for this endeavor. However, Mifei did not intend to seek out Fade One just yet. He thought it best to wait until the moment arose when he would need him. At that time, Fade One's expression would surely be most intriguing. During this period, how have you and Xiaoyu been? Asked Xiaoxue. Rest assured, we are doing well. And both Xiaoyu and I miss you dearly. By the way, I have some delightful news to share. I have already arranged an engagement for Xiaoyu. Engagement? With whom? With Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, who is also the daughter of Hinata Hizashi. The eldest daughter? Surely the clan will not approve? Fear not. Lord Hizashi has already given his consent. As for those old fogies at home, they need not concern us. We are no longer the same as we once were. I believe that one day, the Hyuga family will no longer distinguish between the main and branch families. Xiaoxue frowned, saying, this is not a simple matter. The system of main and branch families has existed for over 1,000 years. It is not easily changed. I am aware of that. I am currently planning step by step, and soon, I shall succeed. I do not wish for you to take any risks. Furthermore, as long as there are caged birds, the branch families will never be able to rival the main family. Xiaoxue was acutely aware of the stakes involved. You need not worry about that. I have my own methods. I do not require you to perform any grand deeds. I only wish for you and Xiaoyu to remain safe and sound, Xiaoxue said. Mifei embraced Xiaoxue, gently patting her shoulder. Rest assured, everything will be fine. If everything is fine, why have you nearly died so many times? It was merely my desire to see you, Mifei replied with a smile. By the way, do you have a picture of the eldest daughter? I wish to see what my future daughter-in-law looks like, Xiaoxue inquired with curiosity. Hinata has yet to blossom. She is not particularly beautiful at this stage. However, when she matures, she will undoubtedly be a great beauty. Mifei conjured an image of Hinata. In the realm of the Pure Land, the images they imagined could manifest. What a lovely child. It is a pity I will not witness their wedding, Xiaoxue lamented. Fear not, you shall see it, I promise. How long will you be away this time? Xiaoxue asked. This time, I shall stay a bit longer. Schwer, let us engage in something interesting. How annoying. After 100,000 seconds had passed, Mifei opened his eyes. My lord, you are awake. Mifei looked around, realizing he was in the room they had previously agreed upon. Shuijing, I appreciate your assistance this time. It is no trouble, it is my duty. My lord, did you encounter a formidable opponent? Asked Hinata Shuijing. Not particularly formidable. But I indeed had to die once. Mifei's recent demise not only granted him a special ability but also allowed him to claim Fade One. Though Fade One's combat prowess is not remarkable, few are capable of killing him. Congratulations to the host for reviving and acquiring a new ability, Replication. As long as the host has encountered a jutsu, it can be replicated. However, bloodline limit techniques and those of a higher caliber cannot be utilized. The host's next resurrection is set for 1,000,000 seconds. This ability to replicate is indeed quite remarkable. Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja, owes his title to the Sharingan, which grants him the power to mimic others' techniques. Previously, Mifei had to undertake missions to acquire various jutsu, but now his learning process has become significantly easier. Regrettably, without a bloodline limit, corresponding techniques remain inaccessible. 1,000,000 seconds equates to a little over 10 days, and thus, he must carefully calculate the timing of each subsequent death. Less significant changes occur. Have Xiaoyu and the others returned? Mifei inquired. I have been here all day, without venturing out, so I am unaware, replied Hyuga swaging. All right. I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Please rest well, Mifei responded. As he exited the room and returned to his own quarters, Mifei observed that everything remained unchanged, indicating that Xiaoyu had not yet returned. This was to be expected, as Mifei had summoned himself back using the summoning technique. While Xiaoyu and the others needed to make their way back gradually, it was likely that their journey had not been entirely smooth, and taking an additional 2 or 3 days was quite plausible. On the evening of the following day, Xiaoyu and the others hurriedly raced back to Konoha. Finally back, they exclaimed upon reaching the gates of Konoha. Xiaoyu, why are you running so fast? Taiyuanji asked, breathless. Because my father said we must return within 2 days. Naturally, we must comply, Xiaoyu replied, sensing that Mifei had a specific reason for his request. Do you think something may have happened to our teacher? Taiyuanji asked anxiously. No, I firmly believe my father is safe. I must return home to check, Xiaoyu stated, promptly registering upon entering the village and sprinting towards the Hyuga estate. Taiyuanji and Yun Jiwei followed closely behind, concerned for Xiaoyu's well-being. Upon arriving, Xiaoyu pushed open the door and found Mifei standing beside the dining table. Xiaoyu, you've returned just in time. Come, let us eat, Mifei said with a smile. Father. Xiaoyu rushed over and embraced Mifei. Dad, I thought you might not come back. Tears streamed down Xiaoyu's face. What could possibly happen to me? I told you I would return safely. Of course, I am unharmed. Now, wipe those tears. If Hinata sees you, she will tease you. Mifei reassured him, prompting Xiaoyu to hastily dry his eyes. Teacher. Taiyuanji and Yun Jiwei looked at Mifei in astonishment. When did you return, teacher? Taiyuanji asked. Yesterday, Mifei replied. Then why didn't you come back with us? You made us worry so much, Taiyuanji said, a hint of displeasure in his tone. You need not fret about my safety. No one in this world can kill me, Mifei declared confidently. Even if one day you witness my demise, do not grieve. For it shall not be long before I am resurrected. The trio found it hard to believe in such a resurrection, yet they felt an inexplicable trust in Mifei's words. Well, after such a long journey, you must be famished. Come, partake in some sustenance. This miso soup is a recipe I learned from a restaurant in the Land of Rivers. But didn't that chef refuse to share the recipe? Xiaoyu inquired. Forget about that. I am a ninja. Is there anything a ninja cannot obtain? Upon hearing Mifei's words, the three chuckled. Exactly. Why maintain such a gloomy demeanor? Cheer up. Mifei served each of them a bowl of miso soup. Xiaoyu took a sip. Delicious. If it pleases you, drink more. I know you are all starving. Indeed. We have been so preoccupied with our journey that we haven't had a proper meal. Taiyuanzi stuffed his mouth with food. Do not eat too hastily. It is not good for your stomach. The trio enjoyed a hearty dinner together. Later that evening, Mifei sat beneath the eaves, gazing up at the moon. Father. What are you looking at? Xiaoyu seated herself beside him. At the moon, it is particularly full tonight. Indeed, every time I see the moon, I am reminded of Mother. I encountered your mother yesterday, Mifei suddenly declared. Xiaoyu turned to him, her expression one of confusion. I perished during the battle and arrived in the Pure Land, where I met Shuer. It is better to be dead. She has not changed at all. Still as beautiful as ever. Father, what are you talking about? How could you die? It is the truth. I even spoke with your mother about your engagement to Miss Hinata. And what did Mother say? Xiaoyu asked eagerly. She said it was wonderful and that you two are well suited. She urged you to treat Miss Hinata well. I will. I shall protect Miss Hinata with all my might. After a moment, Xiaoyu suddenly queried, Father, are you truly dead? Indeed, I have told you several times already. And what about now? Mifei turned to her with a gaze filled with an eerie intensity. I am now a spirit, here to guide you to the other side. He spoke in a haunting tone. Xiaoyu remained calm, unperturbed by his words. If it means reaching the Pure Land, that would be wonderful. I could see Mother again, she said, gazing at the sky. Mifei gently ruffled Xiaoyu's hair. Do not worry. I promise you, one day our family shall reunite. And we will do so in life. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been a year since Xiaoyu and her companions became ninjas. Although their skills had improved considerably, Mifei did not permit them to participate in the Chunin exams. For it was only in the upcoming exams that they would encounter opponents formidable enough to challenge them. After submitting the task assignment, Mifei and Xiaoyu strolled home while shopping. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Mifei. Naruto, where are you off to? Mifei called out. Upon hearing Mifei's voice, Naruto halted. Uncle Mifei, it's you. Irika-sensei is chasing me. And I must make a swift escape. What trouble have you stirred up now? Mifei inquired, exasperated. Over the years, Mifei had often listened to Irika's complaints, most of which revolved around Naruto. Hiki, I won't chat with you any longer. I must be on my way, Naruto said as he sprinted down the street. Father, look at the Hokage rock over there. Mifei glanced up, noticing that the rock had been splattered with paint. Unsurprisingly, it was Naruto's handiwork. Observing the graffiti on the face of the fourth Hokage, Mifei mused that if Minato found out, he might very well serve up a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. Of course, the real culprit was likely Kushina. Irika, Mifei called out to another figure. Mifei, have you seen Naruto? Irika asked. I did. He just ran past over there. Thanks. I need to hurry and catch that rascal. Encountering Naruto certainly posed a great challenge for Irika. Teaching a class of students was exhausting enough, and now he had to deal with such a mischievous Naruto. Naruto seems even more troublesome than before, Xiaoyu remarked. But often it is such individuals who become the protagonists, Mifei reflected. By the way, would you like to visit the school? Mifei asked. Sure, I haven't been back in ages. Then let us go. Mifei led Xiaoyu towards the school. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Irika had managed to bring Naruto back. Mifei, what brings you to the school? Irika inquired. Uncle Mifei, save me, Naruto shouted. Mifei ignored him. Xiaoyu and I haven't visited in a long time, so we decided to come and take a look. I see. The graduation assessments are approaching, and I am currently administering tests for the students. Would you like to join us? Certainly, we wouldn't want to intrude. Mifei and Xiaoyu entered Irika's classroom. Upon entering, the students were quite rambunctious, but they quieted down as soon as Irika arrived. Naruto, return to your seat, Irika instructed, as Naruto reluctantly made his way back. Everyone, allow me to introduce you. This is Mifei, a Jonin, and he was your previous teacher. Some of you may have seen him at school. Beside him is Hinata Xiaoyu, your senior from the last class, who is now a Genin. The students gazed enviously at the forehead protector adorning Xiaoyu's head, all aspiring to become ninjas. Irika-sensei, don't mind us. Please continue with your lesson, one student suggested. Irika addressed the class. The graduation exam is approaching, and today we will test everyone's mastery of the transformation technique. When your name is called, please come up for the test. First, Sakura Haruno, with her pink hair, stepped forward. I shall begin. Transformation. After a burst of smoke, Sakura transformed into Irika's likeness. Overall, the change was quite impressive. Xiaoyu, once the test concludes, I need you to inform me of which individuals here will emerge as the strongest in the future. All right. Xiaoyu observed the test with keen interest. Witnessing their transformation technique reminded her nostalgically of her own school days. Next, Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha? Xiaoyu paused momentarily upon hearing that surname. Father, are there still members of the Uchiha clan remaining? She inquired. Currently, there are 3 Uchiha left. Itachi has been designated a rogue ninja, leaving only Sasuke and Konoha. And the other? Xiaoyu asked. That individual is not pertinent for you to know at this moment. The last Uchiha mentioned by Mifei was Obito Uchiha, whose current misdeeds remained a mystery. Next, Naruto Uzumaki confidently approached the forefront. Xiaoyu focused intently on Naruto. She understood that her father held Naruto in high esteem, which suggested his formidable strength. She aimed to discern any flaws in Naruto's transformation technique. Transformation technique. The chakra surrounding Naruto surged violently as he executed the transformation. Suddenly, Mifei recalled something and swiftly covered Xiaoyu's eyes. Father, why are you covering my eyes? Mifei tightened his grip, determined to shield Xiaoyu from the ensuing spectacle, lest Shuai seek retribution later. Transformation. Naruto morphed into a stunning, unclothed beauty. Irika stood frozen in shock, only to be met with an eruption of nosebleed moments later. Instantly, Naruto reverted to his original form. Ha ha ha. Irika-sensei, you truly fell for it. This is my self-invented technique, the seduction technique. You fool, do not create such frivolous ninjutsu. Mifei released his hold on Xiaoyu's eyes. Xiaoyu gazed at the scene in bewilderment, unaware of the recent occurrences. Actually, I believe this ninjutsu is far from trivial. It may prove crucial at some point in the future, Mifei remarked. Uncle Mifei, you truly understand me. Indeed, this is my super invincible ninjutsu, Naruto grinned. Mifei, please refrain from speaking on his behalf. Irika turned to Naruto and declared, Naruto, you have failed this examination. Moreover, you are to erase the graffiti on Hokage Rock after school. Yes, Irika-sensei, Naruto replied glumly. Irika, Xiaoyu and I shall take our leave. My apologies for the spectacle. No need for apologies, as I have stated, It is a rather exceptional ninjutsu. Miffy and Xiaoyu exited the classroom. Father, what ninjutsu did Naruto just employ? Your praise for him is quite remarkable, Xiaoyu remarked, astonished, as he rarely witnessed Miffy commend anyone. That ninjutsu is quite simple yet remarkably effective. However, it is a technique you cannot learn, nor should you inquire about it. All right then, Xiaoyu thought to himself. Eager to unravel the mystery of the ninjutsu Naruto had just performed. Father, shall we undertake another mission tomorrow? Xiaoyu inquired. No. Tomorrow is likely the day of Naruto and the others' assessment. I plan to observe it. Miffy replied. By the way, have you found an answer to the question I posed earlier? I believe Uchiha Sasuke will emerge as the strongest among them. After all, he hails from the Uchiha clan. And should he awaken his Sharingan, his power will undoubtedly surge. His transformation technique is also quite adept. Miffy nodded. Xiaoyu's assessment was indeed accurate. Aside from Sasuke, I believe Naruto will also grow formidable in the future. Oh, why do you think so? Miffy asked, somewhat surprised. Because you hold him in such high regard. There must be qualities within him that I have yet to discern, Xiaoyu replied. Miffy nodded, acknowledging, your observations are astute. Both of them will indeed become exceptionally strong in the future. However, our Xiaoyu will not fall behind. Can I truly achieve that? Xiaoyu gazed at Miffy in disbelief. He was aware of his average talent, had it not been for Miffy's guidance since childhood. He might not have even become a ninja. During their training sessions, he recognized the considerable gap between himself and Niji, who was hailed as a genius of the Hyuga clan. Do not worry, I will ensure everything is arranged for you. One day, you two shall stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. The following day, Miffy and Xiaoyu arrived at the academy to witness Naruto and the others' examination. Miffy, you're here. Iruka greeted them. Do you mind if I observe from the sidelines? Miffy asked. Not at all. However, my students may not measure up to yours. So please refrain from mocking me later, Iruka replied. Your students will undoubtedly outshine mine, Miffy chuckled. Indeed, Iruka's students must be quite impressive, a white-haired man interjected. And who might you be? Miffy inquired. I am Mizuki, a fellow proctor alongside Iruka, he responded. Ah, Mizuki, the one who completely transformed Naruto. It's a pity he is merely a minor character, Miffy thought. What are you examining? Are you still testing the transformation technique? Miffy asked. Yes. We are assessing the clone technique, Iruka answered. Soon, the first candidate entered, successfully performing the clone technique and creating a shadow clone. Chapter 25, The Sealed Scroll. Collaborative mission. Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. Here is your ninja headband. Iruka presented the headband to the top student. This year's examination differed somewhat from last year's. Previously, students had to wait for their scores to be tallied before the qualified could receive the headband. This year, those who failed the first written test were eliminated right away, allowing those who passed the second round to directly obtain their ninja headbands, thus saving a considerable amount of time. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke entered silently. He skillfully formed the necessary hand seals and successfully executed the shadow clone technique. Uchiha Sasuke qualified. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto entered, visibly anxious. Xiaoyu watched with anticipation. Sasuke had performed so well. Surely Naruto would not fare too poorly. Shadow clone technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, and Naruto also produced his clones. However, his clones lay motionless on the ground, resembling some unfortunate state. Xiaoyu stared in shock at the heap on the floor. Having expected Naruto to create clones as flawlessly as Sasuke, only to witness this disheartening outcome. Unqualified, Iruka declared. Iruka looked at Naruto with a complex mix of emotions. While he wished for Naruto to pass, as a teacher, he had to treat every student with fairness. But Iruka-sensei, his agility and endurance are quite commendable. Surely, he has at least grasped the essence of the shadow clone technique. Shouldn't he be considered passing? Mizuki interjected. Upon hearing Mizuki's words, a glimmer of hope ignited within Naruto. However, the next moment, Iruka doused that hope with a cold reality. Mizuki-sensei, his clones cannot even move. How can that be deemed a success? I cannot grant him a passing mark. With hope shattered, Naruto glared at Iruka in anger. Bewildered as to why Mizuki deemed him qualified while Iruka refused to acknowledge his efforts. Naruto, please leave. I need to call on the next student. With his head bowed, Naruto exited the classroom. Xiaoyu wished to follow but was restrained by Mizuki. Don't concern yourself with his matters. I cannot attend to Naruto right now. I have a plan to execute and must leave him be for the time being. One by one, the students continued their assessments, with the majority successfully obtaining their ninja headbands. Yet, Few would pass the guidance teacher's evaluation to become genin. Most students still lacked sufficient strength. Had it been a decade earlier, even those not yet graduated would have been sent directly to the battlefield. Surviving from that era to the present, none were weaklings. Mizuki stepped out of the classroom to find Naruto sitting on a swing, gazing enviously at his classmates who held their headbands. He too longed to earn a headband and become a ninja. Xiaoyu, you should go home now. There's no need to wait for me for dinner. All right, father. Please take care. Understanding Mizuki's likely intentions, Xiaoyu obediently returned home. At that moment, Mifei suddenly noticed Shuemu standing beside Naruto. After exchanging a few words with Naruto, Shuemu led him away. Mifei was aware that Shuemu intended to deceive Naruto into stealing the Book of Seals. He did not intervene. Instead, he sought a way to facilitate this scheme. That evening, Mifei stood guard at Naruto's doorstep. Indeed, it wasn't long before he saw Naruto rush out of his room and sprint towards the Hokage building. Mifei quickly followed suit. Before long, Naruto emerged from the Hokage building with a massive scroll in his possession. Mifei trailed behind him, and they entered a forest in the land of fire. Naruto sat down, carefully examining the scroll. Mifei knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen must be watching Naruto from somewhere. Thus, if he approached openly, he would surely be discovered. Consequently, Mifei activated his invisibility and stealthily approached Naruto. The latter appeared flustered as he gazed at the intricate jutsu inscribed on the scroll. Realizing their complexity rendered them beyond his capabilities, Mifei swiftly recorded the jutsu's details. The Book of Seals contained various powerful techniques, some of which had unique effects. Although these jutsu were challenging and perilous to employ, they posed no significant threat to Mifei. Soon, Mifei spotted the jutsu he yearned for the most, the Edo Tensei. To reunite with Xiaoxue, acquiring this technique was imperative. Not long after, Mifei sensed a large contingent of ninjas converging on their location, prompting him to retreat quietly. Shuemu's encouragement for Naruto to steal the Book of Seals was merely a ruse. He intended to seize it for himself once Naruto had acquired it. However, Irika intervened, preventing this scenario from unfolding. Upon understanding Irika's intentions, Naruto experienced a moment of clarity and, through his own efforts, overcame Shuemu. Irika bestowed his forehead protector upon Naruto, officially recognizing him as a subordinate. After obtaining the Edo Tensei technique, Mifei made his way to the Hyuga clan's graveyard, where generations of deceased clan members were laid to rest. He approached Xiaoxue's tombstone directly. Xiaoxue, forgive me. Today, I must disturb your resting place. Fear not, for it shall be covered again soon. Mifei utilized earth release techniques to raise Xiaoxue's coffin. He opened the coffin and retrieved some tissue containing her cells. With these cells, Mifei could utilize the Edo Tensei to resurrect Xiaoxue. Once he secured the cells, he closed the coffin and buried it once more. The Edo Tensei required a living sacrifice, and Mifei found himself at a loss for a suitable candidate. He could not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Such actions would surely displease Xiaoxue upon her revival. Mifei stored Xiaoxue's cells, biding his time for the right opportunity. Upon returning home, he discovered Xiaoyu waiting for him. Xiaoyu, why are you still awake at this late hour? Where is father gone tonight? It seems rather unsettled in the village. There were some minor disturbances, but they have been resolved. Are you hungry? I shall prepare some noodles for you. Sure, father, please cook a bit more. Let us dine together. In the subsequent days, Mifei continued to guide the first team in accomplishing their missions. In just a few months, the Nin exams would arrive, and before that, Mifei needed to ensure they became stronger. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were still assigned to Team 7, under the leadership of Kakashi. The 3 members of Team 7 successfully passed Kakashi's evaluations and became ninjas. However, they were soon to face the monotonous existence of D-rank missions. Teacher, what task shall we undertake today? Taiyuan asked. This time, we shall embark on a B-rank mission, Mifei replied. Really? Little Yu and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Although their previous escort mission for a merchant caravan could be classified as A-rank, they had not exerted themselves significantly. Now, they were officially able to accept B-rank missions. C-rank missions posed more challenges, as this task would involve combat against ninjas. The first team alone might struggle to complete it, so they would collaborate with the third team. The third team? Is that the one led by Teacher Ban? Little Yu inquired. Precisely. We shall gather at the entrance of Konoha at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not be late, Mifei instructed. Understood. Everyone hurried home to prepare. Since there would be combat against ninjas, it was essential to equip their ninja tools adequately. Early the next morning, Mifei and Little Yu set out together. At the Hyuga gate, they encountered Niji. Good morning, Niji, Mifei called out. Good morning, Uncle Mifei, little you. Niji replied. In the Hyuga clan, both Niji and Hinata referred to Mifei as uncle, especially now that little you and Hinata had decided to become engaged. They would indeed become one family. Niji, this time we can work on a mission together, little you said joyfully. Yes. I am also eager to undertake a mission with you, Niji agreed. Let us proceed. We mustn't be late, Mifei urged. The three made their way to the entrance of Konoha, where Taiyuin and Yamanaka Shimi also arrived. Strange, hasn't Teacher Guy and the others arrived yet? Taiyuin observed, gazing down the streets of Konoha. There are still a few minutes left. No need to worry, little you reassured. At that moment, two green figures dashed towards them, raising a cloud of dust. Guy and Lee halted before the group. Good morning, everyone. This is the prime of youth, they exclaimed. With their arrival, only Tintin remained. The group stood in anticipation for her. Sorry, I'm late. Tintin panted as she rushed over. It's quite all right. The timing is just perfect. Taiyuin suddenly noticed. Tintin is the only girl among us. Fear not. We shall protect you. No need. I require no one's protection, Tintin replied firmly. She is indeed formidable. You should be cautious when she engages in battle, Niji remarked with a smile. Now that everyone is here, I shall explain our mission, Mifei announced. Teacher, what exactly is the task that requires both our classes to collaborate? Taiyuin inquired. It is as follows. We have received a distress signal from the village of Fragrant Leaves in the Land of Fire, reporting that a group of ninjas has recently seized control of their village, and they seek our assistance to either eliminate or drive away these intruders, came the response. What is the strength of those ninjas? Niji asked. The precise level of their strength remains uncertain, as the villagers themselves are unclear. Therefore, we must be prepared to engage with high-level ninjas, was the reply. Indeed, the prospect of battling ninjas stronger than ourselves excites everyone, came the agreement. Let us depart. If we move swiftly, we should reach the village of Fragrant Leaves by tomorrow afternoon. After Mifei's group registered, they departed from Konoha, hastening towards the village. Mifei, how about we hold a competition between our two classes to see who reaches the village of Fragrant Leaves first? Kai suggested, observing the enthusiastic Kai and Lee. Mifei promptly declined. No, let us prioritize conserving our energy. We will need to be in optimal condition for the battle ahead. Very well, I shall take the lead. Kai accelerated, leaving the others behind. Wait for me, Teacher Kai, Lee called out as he chased after him. Honestly, they are at it again. Catching up is truly exhausting, complained Tintin. It seems Tintin has quite a bit of frustration, Mifei remarked. Have you ever considered inventing a ninja tool capable of transporting people while running on the ground? It would make our journey far more manageable. I wish, but such a contraption is utterly impossible to create, Tintin replied. Not necessarily, although it cannot be done now. Who knows what the future may hold? Given Konoha's current technological level, developing a railway system could be quite feasible. Everyone continued to follow Kai. However, after running for a considerable distance, they suddenly realized they had veered off course. Mifei had known better than to simply follow Kai. He should have chosen his own path. After determining their direction using a map, they resumed their journey. By the following evening, Mifei and his group arrived near the village of Fragrant Leaves. They refrained from entering the village immediately, opting instead to observe from a distance. Xiaoyu, you and Ningji will scout the area to ascertain the number of individuals inside and their approximate strength. Zhiwei, you should also utilize your insects to gather information about the surroundings. If anything seems amiss, report to me immediately, he instructed. Understood, the three promptly set out. After a few minutes, they relayed their findings. There were 10 individuals in the village possessing chakra, indicating they would likely face 10 ninjas. Due to the distance, Xiaoyu could not ascertain their precise strength. Mifei addressed the 6. This mission is considerably more challenging than our previous ones. Teacher Kai and I will not engage first. So you must rely on your own abilities to deal with the ninjas within the village. If you encounter danger, please inform us. Do not endure it alone. Your lives are far more precious than the mission. Do you understand? Yes, we comprehend. In that case, you may proceed. The 6 members of Xiaoyu divided into 3 groups, with the perceptive Xiaoyu, Niji, and Jiwei allocated to separate teams, while the remaining 3 paired up. The 3 teams set off in different directions, racing downward. Do you believe that Xiaoyu and the others will accomplish their task? Mifei inquired of Kai. I am uncertain, but I believe they will manage. As they are all exceptional students, Kai replied confidently. Regardless, we must remain prepared for support. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch over them, Kai assured. The 10 ninjas in the village resided together, thus they did not require separate actions. The six surrounded the house from various angles. Xiaoyu and Niji activated their Byakugan, enabling them not only to observe the interior of the house but also to detect the presence of the other two teams. Tai Yuan raised his hand, signaling everyone to launch their attack. Upon seeing the situation through the Byakugan, Xiaoyu and Niji charged in. Konoha Hurricane. Li took advantage of an opponent's distraction to deliver a powerful kick, sending a ninja flying. Gentle Fist. Xiaoyu and Niji executed the Gentle Fist technique simultaneously, each taking down a ninja. Jiwei summoned a multitude of parasitic insects, encircling several ninjas, proving to be the most effective against his adversaries. Tai Yuan engaged in combat with a kunai, successfully slashing the throat of his opponent. On the other side, the atmosphere was entirely different. Tian produced a scroll and unleashed a barrage of ninja tools. Once engulfed in the rain of weapons, survival became nearly impossible. It was then that Xiaoyu and her companions understood the true meaning of Niji's earlier warning when fighting alongside Tian. It is wise to maintain a safe distance to avoid collateral damage. Although outnumbered, the foes were merely average Chunin and Jinin. Not a single Jonin was present. Despite being classified as Jinin, Xiaoyu and her team possessed strength comparable to that of most Chunin. Coupled with their stealth tactics and seamless cooperation, they swiftly overcame the 10 ninjas. Upon witnessing the successful outcome, Mi Fei and Kai approached. Teacher, all the ninjas have been eliminated, Tai Yuan announced with joy. Congratulations on your successful collaboration in completing the mission. Your performance was commendable, Mi Fei encouraged. The six were elated. It was their first time accomplishing a B-rank mission, and they had done so with such ease. Well, it is nearly time. Let us return to Konoha. After conversing with the villagers, Mi Fei and his group made their way back to Konoha. The two teams arrived at the mission hall, ready to submit their mission reports, only to encounter Team 7, who were preparing to accept a new task. Long time no see, Kai exclaimed joyfully as he embraced Kakashi. Uncle Mi Fei, have you returned from your mission? Naruto inquired. Indeed. We have just returned. We undertook a B-rank mission, Tai Yuan replied. What? You have completed a B-rank mission while we are still engaged in D-rank tasks? Naruto expressed his envy. In truth, we have also performed many D-rank missions in the past. Once your Jonin instructor deems you sufficiently qualified, you will be taken on more advanced missions, Mi Fei explained. Naruto turned to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi-sensei, could we undertake a more challenging mission? We shall first submit our completed tasks, Mi Fei and Guy said, proceeding to submit their mission reports and receive their rewards before heading to the adjacent area to take on new tasks. To their surprise, they discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen was also present. The mission hall holds significant importance for Konoha, serving as a vital hub for the survival of ninjas. The Hokage personally dispenses missions when time permits. What mission would you like to undertake today? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Perhaps caring for Lord Zhongfu's children? Or running errands? Or even digging sweet potatoes in the fields? I refuse such trivial tasks. I desire to undertake a more formidable mission, Naruto bellowed, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled thoughtfully. Higher-ranked missions carry inherent dangers. Failure could cost one their life. Yet, we have been burdened with insipid tasks of late, Naruto retorted. Allow me to elucidate the significance of these missions, Sarutobi Hiruzen began. Daily, our village is besieged with various requests, ranging from childcare to assassination. The mission request forms detail an array of delegations, classified into 4 ranks, A, B, C, and D. The villagers are generally categorized by rank, from Jonin to Chunin to Genin. The higher-ups allocate missions to ninjas based on their abilities. Upon successful completion, the client compensates us accordingly. As you have only recently become Genin, you are limited to D-rank missions. Naruto feigned disinterest. The old man always lectures me, yet we have matured. We are not merely the mischievous children he perceives us to be, he remarked. Hokage-sama, how about this? Let Team 7 join us for a mission. This way, they can experience the challenges of a higher-ranked task while ensuring safety along the way, Mi Fei proposed. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. Very well. I shall assign you this C-rank mission. You are to protect an individual, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. Really? That's wonderful. Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Sensei, we have just returned. Shouldn't we rest first? Tai Yuan questioned. Did you not just insist on taking on missions? Now, with a C-rank task available, does that not suit you perfectly? It seems there is little left for us to do here. Li, let us depart, Guy announced, leading his third team away. Indeed. The client of the task is right here. I shall present him to you now. Please, come in. The adjacent door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man. tipsy and clutching a bottle of wine. Is this motley crew here to protect me? They seem rather unreliable, he remarked. I am Dazna, a renowned bridge builder from the land of waves. During my time here to construct the bridge, you must do everything in your power to ensure my safety. His words were somewhat discomforting. However, he is the client after all, and the payment comes from none other than the divine. Mifyun's desire to undertake this mission with Team 7 stems from its connection to the land of waves. In this endeavor, they would encounter the rogue ninja, Zabuza, and Haku, both formidable adversaries with whom Mifyun wishes to negotiate. Furthermore, there are additional rewards to be gained from this venture. With that in mind, let us depart at once, declared Mifyun. However, Yuji expressed a wish to rest. In that case, you need not accompany us. Xiaoyu, Wei, let us go. Mifyun led the two along with Team 7 as they exited. Wait for me. I was merely jesting. Yuji hurriedly caught up. Together, they stepped through the gates of Konoha, leaving the village behind. Is this truly outside the village? This is my first time, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Is it truly acceptable to send such children on this mission? Dazna questioned skeptically. Have no fear. We have 2 jonin among us, Mifyun replied, placing an arm around Kakashi's shoulder. Moreover, my team has successfully completed numerous C-rank missions. Kakashi shrugged Mifyun's arm off, asserting, you can trust us entirely on this matter. Very well, then. I entrust you with this task. Please do not let me down. All right, let us set forth together. The group advanced towards the land of waves with great determination. It is unprecedented to assign 2 jonin and 6 genin to a mere C-rank mission. As they walked, they acquainted themselves with the particulars, for it was the first C-rank mission for the 3 members of Team 7, leaving them with many questions. Chapter 26. The Battle of the Jonin. Mr. Dazna's country is the land of waves, correct? Kakashi-sensei, does this nation also possess ninjas? Sakura inquired. The land of waves does not have ninjas. Many small nations lack ninja villages. Although there are no hidden villages, it does not mean that there are no ninjas. Among ninjas, there exists a unique group known as rogue ninjas. These nations without hidden villages are often favored destinations for rogue ninjas. One must exercise caution when encountering rogue ninjas in other countries, for they are a band of fugitives. That is indeed the case, but you need not worry. C-rank missions do not typically involve battles between ninjas, Kakashi reassured them. The group continued their journey towards the land of waves, moving at a sluggish pace due to their responsibility of protecting Dazna. They traversed a river and entered a dense forest. Wait a moment. You suddenly called out. What is it? You? Naruto turned to inquire. Mafai patted Yu's shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. It's nothing. I just twisted my ankle. You fabricated an excuse. And Mafai couldn't help but stifle a laugh. As they pressed onward, 2 ninjas abruptly emerged from the adjacent woods. The ninjas hurled spiked chains, ensnaring Kakashi's body. With a forceful tug, Kakashi was gruesomely bisected. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and the others froze in shock, particularly Sakura and Naruto, who were paralyzed by fear. Having witnessed the annihilation of his entire clan, Sasuke remained unfazed. Even Kakashi's demise elicited little emotional response from him. Tyrant and Yu hesitated momentarily before charging towards the 2 ninjas. A fierce confrontation ensued, with the rogue ninjas displaying the strength of Chunin as Tyrant and Yu battled them fiercely. Die, brat. One of the adversaries flung the chain towards Tyrant. Just then, a shuriken flew through the air, striking the chain and halting its advance. Sasuke had joined the fray. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames upon the assailants. The ninjas leaped to evade the inferno. Tyrant retaliated, delivering a powerful kick to one of the ninjas, sending him reeling. 8 trigrams empty palm. You followed suit, striking another ninja and propelling him into the flames. The 2 Chunin were rendered incapacitated by the scorching blaze. Despite it being the first collaboration between Team 7 and Team 1, their synergy was surprisingly commendable. Naruto stared in bewilderment at his companions, unable to comprehend why Yu and the others could engage in battle while he remained rooted in place. Kakashi, are you done watching? Are you not going to join us? Mafai called out. Naruto glanced over to see Kakashi leaping down from a nearby tree. You 3 performed admirably, Kakashi commended you and the others. As Naruto glanced over, he noticed several wooden fragments scattered across the torn ground where Kakashi had just been. It turned out that Kakashi had employed the substitution technique. Me flew over and gently patted little Yu on the head. Do not be too hard on yourself. You and your companions have endured numerous battles and will naturally respond accordingly. Next time, I will certainly not remain stationary, Naruto declared resolutely. Mr. Dazna, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you, Kakashi stated. What do you wish to inquire about? Dasna replied, somewhat anxious. These individuals appear to be Chunin from the Hidden Mist. Their presence here is rather peculiar. We have no conflicts with the Mist ninjas, so their target must be you. Our mission is merely to protect you from ordinary threats such as bandits, not from ninjas. If ninjas are involved, then this mission should be classified as at least B rank. I am uncertain why you designated this task as C rank, but it has surpassed our capabilities. Then we should cease this mission and return to the village, Sakura suggested. Fear evident in her voice. How could we? This is our first C rank mission. We must see it through, Naruto exclaimed. Me, what are your thoughts? Kakashi inquired. I am indifferent. If your team decides to abandon the mission, ours will continue. Whether it is B rank or C rank, our team is capable, me replied. After contemplating, Kakashi said, in that case, we shall proceed with the mission. Although it has encountered unforeseen complications with both me and myself present, even if formidable jonin appear, we shall manage. With that, they continued on their journey, sailing from the borders of the land of fire towards the land of waves. As they drew nearer to their destination, a thick fog began to envelop the sea. The closer they approached the land of waves, the denser the mist became. After a while, they beheld a towering bridge, part of which remained unfinished. This must be the bridge Dasna had mentioned needing construction. Under Kakashi's pressing inquiries, Dasna revealed the underlying reasons. Dasna had become the target of the wealthy Kato, who monopolized maritime trade between the land of waves and other nations through his shipping company. Once the bridge was completed, Kato's monopoly would be shattered, an eventuality he would not permit. Thus, he had hired ninjas from the mist to thwart the bridge's construction, with the simplest method being to eliminate Dasna, the bridge's designer and builder. In order to complete the bridge, Dasna had come to Konoha to commission the mission. However, due to insufficient funds, he could only post a C-rank mission. C-rank tasks are typically undertaken by Chunin. If you encounter ninjas like those two we just faced, it is possible they can ensure your safety. However, if the adversaries are even slightly stronger, Konoha's Chunin may not be able to protect you, me stated. I have no choice. This is all the money I possess, and I can only gamble on luck, Dasna replied with resignation. After half an hour of sailing, the small boat finally reached the shore. They had officially entered the land of waves, yet there remained a considerable distance to reach Dasna's home. The group ventured into a dense forest. Perhaps eager to prove himself, Naruto dashed to the forefront. Over there, Naruto seemed to have made a discovery. As he threw a kunai into the nearby bushes, the others anxiously observed the foliage. Suddenly, a squeak emanated from the underbrush. It turned out to be merely a mouse, causing Naruto to scratch his head in embarrassment. Naruto, make sure you ascertain the situation before acting, Sakura exclaimed, visibly irritated. There is indeed someone over there. Xiaoyu pointed to a tree beside them. When Naruto claimed he had spotted something, Xiaoyu utilized his Byakugan to investigate, clearly detecting the presence of an individual in that vicinity. At that moment, a large sword was hurled towards them. Duck! Kakashi shouted. The group quickly crouched, narrowly avoiding the blade as it struck a tree. Subsequently, a ninja stood upon the hilt of the sword. Both Mifei and Kakashi recognized this individual. As a Jonin, it was essential to be informed about the formidable ninjas within the shinobi world. This person was none other than Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village, known for wielding the executioner's blade and being one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Naruto rushed forward, intent on confronting Zabuza, but Kakashi intercepted him. This guy cannot be compared to the previous ninja. He is on par with me. With his Sharingan activated, Kakashi understood why the two brothers had faltered. Besides the Sharingan, he had not anticipated the presence of the Byakugan as well. Zabuza fixed his gaze on Xiaoyu's eyes. Upon hearing Kakashi mention the Sharingan, Sasuke raised an eyebrow. The Sharingan was exclusive to the Uchiha clan, and he was puzzled as to why Kakashi possessed it. Kakashi, do you want to handle this opponent, or shall I? Mifei inquired. Let me take care of it. I entrust their safety to you, Kakashi replied, lifting the forehead protector that concealed his eye, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan. Mifei shrugged. Since Kakashi was set to face Zabuza, he would merely observe from the sidelines. At that moment, a thick fog began to envelop the surroundings. Kakashi, let us see if you can protect these individuals, Zabuza declared, performing hand seals to cast the hidden mist technique. The mist thickened, shrouding Zabuza's form from view. Kakashi-sensei, he is to your left, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Kakashi immediately raised his kunai to block Zabuza's sword. Now above you. To the left. Behind you. With Xiaoyu's guidance, Kakashi skillfully deflected the incoming attacks. How are you able to see? Naruto marveled at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu gestured to his eyes, because I possess the Byakugan. Thanks to the Byakugan, the hidden mist technique proved ineffective against them. Given this situation, let us first eliminate you. Zabuza suddenly appeared beside Xiaoyu, raising his massive blade to strike. Mifeng swiftly drew his kunai to block the attack. You dare to come and kill me, showing such contempt? Mifeng pivoted, delivering a powerful kick towards Zabuza. Zabuza parried with his sword, successfully deflecting the blow. He gazed at Mifeng in astonishment, having not anticipated that Mifeng was also a jonin. Mifeng typically did not don the attire of a jonin, concealing his true prowess. At that moment, Kakashi materialized behind Zabuza, thrusting his kunai into Zabuza's form. Yet, instead of blood, water flowed from the wound. Zabuza's body transformed into a puddle on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, he had utilized the water clone technique. Zabuza then appeared behind Kakashi, cleaving him in two. However, Kakashi too morphed into a puddle, having similarly employed the water clone technique. In that fleeting moment, he had replicated Zabuza's jutsu. Kakashi positioned his kunai against Zabuza's throat. It is over. Ha ha ha, truly the copy ninja Kakashi. But do you genuinely believe it would conclude so easily? Kakashi-sensei, the one before you is merely a water clone, Xiaoyu called out. With his Byakugan, Xiaoyu could distinctly perceive the chakra levels within a person's body, and the chakra within a water clone was significantly diminished, allowing for differentiation from the original. Only the shadow clone, which evenly divides chakra, would elude the Byakugan's scrutiny. Kakashi promptly withdrew, evading Zabuza's descending blade. What a troublesome little brat. In such a battle, having the Byakugan as support grants a considerable advantage to the aided party. Come out from behind the tree, I know you are there. Xiaomi shouted in a particular direction. At that moment, everyone beheld a masked figure standing upon a nearby tree. Secret technique, ice release, crystal mirror. A multitude of ice mirrors resembling mirrors emerged around Mifeng and his companions, encircling them. Subsequently, the body of Haku melded into the ice mirrors. Mifeng and his comrades found themselves ensnared, leaving only Kakashi and Zabuza outside. Kakashi, let us engage in a fair fight, Zabuza declared, swinging his large blade towards Kakashi. Kakashi braced himself to confront Zabuza, fully aware that Mifeng was within the mirrors, ensuring no unforeseen mishaps. On Mifeng's side, a barrage of shurikens suddenly erupted from the ice mirrors. Naruto and his companions were unable to evade, sustaining cuts to their arms. However, Xiaoyu, with his continuously activated Byakugan, easily dodged the shurikens and simultaneously deflected those aimed at Dazno with his gentle fist technique. Dazno was the target they were to protect. Should he perish, their mission would fail. Thus far, they had not experienced a single failure. Though Taiyuan and Yuyo Shirwei lacked the Byakugan, they adeptly evaded the shurikens through their own reflexes. Can you handle this ninja? Mifei inquired. No problem, teacher. Do as you wish, Taiyuan replied. They proceeded, and Mifei led Mr. Dazuna to a magnificent ice mirror. My ice mirror cannot be shattered, so no one shall escape, I declared. Mifei unsheathed the blade of death and with a single stroke, cleaved the ice mirror in two, creating an opening through which he and Dazuna emerged. I was astonished. It was the first time someone had so effortlessly breached his ice mirror. Bai summoned his chakra to reinforce the damaged section of the mirror. Mifei stood outside, observing the clash between Bai and the others. Bai was a formidable opponent, yet he bore no significant malice towards the likes of Xiaoyu and her companions, making him an excellent sparring partner. Since it is ice, let us incinerate it. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke exhaled a torrent of flames, engulfing the ice mirror. However, while droplets of water formed, the ice remained unmelted. Ice release was a bloodline limit, surpassing ordinary ninjutsu, rendering typical flames ineffective. Mifei cautioned from the outside. Bai's form manifested within each fragment of the ice mirror, unleashing a multitude of shurikens. Everyone except Xiaoyu found themselves wounded by the barrage. Xiaoyu, can you discern which one is the real body? Taiyuan asked. Xiao shook her head. Each mirror exhibits identical chakra flow. My Byakugan cannot differentiate. Unable to break free from the icy domain, Mifei shifted his attention to Kakashi. The battle between the two intensified as two water dragons coiled and collided. Though Kakashi could replicate his opponent's techniques, the existence of the Sharingan drained his chakra significantly more than Bai's. If the fight continued, Kakashi would undoubtedly succumb first. Aren't you going to assist? Dazuna queried. No need. Encountering such an opponent is a fortunate opportunity for them, Mifei replied, casually sitting down to enjoy a meal from his backpack. Dazuna looked at Mifei in surprise, not understanding why he was so unfazed. Within the icy realm, Jiwei summoned a multitude of insects, forming a semicircular protective barrier, thereby obscuring their positions from Bai. The group hurriedly devised a strategy. Subsequently, Jiwei recalled the insects, releasing countless shadow clones of Naruto that scattered in various directions. Futile. I launched another barrage of shurikens, obliterating the clones. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke unleashed flames against another ice mirror. As the fire dissipated, Taiyuan rushed forward, driving a kunai into the ice. Gentle fist. Xiaoyu struck the ice mirror, causing cracks to rapidly spread from the kunai's point of impact, ultimately shattering the entire mirror. Now, go outside. A few individuals rushed swiftly from the ice mirror. However, the ice mirrors in the air instantly shifted direction, encircling them once more. Simultaneously, another ice mirror replaced the position of the one that had been shattered earlier. It is futile. You cannot escape. I hurled a multitude of shurikens at the group. If you abandon your mission, I shall spare you. No way. We will complete our mission. Naruto shouted defiantly. Then do not blame me for being merciless. I continued to launch shurikens from various angles, leaving the group with no choice but to defend and evade. Yet, the sheer number of shurikens, combined with their slender form, rendered some unavoidable. As their injuries accumulated, the group's speed diminished significantly. Xiaoyu and his companions surveyed their surroundings, realizing they were facing an exceptionally formidable adversary for the first time. Suddenly, Xiaoyu recalled something and turned to Naruto. He had previously heard from Mifei that Naruto was not the Nine Tails itself, but rather a vessel containing its power. Focusing his Byakugan on Naruto, Xiaoyu observed the flow of chakra within him. Besides Naruto's own chakra, he detected a vast reservoir of chakra, one he had never witnessed, even in the Hokage. If they could unleash that chakra, they might turn the tide of battle. Naruto, over here, Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Naruto turned his head. At that moment, Xiaoyu struck Naruto's abdomen with his palm. Gentle fist, chakra point. The gentle fist technique not only obstructs the flow of chakra within the body, but can also activate it. A trace of the Nine Tails chakra escaped from Naruto's body. Although it was merely a wisp, it was an overwhelming chakra that none could ignore. The crimson chakra coiled around Naruto, transforming his form dramatically. The shurikens embedded in his body fell away, and his wounds healed instantly. The group gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom that Naruto could unleash such formidable chakra. Nearby, Kakashi engaged in battle, sensed the presence of the Nine Tails chakra, and understood that he needed to deal with Zabuza swiftly. Naruto charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the ice mirror. The mirror, which had required their combined efforts to shatter, splintered into countless shards under Naruto's strike. Bai, realizing the situation, burst forth from an ice mirror, brandishing shurikens aimed at Naruto. With a swift movement, Naruto evaded the attack, then lunged forward to seize Bai, who was attempting to flee. The overwhelming chakra radiated from Naruto, creating immense pressure that rendered Bai immobile. With a punch to Bai's head, Naruto sent him flying. At the moment Bai was propelled away, all the ice mirrors shattered. With bared teeth, Naruto charged at Bai once more. One more strike would surely end Bai's life. Stop. Miffy appeared before Naruto, intercepting his fist. Wake up. Miffy's chakra surged into Naruto's body, dispersing the Nine Tails chakra that enveloped him. Naruto regained consciousness, returning to his normal state. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, he began to topple towards the ground. Miffy caught him gently. The chakra of the Nine Tails indeed possesses an alluring power. Miffy carefully laid Naruto down on the ground. Naruto. Xiaoyu and the others rushed over to check on him. Miffy stood up and turned to face Bai. At that moment, Bai's mask had been shattered, revealing a youthful visage. No one could have anticipated that Bai was merely a child a few years older than Naruto and his companions. If you wish to kill me, then go ahead, Bai stated calmly, as if life or death held no significance for him. Miffy smiled and shook his head. I shall not kill you, but for now, you can only stand still and cannot move. Bai seemed to grasp something. He turned to gaze in the direction of Zabuza, who was currently restrained by Kakashi's ninja hounds. Simultaneously, a blue electric current surged from Kakashi's hand. This was Kakashi's most formidable technique, the highly penetrating Raikiri. Kakashi charged swiftly towards Zabuza, who had no means of evading his fate. Seeing this, Bai attempted to rush forward, yet Miffy's hand grasped his shoulder, immobilizing him with overwhelming strength. Kakashi's hand pierced through Zabuza's body, the potent current incapacitating him. As the electricity coursed violently through his form, it wreaked havoc on his internal organs. Kakashi withdrew his hand, revealing a gaping wound in Zabuza's chest. Mortally wounded, Zabuza succumbed to his injuries and collapsed onto the ground. Zabuza-sama. Bai broke free from Miffy's grasp, rushing to kneel beside Zabuza's lifeless body. He cradled Zabuza in his arms. Zabuza-sama, I shall join you now. drew a kunai, poised to plunge it into his own neck. With Zabuza gone, he felt there was no longer any meaning to his existence. At that moment, a hand seized him. The person who held him was none other than Miffy. "Let me go?" I cried out. "If you wish for Zabuza to return, then heed my words." Miffy whispered in Bai's ear. Bai turned to look at Miffy, and upon meeting Miffy's eyes, he sensed the sincerity in his words. Chapter 27, The Final Battle. The eternal life of death Bai possessed a profound intuition that Mifei's words were indeed true. Zabuza could be resurrected. Mifei summoned forth a coffin to encase Zabuza's lifeless form. He urged Bai to remain in the land of waves while he sought to acquire the wealth of Kato. Subsequently, Mifei's team, along with Team 7, returned to Konoha. After a while, Konoha was abuzz with excitement over the Chunin exams, an event poised to instigate significant transformations. Mifei prepared diligently for this occasion. Both Mifei's squad and Kakashi's team participated in the Chunin exams. In the first round, various teams showcased commendable performances. With Mifei's presence, the theoretical knowledge of the team members was formidable, securing them a position among the top ranks with ease. The second round, set in the Forest of Death, posed a challenge. As Mifei served as the leading instructor, he was unable to enter, thus missing an encounter with Orochimaru. Mifei harbored a desire to engage Orochimaru in combat, curious to see if this god of death could indeed bring about his demise. During the third round of the exams, those who passed the evaluations were required to engage in battle. The students Mifei had trained exhibited remarkable strength, advancing all the way to the final stages. Interestingly, Xiaoyu and her companions faced off against Naruto and his team, resulting in a complete victory for them. Orochimaru's mention of the impending Fourth Great Ninja War plunged Konoha into chaos. Rather than joining the fray, Mifei seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Hyuga clan's secret chamber, absconding with all the Byakugan. The third Hokage perished, Sasuke defected, and while it seemed that nothing had changed, in reality, everything had transformed. With Mifei's increasing prowess, he gradually solidified his position within his clan. In the ensuing 3 years, Mifei dedicated himself entirely to the fusion of the Byakugan. Eventually, he succeeded in manifesting the Rinnegan. Though there was but one, it sufficed. Mifei personally extracted Xiaoyu's Byakugan and implanted the Rinnegan in its stead. Indeed, empowered by the Rinnegan, the caged bird seal was dismantled. Freed from its constraints, Mifei could act with abandon. He ascended to power within the Hyuga clan, successfully dismantling the system of the main and branch families. 3 years after the Chunin exams, Naruto returned, heralding the official commencement of the Tailed Beast plan. News from the Sand Village indicated that Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, was in peril. Mifei's team, alongside Kakashi's, ventured forth to rescue Gaara, successfully returning him while vanquishing both Sasori and Deidara. In the subsequent battles, members of the Akatsuki organization were gradually eradicated. Even the immortal Haiden met his end. The 6 paths of pain converged but ultimately fell to Mifei's might. Mifei confronted Nagato and extracted the Rinnegan. Conan unleashed a barrage of explosive tags, yet failed to vanquish Mifei. He affixed the Rinnegan to himself and, utilizing the Rinne rebirth technique, resurrected his wife along with others he had promised to revive, including the 4th Hokage couple and Zabuza. After employing the Rinne rebirth technique, Mifei perished. However, upon the passage of time, he was reborn, emerging even stronger. In the shadows, Obito would not relent. He prematurely resurrected Madara, igniting a contest for the tailed beasts. Despite Madara being a reanimated entity, he too fell to the hands of the death god, Mifei. Simultaneously, Mifei vanquished Obito to avenge his beloved wife. However, the tale did not conclude there. Mifei gathered all the tailed beasts, resurrecting the Ten Tails divine tree. Naturally, all those who perished due to the deprivation of their tailed beasts were brought back to life. After absorbing the Ten Tails divine tree, Mifei summoned Black Zetsu. He then liberated Kaguya, stripping her of her powers, thus reuniting mother and son. Ultimately, Mifei ascended to the status of the god of death, attaining immortality.